Oh, hello. How's it going, guys? Good morning. Let's continue the grind. It's happening. I hope everyone's got a tea. Hello. Muggo tea, hello. How's it going? Maximum power. Right. We 6K soon. Vinegar muscle. Some of my toast. This is sort of music I listen to relax. I'm not even joking. What? I half shaved my head. Look, I missed a bit. Oh well. Just ignore that. Didn't happen. I don't know. It's Monster Cat. Should we put my goggles on? There we go. It's called Fake Base Fight. I'm going to try the Spec Racer 4 now, but we're going to do F4 racing.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Jim Law. Thank you. How's it going, man? You're supposed to take the headphones off when shaving your head. I got new ear things. They arrived yesterday for my other headphones. They're all right, actually. They were nice. So last night I went to bed at like 5 p.m. Went to bed at 5 p.m. and then I woke up at like 11 p.m. and then I couldn't get back to sleep. So I was like, oh, I'll put the new things on my headphones. And then, yeah, they were nice. And then I went back to sleep. Hang on, this is like hardcore. Hang on.
Everybody, once in 1,000 years, everybody gathers for the hardest party known to man.
It's the hardcore voice.
You only live one life. And all that matters is the bass.
the lyrics in hardcore stuff is so stupid. It's what's the other thing they always say?
All come together for the big party.
Hardcore muscle.
Get together. All that matters is the bang.
I should be a hardcore DJ. I like hardcore music. It's nice and relaxing. Right, let's join the server. We've got a race. We'll do a poll. We're doing an F4 race. hang on.
As the sun sets on a hard day of work.
The hardcore voice. The hardcore voice. So stupid. Morning, Ben. Hello, Unlucky Vader. I think I need to make a hardcore sim racing song. I've got some chocolate coffee. Anybody want one? Anybody want a chocolate coffee bean? How to get your caffeine, dark chocolate on coffee beans. Oh yeah. Every day is hard for me. These are well good. Are you ready?
Get ready for some big, fat, juicy bass.
Initial D. I'm happy to wake up.
Put your hands in the air. Let's go.
Nice and relaxing. I saw you online. How come? Because I'm a masochist. Hello. Yeah, we did some death race. We've got to get the Hoover out as well today. Yeah, let's try this Spec Racer Ford. I've driven it for a long time. I'll give it a go. I used to like this. Used to be one of my favourite cars in iRacing. What's going on here? Options. Hang on, I just need force feedback options. Oh yeah. There we go. You need your skates. It's a bit. iRacing. Look at this. Look at that undercarriage. iRacing is a weird mixture between driving on snow and ice. Here we come.
Here we go.
The thing I like about hard dances is it's nice and subtle. Why is the camera? Why is my camera so high? Good luck. I don't need luck. Pure skill. Pure skill, no luck. What is this car? I'm looking cheerful. When do I never not look cheerful? What's your iRacing? Look at the grinder meter at the bottom of the screen.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Gavage UK, thank you.
Let's play it.
Skill and pace alone. Gavage UK, thank you very much for being a member. Appreciate that. Look at these members. What are they doing? Gotta add him to the list. Where is it? Gavage UK. GAVAGAUEA UK. That'll do. Dyslexia strikes. Thank you very much. skill, raw skill. Yeah, this used to be my favourite car. I don't know if we're going to race this, but I'll give it a go. Bigger ham. Final day at work. I know we should change my volume levels here. What are you doing? What do you do for work? There we go. I can hear myself now. Is this the right profile? Yep. My microphone seems quiet. Hello. There we go. Hello. Oh. There we go. Oh, that's better, isn't it? There we go. You can trust me now. I have a deep voice. I got it correct. I get everything correct, obviously. I can't think of a single time I've ever been wrong about anything. You do e-commerce. What? Doesn't everybody do e-commerce now? You can't escape it. Technically, I'm doing e-commerce right this second. I've just commerced you. Whoa, I was messing with my shirt. Hello, Seabrist, how's it going, man? E-coms and marketing. They're the worst people. I think I've ended up in marketing. It's the last thing that I wanted. I mean, you know. The last thing that I wanted was to be in marketing, but like here we are, getting people to play driving sims and buy VR headsets. I've sold 12 Oculus Quest 3 headsets. In a week, well, in 3 days, from that one video, 80 link cables. Like, what on earth? Bloody influencers. That's how I know, just through an Amazon affiliate. I don't get much. Amazon affiliates, you get hardly anything, but it's interesting to see what people buy. It's crazy. Shield level. Well, yeah, because they were just casual videos as well. They weren't like, do you know what I mean? They weren't they weren't like. I think there's a lot of sim racers that want to try VR, and then obviously the Quest 3 is really good. I guess what it is that I'm a miserable bastard, and so if there's something that I think's really good, then people know it's probably quite good because I'm so miserable. So they're like, oh my god, that miserable bastard likes it. It must be okay. How it's made that miserable bastard smile. It must be damn good. I normally smile at things that he doesn't like. If he likes it, it must be the elixir of heaven. Wow, look at that lockup. I need a tire model counter. I always get accused of shilling when I'm not shilling, and I never get accused of shilling when I'm shilling. It's really weird. It's so bizarre. Like I never get accused of shilling for sponsored stuff that you know, when it is literally a sponsored video, literally an advert, people don't go, oh, he's a shill. It's like, that would be the time. That is when I am shilling. 100% shilling. That is literally me shilling. And then nobody says anything. But when I do something that I like, people are like, how could he possibly like it? He must have been paid off. Haven't been on my PC in iRacing. This is the way of getting up the thrill of sim racing. You don't hear that very often, do you? The thrill of sim racing. The thrill. What I don't understand in the black boxes in iRacing is why it's not updating the tyre properties. Because your team wouldn't know what the tyre data is until you went to the pit lane. Unless, well, you do with some classic cars, but It's supposed to be that it's supposed to mean that you're not watching the entire data as you drive to then game it. That's why. Well, that's why some sims do it. I don't know if that's why iRacing does it. You can normally only check tyre pressure and stuff once you pit. They do Formula cars, I think, have active data all the time. F1 cars. Modern road cars have tyre pressure and temperature and stuff, don't they? Can you change the pressure on the fly in a modern? You can do it in like Land Rovers and things, but can you do it in There's no like road car out there, is there, where you can push a button to make the pressures go up and down? I mean, why would you need to, unless you lived in France in the Alps or something? Real race cars don't you know, real race cars, they just have wheels and a driver. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's some 4x4s out there where you can push buttons to increase and decrease tire pressure. Which must be like a well complicated system if you think about it, because the wheel, maybe you do it through heat. It's probably the easiest way, because like, if you imagine how would you send pressure? Oh, you could put something in the tyre that expands, but then it can't be connected because it's part of a wheel. So I mean, it can be electronically. Need to use a slip disc or something. All right, Folk Massman. That'd be really interesting to see how that's done. Morning, everyone that's joining us. Sorry for missing names. No actual pump. I guess you would hide the pump inside of the tyre, but then then have some kind of valve on the hub, and then the pump. So the pump is actually in the actual tyre, but then you'd have to balance that and everything. Yeah, I mean, having a valve that's controlled to go down, you could see has been easy, but pumping up the tyre. The view shifted to the left because when you record VR, it just records a single eye. So you just see what one eye is seeing, and you can choose to record either left or right eye. Some apps can combine the eyes and blend them together, but I use the. Oh, actually, I could probably. Yeah, it's just easier to use one eye. Steam VR has a combined thing, but it doesn't have smoothing built into it. It'd be good if it did. I need to ask. I message someone about. I used to know someone that knew someone that worked at Valve, so I could, like, if I had a really good idea, I could be like, oh, Tat, can you suggest this? But I don't really know them anymore, so I might be able to get it out there. We'll see. Don't you know? Pump it up. Do you know? Have you bought anything yet? Yeah, I bought some new headphone cushions for my 595 headphones. 559s. They're really nice, actually. Put them on last night. I should have bought them ages ago. I will, like, run stuff into the absolute ground once I bought something. What did I buy this year? I bought an air fryer. Yeah, no, I try not to buy anything. I don't like anything. A coffee machine was last year. That was really good. That was actually a really good purchase. The air fryer's actually been really good, to be fair. I think I've saved money with the air fryer because also I'm cooking more healthy stuff. and the occasional pastry. So, so the two things I really want to buy that I can't afford, or would it be stupid to buy as well? I'd really like a 4090, and I'd really like a 35-inch OLED gaming monitor. And so what I do, I put the 4090 in this system. I'd move my 3080 Ti into the other system. Oh, the bobbin pigeon, yeah. But yeah, it's all bollocks. I don't need it. It's just fine. I'm just looking forward to hopefully travelling more this year. Yeah, I'm using a 55-inch OLED on this rig. So, you know, I'm already spoiled. But yeah, I'm pretty content, to be honest. I don't know about you guys, but I don't really. I mean, I've already got so much. Do you know what I mean? Like, what more? What do you need? Like, if you've got a job you enjoy, and you've got central heating and water, and I can go to Lidl's and buy anything I want in Lidl's. I'd like it to be a little bit sunnier, and I'd like to not have fatigue a lot of the time and insomnia. That's all. That's all. Like, no, I don't really. I don't mind motion rigs. I enjoy using them every now and again. Yeah, you know. Morning, scuba drunk. Yeah, this summer will be nice, but I'm trying to enjoy winter. Try and enjoy winter. No, it doesn't do Lucky Saint, but it does do like. It does do a non-alcoholic beer, Freedom beer. Well, they've had it occasionally, and they do another one. Yeah, I really liked the non-alcoholic Guinness is awesome. So I'm glad that because I like that there's more non-alcoholic drinks because I like beer flavour. I like beer. But I don't like alcohol, so that's good. Unlucky Saint. Yeah. I don't think anyone's racing this. This is a good car track combo. Yeah, I obviously, if I buy stuff for a business, it's business expense. You only get 20% off. It's not, you just don't pay tax on it. You still spent the money. There's like this weird. There's this common like thing you get where people go, tax rebate, business expenses. Like, yeah, you still spent the money. You can't just buy whatever you want, even if it is for the business, and even if it would make profit. Well, I mean, I guess if it did make direct profit, but you'd have to go, well, at what scale and what time period would that thing make profit, and then to what extent would it make profit? You know, because if you've got no money, it doesn't matter if you're not paying tax on what you bought. If you've got no cash, if you've got no profit. Yeah, it's like I don't understand the American thing where they go, oh, I did my tax and I got money back, so now I can spend money. Do you know what I mean? Like, I've never understood this. So they go did tax return, and now I've got this money to buy like a TV or something, right? But surely what that is that they haven't accounted. How does that work? Like, in America, do you have to pay? Do you pay everything in to the government? You send it over, then they check it, and then they send you back your tax claim. So you have to pay them all the money. So in the UK, you tell them what you owe. So you say your you have your profits, and you've got your deductibles, and then they calculate what tax you owe. You don't pay them everything, and then they send you back the money, because you'll be sending money for no reason. So, okay. So how many tax returns do you do in a year in America? So, is it because it's a tax? Is that because they average the tax each quarter? And so some quarters the prediction's off, so then you get a tax rebate. Is that what that is? So it's the same as if you've got like a limited company, or if you have if you're doing a larger... But still, you would have it on... It doesn't make sense to me, because, right, when you do your own accounts, you know how much money's coming in, you know what you bought, you know what's going out. Each year, you make a prediction based off the previous year, growth, what you kind of expect is going to happen, right? So you would know beforehand what money you do and don't have. So you would know, oh, I can buy a TV now because I can afford it. Do you know what I mean? It's really weird. Like, I don't know why it's like, oh, I got a tax rebate. It's like, but you always had that money. It wasn't in your bank account. And if you require the tax rebate to be able to buy a TV, well, you can't afford that TV. So I never. That's why I just don't get it. Like, if you're buying something stupid like a do you know what I mean? A pointless thing, projector, TV, whatever. Like a thing that's like you don't actually need it. It's a luxury thing. You should only really ever buy something like that if you can actually afford it. Like if you have to wait for a rebate, or you had to buy it on credit, you can't afford it, so you don't buy that thing, right? It's really strange. Alright. I don't know how many people raced into that race, but we could do one of them. But we're going to do some F4. Keep on the plan. Yeah, it does seem like quite a few people... I've never done American tax, but quite a few people I talk to say that their whole tax system is like state to state is different, and America's tax system is like really aggressive. If you make small mistakes, they absolutely screw you. Whereas apparently the UK tax system is actually really quite forgiving, as long as you file on time, and as long as you're not like stealing money or anything. You know, as long as you can show you're not doing, you know, as long as you can prove that you're not doing something stupid on purpose. The UK is probably one of the easiest tax systems to deal with. But this is from what I understand. Mind you, I've done tax for a limited company. It's not. I get other people to do that now. Right, off to the Silverstone. I'm gonna do a poll. It's all right, where you can see the bar so far, the grindometer. You can sponsor the grindometer with a GIF or a message or something if you want for $5. This is what we decided to do. This is money-making scheme. We are now at 2,800. You can see we've got quite a way to go. I was going to do something. I can't remember what I was going to do. I have the short-term memory of a goldfish. What was I going to do? Oh, well, we'll remember in a minute. JRQ, I'm alright, thanks. How are you doing? Just tax everyone at a set percentage. No, why would you do that? Well, we have that in the UK. Oh yeah, America doesn't, do they? They don't have VAT. Value added. There's no value added to that. Don't you mean value stolen? No, what you need to do for a tax system to be fair is you tax people that earn less a lot less, and you tax people that earn more a lot more. And then you have thresholds based off quality of life, amount of money that you need for quality of life. Question: if you have two options, buy VR now or wait a year. Oh, I wouldn't get triples myself. Depends how much you sim race though. Personally, I'd only ever get a single screen. Tax everyone PAYE at the lower tax, but on everything they... Well, no, the problem is, so people already pay quite a lot of PAYE. The problem is like, so if you're a director, or you own multiple businesses, or you've got investments, you have different taxes. So that's the issue. It's like, well, first of all, if you're a PAYE employee, you let's say you're paid any time. If you're paid more than £50,000 to £60,000 a year, well, you're paying a lot. You're going to pay a lot of tax as a PAYE person. If you're a limited company, you pay yourself 12k or whatever it is now, 13. I don't know what it is now, but like the minimum before tax, and then you pay yourself dividends from your company, and then you structure the company such that you, if you've got a wife or a partner, you then pay them as an employee and do dividends, and then you structure the company so that it's as tax efficient as possible. But the issue is that what you want to do is you want to stimulate economic growth, and you do want people to be like sole traders or limited companies in small businesses that are good. So you want to encourage that, but you don't want it where you have people that are making £300,000-400,000 a year avoiding tons of tax purely through tax incentives that are meant to benefit people that aren't making as much money. So it's a weird balancing act. Just tax all income at 5%. Well, no, how would the problem is, Scuba Drunk, is that with the way you earn money and the way it works. So in business, like, look at how YouTube operates, right? Yeah, pixel therapy could explain. Like, go into in depth. It's fine. Yeah, I'm not I'm not a tax advisor or an accountant, but the problem is economically, it doesn't work in a fair way. So look at how it works. Look at YouTubers, for example. How many YouTubers are there that make enough money to be a full-time YouTuber? Like, let's just say in sim racing. In the UK, there's probably, what, 10 of us? There's probably 10 full-time... Well, it's probably 5. Maybe less than that. There's probably like... Okay, there's probably like 10 full-time sim racing YouTubers. There's probably 100 people that are making less than 10k a year as a sim racing YouTuber in the UK, let's say. And there's probably 1,000 people that make less than £1,000 a year. So there's probably 10 people that make over, let's say, £25,000 a year as a sim racing YouTuber. There's probably 100 that make up to 10k a year, and there's probably 1,000 or maybe 5,000 that make up to £1,000 a year as a sim racing YouTuber. And then there will be like 1 or 2 that could make upwards of 300, 500, £1 million a year, right? That's the distribution that happens in a lot of business, and that's the problem, is that you need to then balance things so that you want to stimulate the economy such that you can have more people in the bracket of being able to do the thing that they want to do, and make an income off it. So You could go, well, it's not fair that the person that's making £1 million a year has to pay more tax, in a sense, percentage-wise. But then you're like, but realistically, if you're making £500,000 a year, chances are you probably paid off a house, so that's easier because you don't need to rent. Chances are you don't, you've got, after you've passed £70,000 or £100,000 in the UK, you could probably eat any food you want. You could go on what holidays you want to go on. All like the actual life costs are all covered. So, and from the perspective of a person that earns over, say, £150,000 a year, their quality of life is not impacted by paying more taxes. You could argue their business freedoms are impacted, and you could argue, well, that might slow down economic growth. The evidence would suggest otherwise, but you see what I'm saying? That's why you can't just have a flat rate tax for everyone on everything, because it's like, think of it like a poker game. Yeah, the more money you earn, the easier it is to make money. Yeah, exactly. Think of it like a poker tournament. Everyone starts with the same chips, and then the chips gravitate towards fewer and fewer people. A lot of that is through random chance. There are some skilled poker players that do actually consistently do well and do well in tournaments, right? But a large part of it, for like half of the people on the final table, when you have let's say you have 5,000 people in a poker tournament, of the last 12 people in that tournament, 5 of them are on that last table largely due to luck, like predominantly just random variance, not because they skillfully got to the final table. So the point would be is like all those other people that have been knocked out of the poker tournament, imagine if that was in the economy. All those people are people that, well, they're no longer playing the game. They're no longer able to pay their mortgage. They're no longer to eat food or look after their family or do education or do whatever. So what you need to do is you want to try and keep the poker tournament going, and you want to distribute the money as much as possible. The way you do that is, as money gravitates upwards, you have to redistribute it back down so people can keep playing the game. That is literally the point of partly having a government, and that's part of having an economy, is the utility of people being able to do stuff. That's why it exists, arguably. I mean, there's a... some people could say it isn't. I mean, the reality of why it exists is it's a really good way to placate a large number of population, subjugate people, and make them feel that it's their own fault that they're subjugated, and them not to have a specific target to blame. Or even if they do know a target to blame, they won't know how to attack it, because everything's like hidden and dislocated through multiple layers of financing. So people just go, well, it's my fault. And then they're like, I have to go on benefits, and they're like, it's benefits. I should have worked harder. It's my fault. I'm scrounging. I have to be a benefit scrounger. So it's all like framed to make people feel like it's their fault, or like it's not, that the whole system is literally designed, either not necessarily even intentionally. The whole system we have is there to allow a small number of people to remain in power and have more luxury and more opportunity, and for them to look after their friends. It's exactly the same as medieval times. I mean, technology has made things better. Quality of life has improved due to general technology, and that is a result of the positive aspects of some parts of capitalism and some parts of just development. And it's not really just capitalism, it's also government actual investment in social programs. But you know graded from school and graded in life. It's not really tax talks, it's just economics, isn't it? It does seem really weird to me how people accept, by just dislocating things by 1 degree, people accept it. So if you, as I say, if you subjugate someone through a financial system, they accept it. Whereas if you were to say to someone, you're not allowed to do that, or you can't do this because your family's not rich, you weren't born into wealth, so you can't do this. By framing it as, you didn't earn the money, that's enough for most people to accept it. Whereas most people, like, look how people react to like sensible things like wearing a mask in a pandemic because they feel like they've been told what to do. That is like, oh my god, I can't wear a mask, that's terrible. But if you basically cripple someone through a financial system, don't have any opportunity, and frame it as, oh, it's just the economic system, they accept it. They're like, oh, it's my fault. It's amazing how easy it is to dupe people. Phil Locker, my job's great. You sit in a JCB and watch Game of Muscle. I think people like to be segregated though, and people really like class systems. Silverstone's a good example of this, like Formula 1 or like big events. The events are like, it's really weird actually. To go to a Formula 1 race, they segregate people based off tickets, right? Based off, you buy a basic entry ticket, you get these stands. You got more money, you get the bigger stands, you get better views, and and it is literally fences. It is literally fences segregating people. It looks like something like apartheid or something, but it's wealth apartheid. So it's okay. It's totally fine. Wealth apartheid. It's like, it's all right. It's like, but yeah, do the people have the? How many people in the like more expensive parts watching a Formula 1 race? How many of those people genuinely deserve to be there more than the people in the shitty stands? Like, yeah, okay, they spent more money in that context, fine, and they might be doing something with business, fine, it's business. But if you were to like actually look at it on a sort of human level of who is more deserving to get more access to something that people enjoy, is it fair to divide it up by access to wealth? Given that we know access to wealth isn't, it's not, you don't make money and be wealthy through merit. What am I talking about? We're just talking about economics and money. Anti-system? Which system? System of the Down. Punk rockers are pro-system, yeah. They're now part of establishment. By that logic, everything should be free. What do you mean by free? Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree. No, everything. So what I don't know. My logic is that money alone is quite a poor indicator of actual value that a person offers. But the problem is, culturally in the West, there's so much indoctrination that people assume that money is an actual value metric. But money is not actually linked to value a lot of the time. Sometimes it is, a lot of the time it isn't. That's the issue. So the only thing that money is categorically linked to is the ability to make more money. So, which sometimes good things can come from that. It's not always negative. How do you think we should categorise 8 billion people? I don't think you need to categorise 8 billion people, do you? You need to do better than that, Wayne Worth. How am I talking rubbish? You need to actually make a point, because I can't understand what you're saying. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing with that. I didn't say it's not important, did I? Yeah, you said you've disagreed, but you haven't actually disagreed with me. Like, yeah. How do you categorize 8 billion people? I don't think you can like realistically categorize 8 billion people individually, but there's going to be better ways than just latching onto a single metric of wealth, isn't there? So you yeah, plank. It's a gold standard. No, that even when there was gold standard, money was still disconnected from actual value. Gold standard doesn't actually matter, so people misunderstand gold standard. Yeah, no, but that's it's a common misunderstanding. So like, it's kind of irrelevant. So the fact is, it's irrelevant if a dollar, for example, is tied to an exact material asset, because so let's say $1 is attached to $1 worth of gold. It doesn't make any difference, because it doesn't make any difference if the dollar was attached to $1 of gold, or $1 is attached to $1 worth of the American economy, which is probably an economy that's not going to disappear anywhere. Gold has the same problem as the general American economy, in that you have to store it. There's gold prices can go up and down, they can be manipulated, so it doesn't make any difference if, like, gold standard doesn't necessarily matter. Like, I think there is some utility to having a fixed material asset that you know can't be discovered, more or less, and you know can't change much. I could see how that could reduce some aspects, that could reduce some aspects of inflation, and could cause some degree, allow for more stability in some ways, but in reality, not really. Like, I don't know why people latch onto gold standard, because it really doesn't work how they think it does. Yeah, but the biggest money makers weren't linked to so gold isn't actually gold. This isn't gold. The gold standard is exactly the same as what you have now, basically. So when you look at the value of gold, it's not a real thing. The value of gold back in the 30s or something, or the 20s, would have been basically how quickly can you extract gold from the ground, and at what rate. So that would affect inflation of gold and the value and the asset value of gold due to scarcity. Then you'd have, well, are there new technology and processes for the utility of gold? So that would affect the asset value of gold. And then you would have ownership and division of the ownership of the gold. Then you would have, as I say, storage of the gold and security of that gold, and what nation has the security and storage of that gold, and what the security of that nation is, and the power of that nation. So like gold, for some reason, people think that gold standard is like not the same as what we currently have. It's like, no, it really was basically the same thing. You just have an asset that you have to maintain arbitrarily. Okay, so you could even, so what people then learn about is fractional reserve banking, and then the argument would be, oh, you couldn't do that with gold standard, but you can, because you can issue tokens to ownership of gold, so it wouldn't matter. Like, and we don't, and fractional reserve banking isn't really how things work now anyway. That's not how wealth operates. So people watch, there's like YouTube videos. Yeah, we're on flat screen, we've sorted the headset out, but I'm just chilling. We're just chilling and chatting with my goggles. I can't wear these goggles in VR. Yeah. So the fundamental, the reason, for example, Yeah, exactly, Stephen Nelson. Yeah, the reason why gold standard is promoted on YouTube and to people that are economically illiterate or financially illiterate is so that people can sell gold to people for an incorrect price of what gold is worth, so that they can make money out of people buying gold, because gold still psychologically seems like a solid, reliable asset. And it does. Gold value has sort of gone up generally, and it's not necessarily a terrible asset, but that's what they're doing. That the whole gold promotion thing is basically people making money out of selling gold to people. That's all that is. So the example, I think the confusion that people have is, so cryptocurrency, for example, is a really good example of something that isn't tied to anything and is massively prone to bubbles, and no inherent value whatsoever, which is not how the dollar operates. So the difference between like cryptocurrencies, NFTs or whatever, like some like fabricated currency, is that it's not tied directly into a specific country that has the interest to preserve the inflation rate or the nature of that asset. So the value of the dollar is basically the fact that you have the entire American economy and then the American military and the American political system, left, right, whatever, and the American establishment are all, and then other countries as well, are all invested in using that as a specific currency. That's the value of the dollar. It's not so that protects, in a sense, the value of the dollar, because so many people are using it and because it's culturally tied into so much stuff. Whereas a cryptocurrency isn't. So it can go up and down and disappear in value. It can be pump and dumped really easily. So ironically, the dollar is much closer to gold and the gold standard, the conceptual framing of how gold standard used to operate, than people realise that anti-gold standard. And again, I'm not saying that gold standard is inherently bad necessarily. There will be pros and cons to it, and there's probably some nuance to it. Yeah, so also the value of the dollar or a big nation's currency is also based on the economic potential and growth of nations as well. We just fix that up. Here we go. We're going. But you didn't think we'd be talking. Oh, hello. We're falling into the seat. Why is the Spec Racer Ford so high? I guess the black box is separate to the other camera. That's well funny. Child seat needed. Bet you didn't think you'd tune in and listen to this bollocks. I mean, the only economy that matters... Yeah, it's alright, Silverstone. The only economy that matters is the iRating economy. It's the most valuable currency known to man. Like, with... I've been much more successful with women since I got 5k iRating. So, you know. I don't know David Grieber. What's his view? Yeah, the cryptocurrency stuff, though, is ridiculous. Like, so... NFTs and crypto can have utility for certain things, so they're not always inherently bad. Like, so like with, you know how Steam Workshop operates. So you can have individual assets tied to player items and things. Or there's loads of stuff where NFTs and crypto actually really do make sense. Well, you're not learning much. I have a habit of getting things a little bit confused. Even when I write about it, generally, I find it hard to be very clear in what I'm saying. And then I'm also wrong about stuff. So even when I'm right, I'm wrong, and when I'm wrong, I'm double wrong. So I mean, what can you do? That's why I hated school. Yeah, blockchain and stuff. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, here comes your first time lap.
Blockchain. This sounds like something that you use in the toilet. Ah, the toilet's blocked. Get out the blockchain. Oh no. Oh no. That turd is so big the toilet won't flush. Oh, it's alright. New blockchain. Solves your toilet problems in an instant. Blockchain. Blockchain. Hello, it's Xenoplanes. How's it going? Every currency in the world has eventually collapsed. We always go back to gold. No. What are you saying? Think about what you're saying there. So first of no, yeah. Right, inevitably, if a country has a fiat currency and that country collapses, which is probably inevitable for all countries over thousands of years, guess what happens? They go back to a barter system. Guess what is useful in a barter system? A material that doesn't erode easily and generally stays together and is somewhat scarce. Oh look, gold's handy, so's silver, so's a whole bunch of materials. Guess what the problem with gold is once you build a society back up? You can chip bits of it away, you realise it's quite heavy, so it's not convenient to move it around and buy stuff. You realise that actually in a modern society, in a technological society, gold is used for a lot of things. You realise that you can mine gold from in space, or there's other materials that are actually even better than gold in terms of stability and rarity. And then you realise, oh hang on, we might as well just use a different metallic substance, or even just some kind of digitally tabulated substance that achieves a similar thing. And actually the crux of it isn't the material or the token. The crux of it is the utility and the trust, the cultural trust of a specific thing that a country's using. So, do you understand? So yeah, every time a country collapses, hello Fury Fiber, yeah, it's not surprising that whatever fiat currency they use it will change. I mean, also saying that gold is what everyone's used is not true. So you have there's evidence of like Neanderthals and is it Paleolithic man, like old man using. There's reasonable evidence to suggest that they would use beads and art or other materials for for exchange. It's just barter systems, or because you would, wouldn't you? You just use whatever material is available as a trade material. People still use it now. I've got no filing account. I will add it. Oh, I found it. I just need to copy it. I need to paste it in. Bloody hell. You don't worry. You get your $10 of value. Look at the dog. The dog holding a hot dog's pretty good though. Uranium standard. It's burnt a hole in my pocket. The plutonium standard. Well, it depends, doesn't it? If you're hungry and thirsty, clean water's probably... Well, so that's... base societies, the biggest commodity is probably security. It'll be food, water, and then group security will be the biggest commodities. And that's why, evolutionarily, humans have become such social animals. Because if you can group up with other people, the strength that gives you in diluting risk is huge. So the original currency is social groups, and then that would be leveraged to manipulate people and get them to do stuff. So you'd be like, oh wow, look, we've got 5 strong guys. We've got 3 hot babe women that are fertile, and we've got a nice little encampment here with a nice sea view. We know that river's got fish in it. If you and we know that there's fresh water. If you want to stay with us, you have to go and go berry picking every morning, which is really shit job 'cause you have to bend over, and you also have to get wood for the fires. But if you do that, you can stay with us, and you get maybe you can sleep with the hot women, probably not, but you get the sea view, and if like 2 or 3 other people, marauders, come to try and get you, we'll protect you. Okay, I'll go and pick berries. There you go, humanity, modern society. Clyrone, I honestly remember this concept because of Fallout and the fact that they use bottle caps for currency, since that's what remained. Yeah, yeah, you can use anything.
Intero.
I need some admin assistance. What's that? What, for my berry picking? Here we go. Oh, I need a pole. Oh, I've got to do a new prediction. Here we go. Predictions up. Fiat Panda currency.
The estimated strength of field is 2,000.
We were just talking about economics. This all stemmed from me saying how it's weirdly... It's weird
Okay, let's go.
that we accept economic segregation, and when you go to like a Formula 1 race, you have like the wealthy people and the businesses literally segregated by fences from the poor people in the other grandstands who have to then have to queue up to use the toilets and things. And that's completely just like, oh, that's fine. And it literally looks, it is segregation.
Green flag.
But it's alright in that context. I think we should segregate iRacers from other sim racers though.
Car on your left. Stay on the right.
To be honest. It's better for everyone. Segregate iRacers behind the paywall is what I say.
Still there. You're on the right. 3 wide. Left side, 2 wide. There's an incident ahead. Still there. Hold your line. Keep to the right. Clear on the left. Right side. Clear.
Well, everyone's facing the right way. This is a miracle. This is a rare situation.
Right side. Stay on the left. Clear on the right. You're in the middle. 3 wide.
That was close.
Car right. 2 wide. Clear on the
I
right.
really like how he
2 wide.
rejoined the track and then slammed his brakes on. That was really good. It certainly added to the intensity of that moment. Congratulations to the car behind me that missed me though. I appreciate that. Oh my, how is his first lap? How are we not dead? How did we survive that? That was a miracle. Is everyone like on Why is everyone driving like not crashing? What's going on? Maybe second lap is when the explosives get ignited. All iRacers have been replaced with AI. That's what's going on. It's iRacing have done it. There's not even people shouting on the microphone. What is going on?
Kevin, have I got front wing damage?
By the way, guys, congratulations. That was a full lap and nobody crashed. I can't believe what I've just witnessed. I think the Earth's about to end. Ah! Screen just turned off. Oh, there we go.
Go right. Clear.
Oh, Oh dear, that's suboptimal. No, my screen's flashing on and off. Oh no. That's a problem. Oh no. I've got a new capture card. Jesus Christ. Just keep driving. Little mini seizures add to this spice. Bloody hell. I was giving me an heart attack. When it went blank for you guys on the screen, my screen's gone blank. That's why there's no signal. It's the thing I use to split the signal sometimes farts. If I leave it on for like a month. I'm happy with my purchase. What purchase?
You got a slow car on the right. Car stopped on the right.
Hello.
Car on your left.
Hello.
Clear.
How's the car behind me? Good job missing him, Cooper. Nice one. Is that WTF? It's good avoidance. Are you stupid? This is iRacing, Cooper. Everyone is stupid. You have to be an idiot to play this game in the first place.
You got a slow car on the right. Car stopped on the right.
Here we go.
There.
Oh. Oh no, I didn't buy it. Ava Media sent it to me. They sent me two actually.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Smileable!
Hello, James. It's Paul. Here's some money towards a working screen and capture card.
No, I've got it.
There's an incident behind.
Ava Media sent it to me for free. I just haven't put it in my computer yet. We could do that today actually. But then this is kind of working, so. Thank you very much, Paul. Really appreciate that. Guys, check out Smileable, Paul Smith. He does lots of train sim, commentary. He's nice and chilled out, but unfortunately he's a total dickhead. Oh dear. I should have said that with a totally straight face. No, go check out his channel, guys. Give him a follow if you haven't. Whoa! That's an interesting technique there.
Just get a leader that way. Good job.
Left side.
Besmirch my good name.
Stay on the right.
Sir,
You're fighting too.
how dare you? How dare you slander
Still there,
one?
hold your line. Clear on the left.
I hope we do the London Transport Museum Easter.
Right side.
I'm going to move to the left.
I'm
so it doesn't
sorry.
rear-end me. The London Transport Museum Easter trip. I do have it in my planner, you know. Be good.
New fast flat for you.
Oh well, to sell 7th. Yeah, for those of you that aren't in the UK, in London, in Covent Garden, there's a transport museum, and they have like old London Underground trains and buses
There's an
and
incident ahead. Car stopped ahead. Go right. Go right.
all that kind of thing. Nice one, Cooper. We're still going. 8 down. 7 to go. Everybody's been wrecking in front of myself and Cooper. Trams, trolley buses. I love that kind of shit.
Are you fucking blind, Baker?
That's highly offensive. I've been playing iRacing with no eyes for 5 years. Oh, hello. Oh, Yuri's coming at us. Legend. Mastic legend. He knows about the caves. That's where he keeps all his siblings. Castor. He's got like
nice
a.
driving, Baker.
Thank you. Oh, you're Finlandian now. That's confusing. You do realise you have like the most UFC name in all of esports sim racing. In the blue corner.
That was your fastest lap of the session. You're in the top 10.
The man with the powerful punch. After 20 years of direct drive wheel usage. I wonder if sim racers probably do have like really strong arm strength. Yeah, the M&M shop's shit. It's not in Piccadilly Circus, it's in Leicester Square. Okay, it is Piccadilly Circus. So, it's terrible. It smells awful as well. I've been in it. It's so bad. It's such a horrible tourist trap. What did it used to be, that building? It's like a supermarket. Like Trocadero used to be. It's next to Trocadero near it. Used to be Sega World. But yeah, welcome along, Castorpians. You've come from a talented driver to one of the worst drivers in all of the world. I've got good glasses though, so that's a win.
Oh, did you spin again back there? That's a surprise.
If you click the follow button, you'll be sure to be sad, depressed, and filled with regret. But welcome along. Do really appreciate the raid. Paul, why don't you do like raids with like 300 people? Like, honestly, Paul, it's pathetic. You know, you just, it really is, like, you really do let me down. Like, your absolutely pathetic train sim raids. Really, you absolutely disgust me. You let everyone down. I mean, that's how other YouTubers, Twitch streamers feel when I raid them. They're like, thanks for the raid, but you know.
Stop defending, man.
Yeah, because I like trains. I like relaxing streamers. I like, yeah, I find it like, you know, streamers that are like mental. I find them hard to watch. We're in ninth place just by not crashing. Beautiful. We have to beat this guy though. It's been a nice drive. Yeah, guys, go and follow Yuri if you haven't. He's a quick biscuit. He'll dunk on you. Imagine actually being good at sim racing. Imagine, guys, imagine doing something and actually being good at it. Activate try hard. I think it must be boring, to be honest. If you're actually genuinely talented, like, obviously you still have to put work in, you have to train, you have to be focused. But if you're genuinely good at something, you're going to feel pressure to actually be good, because you'll be like, I know I'm good, I know I can do better. Whereas if you're pretty much terrible at everything, you can just relax and go, oh well, everything's good, everything's a bonus. Don't really matter, does it? It's perfect. Go back to work. Oh, that's it. He's back off to Tory headquarters. Back to the Department of Kicking Homeless People for Paul. He's the department lead for Department of abusing homeless people. They set it up. Priti Patel set it up last year, and Paul was like, Can't wait. That sounds like a job for me. I hate
Go
the
ahead.
homeless people. And they were like, yes, that's why you're a Tory. But don't say it publicly. We'll pretend that we care about people. They would rename the department. The real name would be Department of Kicking Homeless People in the Face. But the rebranded department would be the Department of Opportunistic Futures. Twilight Litigation. Oh, that sounds like an exciting word. Is it a positive thing? Ah, he doesn't like He doesn't like to be litigated. Oh, I'd litigate her. Is litigate like Partygate? Words, how do they work? What? Beautiful. Smileable. I might start litigation against you. The compensation being a VIS. You just need to, rather than litigation, you could maybe like somehow find a way to make me more organised and less easy to be distracted. It's literally in the box next to me. It's right next to me. Ah, you would love Derail Valley. I need to hold back pleasurable experiences from you so you can feel sad. And I can enjoy your sadness, because secretly, I'm a Tory. All my self-worth is based on the suffering of others. See that person being challenged in courts for calling them... Really? I mean, it'd be terrible to call Tories scum, wouldn't it? Imagine calling a group of people that have systemically murdered a whole... thousands. Imagine calling them scum. That'd be unimaginable. Hang on, in what context did he call them scum? Alright, Paul. I would never insinuate that Tories are a cancer on society and an entirely corrupt entity with no interest in other people doing stuff to extract wealth from others that are vulnerable for their own interest. I would never suggest that.
Just set your fastest lap of the session.
Hang on, so... So they are...
You've got about 5 laps of fuel.
So what is it? So they have to go to court for what, slander? The High Court has rejected... What? Hang on. So legally at the moment, it's suggesting that you can't call someone scum. A politician, not just anyone. So fair enough. Fair enough, like if you were to just go up to someone in the street and harass them. But even then, if someone came up to me and they said, "Oh, your YouTube channel's shit and I think you're sim racing scum," as long as they didn't like stop me from doing stuff and they just said it once and then moved on, in what way would that be an infringement on my rights, you know? That would be perfectly reasonable, right? I mean, if they sought me out and stalked me, that would be stalking. But like, if I was at like Sim Racing Expo, or no, Tory Party Conference, Sim Racing Expo, and they came up to me and said that, I'd be like, well, it's a political. So, I'm at Sim Racing Expo. I have a reasonable expectation for other sim racers to be there, and a reasonable expectation that some of them don't like my content and disagree. So, right, it'd be completely reasonable for them to, like, I mean, it wouldn't be clear communication from them. It wouldn't be productive. I wouldn't want someone to say that to other people, even if I disagreed with them. But it wouldn't affect me. Like, someone came up to me and they were like, "Oh, your channel's shit." I'd be like, "Well, that is fine." I couldn't. Why would I want to sue them? The Conservatives have genuinely fucked the country. Like, it's not even vaguely debatable. Other governments have fucked the country as well, but like they are absolutely disgusting what they've done. Even if you're a conservative, you would think that. Like, if anything, if you were a genuine conservative and like more about preserving, like your interest is in like preserving historical British values and, you know, all those kind of things, like a traditionalist conservative, you would hate the Conservatives as they are now as well, because they haven't even protected cultural heritage and things, or you know, they haven't even been conservative. They're just terrible. Do you think we can overtake this guy in the last corner? It's on. Do you think he'll leave the inside open? Hang on. No, he's defending well.
Car right. Clear.
Whoa, good driving by him. Really good defensive driving. He defended us really well. Good driving. Good racing, Cooper. Nice one. Good defending as well. I tried.
All right.
Good driving.
Ticket flag. Nice run. Solid work.
12 rating. It's a little bit.
Just needed one more lap, George, and you would have had me, mate, I think.
Yeah, he's defended it well. You just got to hold the inside. Nice.
All kicked off at the end there, didn't it?
If I race him again, I'll have to try and pass him sooner.
Yeah, good racing.
Or what you really need to do is not be this close.
Yeah, it's good. A little bit quicker.
Not be this close here. You need to be a bit further away, like 1.3 seconds, so that you get the full draft down the straight. Yeah, I'm policing the F4. So you don't get a full draft, so that you're in front on the outside or the inside for this corner. Then they can't defend it. I was too close through the other chicane. It was good driving by him. Thank you for your service. Right, people have lost channel points from that. Yeah, as you'll notice, there's only one police car in all of F4. Budget cuts, and I'm actually a community. I'm a community officer. I'm not even salaried. I don't actually have any rights over an average. I have to do citizen arrests. But I give the illusion of there being a presence of policing, and that's the point. Just like Tory policy. It's all about creating an illusion of doing work whilst you steal money from the rest of the society that you're governing. Right. Nothing you can really do when they're on the inside. But these, in this race, we had so many crashes to avoid. Right, let's get filing accounts GIF on here. Where is it? Where's his GIF? But filing account. Where did you send it? Did I save it? Ah, this bloody filing account guy. He always makes everything so awkward. It was a dancing hot dog, wasn't it? I cannot find it. Ah. I think I've... was it just the dancing hot dog? I think he's falling asleep. Let's get this on here. If this isn't the correct one, then I don't know. I think this is the right one. Let's put it on the screen. And we got many Australian viewers. Was it this one? I think it was that. There you go, look at that. That is art. Hello, Nick Shorty. How's it going? Welcome along. Right. Yeah, this was a nice little... What's the time? 11 o'clock. It's weird that the strength of field's pretty low at the moment. I guess all the kids are in school. all the fast iRacers. Although yesterday at 11 there was we were getting like 3k strength of field. Yeah, there was so many. Let's have a look at this. Welcome to Crash Investigation. Right, what happened? Oh, the old. How many people is this catching out? Tyres are warm. Oh no, they're not going to work, matey. Not going to work. No, they're still not going to work. Guess what? They ain't going to work. Nice shiny livery though. He looks like a pog. I want a shiny car. We need to put that layer in. How do they do this kind of shiny stuff on real F4 cars? Is it like a foil? How do they make carbon fibre race cars shiny? Livery. Hang on, you can ceramic coat carbon fibre. I didn't realise that. How to get shiny carbon? Yeah, I'd imagine it's a wrap of some kind. Yeah, I know there's varnish, but for this kind of metallic shine, do they put is it like a metallic? Because you can get that spray, can't you? That's metallic as well. How to spray carbon fiber with a mirror finish. It's a metallic flake, well, in paint, but that would be like diffuse, right? And to get like an actual mirror-like reflection. What's that paint? You get it in a spray can, you can spray anything and it makes it look shiny. There's no videos of anyone doing it. Mirror finish on carbon fiber. I want to see this now. This is people polishing carbon fiber. That's just because they're polishing the vinyl, not vinyl. You know the. We're always in the 90s. Chrome wrap. Okay, chrome wrap carbon fiber. Ah, yes. Oh, you can buy the sheets of it. Ah, there we go. $14.99 chrome wrap. Oh, it's got like a bubbly. Oh no, that's just the installation. Ah, guys. Ah, chrome wrap car. Look at this. Here's my affiliate link for it. Look at this. Oh, imagine having this with a Skoda Citigo chrome wrapped. Ah, imagine that. Oh, that. Guys, that would be so good. Like, I can chrome wrap my kayak. Oh, it's gonna not work, is it? This is $14.99 for 50. Yeah, £30. Oh no, 150 by 50 is probably shitty quality, but chrome wrap my kayak. Would it stick to it? I'm not sure if it would. The kayak's made out of the same plastic that milk jugs are made of. I don't know what it's called, but you know what I mean. Oh, guys. How cool would that be if you had a shitty road car? Chrome wrap is going to cost like... Doesn't it normally cost like $1,000 to get a car professionally wrapped? Right, like $2,000. Hang on. How much does it cost to get a road car vinyl wrapped? £1,800 to £5,000. You might as well just buy another car. The insurance would go up as well. But if it was like a Skoda Citigo, it's going to be a lot easier to wrap, I think, than something with loads of complex shapes. Yeah. But guys. Pearlescent vinyl. This is why I love this colour. Check this out. This is what I did in Need for Speed Underground. I love this colour as well. Here we go, look. Let's put a link in Twitch chat. Look at that. Pearlescent green, blue, green. I really like that colour. It's really like bad. Like, I don't know why. I think it's because loads of toys in the 90s were this purple green. That's perfect. It looks terrible, but I like it. But I mean the chrome. You don't really see this that often. Oh, look at this. It's so bad, but it's good. Ah, well, okay. That's great. Good link there. It's a nice short link. They really did a good job when they designed this website. They really thought about making the URLs SEO optimized. I don't think it really matters too much anymore, does it? Bloody hell. It's like the worst link ever.
The pace car is out of control.
Yeah, the thing is it if you vinyl wrap a car, it does protect the undercoat of paint. So if you had like a fancy car and you wanted to keep it in mint condition, isn't vinyl wrapping a good idea? Or does it not work out? Oh, holographic vinyl wrap. Hang on. Now we're talking. Here we go, holographic black. Oh, here we go. Look at this. This car's been holographic wrapped. We'll sign up to the next race, guys. This looks pretty bad. And it's kind of cool though, actually, because it's like got an undercolor, but then it reflects the light. That's awesome. It's kind of terrible, but I actually really like it. That's distracting though. That'd be so good on a race car. Okay, that's I'm sorry guys, but that is what I want. That's got to be illegal. Yeah, I agree. Right, we need to get this. We need this holographic vinyl wrap. I'll post it on YouTube as well. We need this on every car. This is the ultimate vinyl wrap. It does not get better than this. I'm pretty sure that that's illegal because it's distracting. Well, but there's that new paint though, isn't there? That's like screen, and so like you can choose a colour when you're driving, like e-ink or something. It seems like quite a few people are doing it now. But I signed up to the next race here. The Venta Black car. I've seen some. Is it on YouTube? Oh yeah, that looks awesome. The BMW. It kind of looks stupid at the same time as well. It looks like a video game car that hasn't rendered properly. That's pretty funny. Yeah, I've not seen this one before. It reminds me of the yellow, the yellow car in R Factor 2. Yeah, the shaders, or like it's It's you know when you matte an object for like in a film. You know if you're doing comping in Adobe After Effects. It just looks weird. I bet you. I wonder what it looks like in real life though. If it actually looks good or not. Because sometimes some of the Venta Black stuff in real life can apparently look like absolutely amazing, but then I'd imagine it would get dirty, and then that would ruin the effect of it. And then also some colours and things look totally different on video to what they look like in real life.
The pace car is out of control.
Like you can see where they filmed it, the Drive Tribe video. They've set the camera up to make it look blacker. They've also put the lights of the car on to contrast. You can't find the doors. That's so stupid. The door handle. It's so stupid. Oh dear. Yeah, look at it in normal light. It's not actually that black. Yeah, it's how you film it. And photograph it makes it look much darker than it actually is. Oh, here we go. Yeah, it looks more like a matte. Yeah, I don't think it actually works as proper Venta Black. Like, look at this short. I'm pretty sure it's impossible because the problem with Venta Black is it works through diffusion and so you couldn't. I don't know how you'd paint it onto a cut. Like, I think it can only work on a really matte surface of a certain material type. I believe. I could be wrong, but. I mean, in real life, it actually looks like a really nice matte black in real life. Oh, no. Yeah, you can see aspects of it are quite nice, but then you can see where it's got dirty and not, and so the effect doesn't actually work. It'd be interesting. It'd be interesting to see in real life, though. Those sort of things just don't look right on film. Sign up to the next one here. Yeah, we didn't get we did not get 30 points there, so sorry to those of you that lost points. We have Nico ACC getting the points there. Grip Fuel, Cyclone. We had a lot of optimism. Kenner, Andreas, Eggs, 88, Unlucky Vader, Phantom. Oh no, Kenner lost 7,000 points. What a disaster. We'll do a new prediction. We'll go for 20. The strength of field's a bit low. In 10 minutes. Get your predictions in. Get in there. Oh. I really quite like to do a car livery that's like stripe, like really thin, like pin lines. Not pin stripe, but like just like really thin lines, but in different colours. Maybe like in slices along the whole car. Maybe in one colour and then it fades to the back, but then having it so that they're like, I think that could look quite cool. Be a bit of a pain to line it up though on a lot of liveries. It's going to be an absolute disaster. Paul Smith livery. What does he have? He probably just has pies all over his car. How's the PPI sales going, Andrew? Have I got PPI.com? Hang on. Have I got PPI? Is that still a thing now? Have I got PPI? Sounds like a disease. You ready, guys? This is Andrew Levy's favourite song.
If today is what we make it, let's make it good. Intrepid, good trips only. Have I got
PPI?
Mr. Brockett from Milton Keynes had been missold PPI and claimed back over £4,500 on his loan with Barclays. Mrs. Keithley from Leicester had PPI on an MBNA credit card and successfully claimed back over £2,500.
Right, how much credit would you have to have £2,500 worth of PPI? Surely they must have like £100,000 worth of credit. Like, if payment protection equaled 2,500, Mr. Brockett, yeah, don't you know, Mr. Brockett?
Have I
Got PPI?
Mr. Brockett from Milton Keynes.
Mr. Brockett from Milton Keynes. Mr. Brockett from Milton Keynes. Don't you know Mr. Brockett from Milton Keynes? It's like Paul J from Baltimore. Mr. Brockett from Milton Keynes. the person's name and where they're from. Oh, Andrew Levy from London Bridge.
Had been missold PPI and claimed back over £4,500 on his loan with Barclays. Mrs. Keithley from Leicester had PPI.
Mrs. Keithley from Leicester
on an MBNA credit card and successfully claimed back over £2,500.
Wow, that's two examples of people that had PPI. I'm convinced.
We've obtained refunds of over £100 million for our clients, and you too could be owed money. For a free PPI check, text PPI to 80800.
Have I got PPI.com?
That's PPI to 80800.
Have I got PPI.com? I've got another one here. You ready?
If you've taken out a loan, mortgage or credit card, you may be in the dark as to whether you've paid PPI. You could be owed thousands. At haveigotppi.com, we'll find out for you. It's easy. Just give us the name of your lender and we'll do the rest. We've already secured millions of pounds for our clients and there's still billions to be paid out. Some of that money could be yours. Make today a brighter day and find out if you could be owed thousands. Simply text PPI to 80800.
Have I got PPI.com?
Imagine if it was like a AIDS advert. Have I got HIV.com? Oh dear. It's so happy.
Text PPI to 80800.
Have I got syphilis.com?
Have I got
Yeah. So jolly.
800.
Have I got
PPI.com?
What a tune, what a banger. We should remix it. Should do a trance remix of PPI. Have I got PPI.com? Trance remix. Oh, it's probably copyright. Can't do that. No jokes about no one makes funny jokes about PPI. There's no you can't find PPI funny.
New Power Age Serum fights
Power Age Serum.
Revitalized.
Get the power to age better.
Get the power to age better. What does that even mean? The power to age better. Anti-age serum. The power to age better. But then if you're... Surely that's already a contradiction. If it's anti-age serum to make you look younger, then it's not anti-aging. if you're aging better, it's immediately they've negated the message of their skin cream.
Have I got PPI? Mr. Middlebrook from Norfolk didn't know
Mr. Middlebrook from Norfolk
that he had PPI and successfully claimed back over £1,600. Wendy from Oxfordshire didn't know
Wendy from Oxfordshire. She's a bit of a MILF.
either and received £9,795 in refunds. Don't know if you've ever paid payment protection insurance? You're not alone. Find out with haveigotppi.com. Visit us today or text PPI to 80800. Have I got PPI.com? That's PPI.
How many PPI plans did you sell, Angie? I've got PPI. We're going racing with PPI. PPI race team. Have I got PPI? I want that on my livery. Woo! Oh! Ow! My tendons are broken. Everyone knows you're broken when your heart's not open. Right, here we go. It's time. Oh, you always got to wear your goggles. Goggles are... Oh, setup. It's the open setup. Take fuel out. And off we go. Oh, strength of field's picking up here. What a grind, guys. What a grind. What are we on now? 2,800. We're moving up. We could probably be on 3K by the end of today. $3K at the end of the day. Easy. We should do some races in VR. Pop headset on. I find it like absolutely cooks my brain though when I go from 2D to 3D. It's really weird. Any of you guys in chat playing VR and then go on 2D? It really is mental. You have a second gaming PC setup, you want to race on, but it only has a smallish ultra wide. Yes! Get the Gamer Muscle VR headset using Quest 3 VR headset and use my Amazon link and then use my Meta link and then I get money. Awesome. If you use my Meta link you get £20 back in store credit. Wow. I want a hot dog. I need some food actually.
Okay, here comes your first time lap.
Absolutely starving. Here we go. Yeah, I mean I don't mind gaming in 2D, but like 3D, like VR is genuinely incredible. Like it's actually, especially with the Quest 3, it's genuinely incredible. Like of anything that you can do technologically at the moment, like the first time you use a computer mouse on a computer, you know, the first time you ever played a video game, it's like, oh, that was really good. You know, if you're away from computers for a long time, you're like, oh, that's pretty good. First time you use a touchscreen. But, like, VR is probably one of the most incredible technological experiences. Maybe not in terms of utility, but in terms of, like, the experience. Like, sim racing in VR or flight sim in VR is more of a incredible experience than a lot of things that people consider to be like going to a theme park or, you know, going in a fast road car or something. I think it is, yeah. It's light, it's more comfortable, and it's got a wider field of view.
One more lap.
So yeah, it's strange that there's been like a bit of hype around the Apple VR headset. I think people had an initial hype around the DK2 and the you know, and a little bit of VR and stuff. And then in the 90s there was loads of VR hype. But then I think because there's been so much hype around shit VR, now that we have like a Quest 3 is genuinely, because of the edge-to-edge clarity, the field of view and stuff, and that's in a portable device, it's genuinely massively impressive, but people, your average person, just doesn't really know about it. Like, but it's weird what people decide to be impressed about. Like, you know, like the Wii, the Nintendo Wii. People were really, your average person was really impressed with the Nintendo Wii. Oh, I can bowl with me hands!
You've got about 2 laps of fuel.
For some reason, that was a thing that captured the zeitgeist of your average pleb. But then in VR, you've got all that and more, and you're in the game, and yet apparently people are just like, yeah, I don't know. They've not been told. I guess you can't immediately see someone else doing it and then go, oh, I want to try that. Yeah, no, the Wii was good, but actually,
The pace car is out of control.
Weirdly, the Wii balance board was better than the Wii controllers. Yeah, it's been working all right for us, the Quest 3.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normal.
Oh, Max, we're talking about Wii's, not iRacing.
It's probably one of the.
Go away, Max.
One of the or not the best simulation to practice, like.
He never shuts
even
up.
F1.
He always keeps bringing.
It's really good.
It's always the same with Max. Won't stop talking about AC. I'm tired of it. I've had enough of him going on about tyre models. I'm really regretting. Oh no! Why is that doing that? Hey? Why is it forgotten? What did it? Did I click on something?
Mind the gap.
Why has it just forgotten all the controls when I did that? That's weird. Pit speed limiter. And then I need brake bias forwards and backwards. Where's that? forwards, backwards. Pit limiter, pit limiter, pit limiter. Where's pit limiter? Pit speed limiter. Fuel's done. What else do I need? Oh, we're good. 11th place break. Thank you. Have a good one. Andrew Levy, I'm looking to upgrade to DD wheelbase. You don't think you're going to go to Fanatec due to supply chain support issues? Moza, yeah, Acertec's really nice, and Moza is as well. They're both, you can't really go wrong. Just look what wheels they've got. Simagic as well. Just see what wheel rims they've got, and if the wheel rim is one that the wheel rims appeal to for the price.
The estimated SOF is 2,735.
Never go back to 2D.
It's competitive out there. Head down, stay sharp.
This is a better strength of field. It's getting better. Right, the pole. I think the pole's closing. No, it wasn't a bug. It was, for some reason, I'd selected with H265. So when we were setting things up, someone came in chat and they're like, "Oh, you need to use H265." So I was like, "Oh, okay, I don't know." And then I was trying it out and I was messing around with it, but you can't actually use H265 above 200 megabits because it's too hard to decode. So
Green.
basically it won't work above 200 megabits with H265. You have to use H264. So I don't know who was coming into our chat
Car on your left.
going H265. It's like, no, they didn't know what they were talking about. And for some, I like subconsciously absorbed what they were saying.
Car on your left. Stay on the right. Car on your left. Too wide. Still there.
Without actually thinking about it critically.
Stay on the right. Stay on the right.
Like H265 is good if you if you're over wireless and lower bit rates. Then H265 makes sense, but that's it. But if you're not over wireless, you might as well use H2. So H265 takes twice as much to encode and decode as H264, but it's about twice as efficient. So a 10 megabit H265 looks as good as a 20 megabit H264. So at smaller bit rates, i.e. over Wi-Fi and stuff, where you take the compromise in encoding and decoding because the limitation is bandwidth, H265 is fantastic. Or like web video and stuff, great. But once you've got the ability to just use a cable,
Go right. Go left. Go right. Left side. Go right. Stay on the right.
once you've got the ability to use a cable, then it's not a problem. I don't know what happened there, but we've got wheels, so I'm happy. Just the F4 things. What on earth was that?
You're in the top 10.
Yeah, so last night I posted on the Oculus thing because I thought it was an Oculus update that caused problem. So I post on the Oculus Reddit and I'm like, oh, update's broken this, and then people were replying and I was like, that didn't make any sense, because what had happened is I thought that I was running H265 at 900, but I wasn't. So either I'd not selected H265 and it was and I hadn't noticed because I'm dumb, and then was running 900 and that's why that was working when I thought I was testing H265 at 900, or I had selected it but it wasn't applying it until you restart the headset, the software, whatever. So I'd selected it but it wasn't actually using H265, so I thought it was testing H265 but it wasn't. Or the update rolled out and then did actually make it use H265. Either way, when I thought I was using H.265, I wasn't, clearly, because it's physically impossible for the Quest to decode H.265 at above 200 megabits per second. And so that made it very confusing. So I did these posts, and then people were like, well, no, these quality settings with H.264, and I was like, well, yeah, but I've tested it, so I know this works. And then I went and double checked, and I was like, I'm going to absolutely make sure it's running H.264 to eliminate that. And then I was like, oh, actually, yeah, H.264 is working. So basically, I had to reply to everyone going, no, I'm an idiot. Yeah, it was because I was mistaken. And then re-edit the post going, yeah, I'm an idiot. But it's good to know. I mean, I already knew I was a bit of an idiot. Ah, stop it! We need to restart my splitter. Black it out here. Yeah, that debug tool also isn't very clear when it's applying. It also resets some settings. Also, in fairness to me, like, I'm dumb, but I did think to... So when it wasn't working, I did go through the process of... I reinstalled the software entirely. Like, I completely removed it. I completely removed the Oculus software. I rebooted my PC with the headset off and everything, and then restarted my PC, then reinstalled it, then rebooted. And the problem is, somehow the settings are saved somewhere else. Must be in like user settings, so it doesn't actually remove all the settings when you reinstall the software. So I thought by reinstalling it, oh, it'll reset everything to the defaults, but clearly it doesn't. So again, that's another reason why I thought it was why the issue was Oculus rather than it being 264. Yeah, it really doesn't make sense why they don't have good default settings with the link cable. Like, if you plug in a physical cable and you do a bandwidth test of the cable, and it goes, oh, it's a 3 gigabit cable. A USB 3 can do 6 gigabit, but an okay quality cable can do 3 gigabit. So it should go, oh, right, okay. There's a 3 gigabit cable. We've tested it through the software, so we know that it can do these data rates. So, right, we're going to apply the defaults based off. You could go, right, they've got a 3080 Ti, and they've got this cable. So we'll just use the 900 megabits in these settings. Still allow people to tweak if they want to, but yeah. So I tell you what's happened, Mark. Or my impression of what's happened. Oculus have been focused on. So first of all, I feel like they're kind of. Facebook's a huge company. They've got some really good talent, engineers, but I think they struggle with interdepartmental communication. That's my understanding from what I've heard. Then I feel like their focus has been on the device as a standalone unit primarily when it comes to software. So the PC implementation and the PC side of things are basically remnants of the original Oculus software when that was what they were primarily doing, right? With the PC plug-in headset before they had the standalone device. But I feel like there's actually quite with the AVP has now, for some reason, completely changed because people are absolute morons. The narrative is now, oh, you can use a VR headset as a computing, as a screen, as a productivity device, and so investors are now going, oh, hang on, there seems to be quite a demand from Apple users, or Apple shows that there's people that want to use these as computer screens, productivity devices. Oh, that means that people will want to plug this headset into a PC. Oh, that means that we're going to actually have to support the PC as well. So we're going back to there being interest in the PC software. It's so dumb. It's really dumb, and largely this is because arbitrarily and irrationally, people see the Apple stuff, and Apple have promoted the AVP headset as a productivity device, even though I think it's probably shit as a productivity device, but that's what they've marketed it as. And Apple fans are brain dead, and they will just go along with whatever Apple says and promotes, and that will then become the reality, like a self-fulfilling prophecy. I know. I always think it's AVP. I was replying to someone about that. Also, I've got a weird story about AVP. When I was at school, when I was like 14 or 15, when AVP came out, where's he going? Someone lent me AVP, and then they died. So I got a free copy of AVP from someone that died, and I didn't know them that well. Like, so they were like a year or two above me. And basically, someone that was a year above me knew that I was a PC gamer and there was a fan of PC games. And they knew someone a year above them that happened to have AVP randomly. And they were like, oh, you'll enjoy this. And, you know, I think they'd just lent it to them. So they were like, oh, they'll lend it to you. So then this person lent it to me and they just die. And then, so yeah, I got a free copy of the game. It was really weird because I didn't know them that well, other than my interaction with them was them giving me the game. It was so weird. And then no one like really told me anything. I didn't know any of their friends. They were just like, oh yeah, no, they're dead. so weird.
Right side.
So random.
Still there, hold your line.
Nice overtake.
Clear. Car right.
Oh, I'm slow.
The car in P3. Just set the fastest lap. 0.884. Stay on the left.
Life hacks. Yeah. These guys try and follow these guys. They got better pace than me. This guy's a bit of a lunatic. We've raced him before. You know he's a lunatic because he thinks he's iRacer Senna. What's that? Running steam? Sorry, I missed your message. Iced coffee's awesome, yeah. Have you only just had your first iced coffee? Make it yourself. The Vision Pro. Yeah, well, you can use the Quest. Oh, I see. Yeah, but the problem with the Vision Pro is, so his field of view's not that big. The screens have smear from the OLEDs. It's not a comfortable headset. It's quite a heavy headset, and it doesn't have controllers. And it costs £3,500. And basically, so for gaming, the Quest 3 is a better VR headset than the Vision Pro. The Vision Pro is a better AR headset, but what actual AR stuff does it have other than being able to pin windows in your environment and the environmental scanning features? It's actually a worse headset than the Quest 3. I mean, it has higher resolution, so if you're looking at windows and stuff, but why would you want to use a headset for that? At the moment, like until the headset is a lot smaller, you just wouldn't use it for that. There's no point.
New fast flat for you.
But I think a lot of Apple users are new to VR, and they're in that novelty phase of it. It's so weird. It's so strange how we sort of have to pretend that the Apple Vision Pro has invented augmented reality or spatial computing. It's bizarre. And all the media narrative. So you know that Casey Neistat video where he's walking around New York and he's like, oh wow, this is the future of computing. I can tell you, it's like, okay, you could have literally have made that video with the Quest 2. You could have made that exact same video. I don't think there's anything in that video that you couldn't have done with a Quest without a Quest, like with a Quest 2. So it's just really weird. Obviously, influencers are going to be like, "Oh, it's Apple, it'll get more views. It's the cultural thing." They're not really actually interested in. You know, they're not really following things. I mean, I know he's used a Quest 2, but even in his video, Casey Neistat goes, I've used a Quest, but it's a toy. And it's like, but in what way is it any more or less of a toy than the Apple headset outside of marketing? It's so dumb. It's so dumb how people have completely inability to be fairly critical about stuff and then latch onto totally arbitrary ideas based off like anchoring from initial marketing. Yeah, but I mean the AVP's a toy as well. I don't think the word toy is inherently bad. The bizarre thing is to call the Quest 3 a toy and not the AVP. They are both tech toys.
New fastest lap for you.
It's really weird. It's just really weird how inconsistent people are with how they approach stuff. I mean, I'm sure I am as well. I think everyone probably does it, but yeah. It's the thing with tech channels, though, isn't it? Like, you watch them, and it's like, oh, here's our exciting Tesla Cybertruck video. And it's like, they really do not give a shit about it. It's just whatever happens to be the thing that's going to... the sort of mainstream viewership thing. It's the same with the Apple stuff. It's not... They don't actually care. It's just, well, this is the mainstream product that has loads of marketing behind it. So that's what we're covering because that's obviously going to get you views and that, you know, it's a sort of soulless form of capitalism, framing. Everything's framed around. It's not framed around the objective qualities of stuff or even the subjective qualities. It's all framed around capitalism, or just the raw monetary aspect of it. It's really sad. It's like people are just zombies. How good is They Live? It's a terrible film, but like conceptually it's a really good film.
Go left.
Yeah, give me the track cut. That was the most sensible thing for me to do.
2.5 seconds. You're in the top 10.
That was the most sensible thing for me to do. Why? I get it. It's hard to like... They need to move more. So the one thing that ACC does really well is that thing where if you gain time 3 times, you then get a drive-through. So it would make sense for me to get a... Well, I didn't even gain time there, but like getting a track cut for that would be fine, but I shouldn't be penalised for doing it once to avoid a spin. Also, actually, I think you could programmatically make it so that if there's a car facing the wrong way for a set period of time, you can drive on grass within a 200-metre space around that car. That would actually, you could do that quite easily. So like the condition would be if car is, obviously everything can be exploitable, but it'd be like, you know how fast a car's moving. If it suddenly slows down, if a car suddenly goes from moving to slowing down on the racetrack and not near the pit boxes, or not in the pit lane, like on the main track, then a section of the track could have the 1x's of grass and the cutting turned off. I think you could probably do that quite easily. You could even just do it based off a radius from the spinning car with a countdown timer on it, so.
I am the champion of the
Oh,
ninjas.
thank you.
RNC2,
Days of
just
Blunder.
left
Thank you very much for being a member.
0.519. White flag. One more lap to go.
Are we getting a glorious 5R rating here? Big gains. Wow, we're killing it in our iRating today. The grind's a slow one. Slow grind. Yeah. I mean, at least they made the grass more grippy. I mean, there's worse slow down penalties. I think the biggest problem with iRacing slow down penalty is the first lap aspect of it. 'Cause you're most likely to have crashes on the first lap, and the first lap is where you, because you've not done not got the time, so it gives you like a huge slow down penalty when you've just gone on the grass or started like you know what I mean. It thinks you've gained a huge amount of time when you haven't. You just avoided a crash. Oh, we just need another car to crash. We need to be finishing in like 5th here. What a grind, guys! What a grind! We need Matt Malone on our shoulder.
You got a slow car.
Oh! No! Finish line! No! Reverse! No!
There's the flag. It's over.
Oh, did I get to the finish line?
Better schedule some testing. We'll get them next
Did I get
time.
to the finish line? No! Did I finish? No! No! I think I did finish. Oh, no, I didn't. Oh. Yes, I did. Oh. Oh, praise the crash. Oh. Oh, my goodness. On the limit. Best way to finish that. Hang on. Yeah, we just rolled. Did we beat them? Where did we finish? What a finish. Hang on. 10th. 10th. Oh, my God. Oh, dear. Yeah, we lost one place. We probably lost a little bit of our rating. Woo! Did that on purpose. The car just went flying over the sausage. It totally launched the other way when it hit it. Because I saw it spun and I was like, oh yeah, nice. He'd already gone across the finish line. Did he do what I did? Oh man, that's so stupid. Yeah. He did what I did, but mine was even better. Why did it? It's the under tray, I think. The front tyre then kicks the back out. Oh my god, we were so lucky to roll across the finish line. I was trying to get it in reverse, but it wouldn't go into reverse gear. Oh boy, that was so close to not finishing. Oh, we were so close to not finishing there. This guy's like, hang on. What's it based off? Any part of your car crossing the line? We're lucky the finish line's there. Woo! Yeah, well, there you go. Textbook finish. That's how it's done, guys. Pretty high skill iRacer, finishing in reverse. Yeah, I mean, we stopped closer to the pit boxes as well, so really done the team a favour. I think we might have lost some rating, though. Let's have a look. No, I think it's any part of the car. Oh, we got +4! Reverse finish +4. Get in there. What time did he beat us by? Where's the race time? It doesn't show the gap, does it? Oh, interval. No. It's all right. We've been we're just it'll happen. It's about the grind, guys. It's all about the pain and suffering. As a reminder, if you want to sponsor the grinder meter, you could have a message or a GIF, $5, and we'll put the message on there. It could be like Game of Muscles, a knobhead, whatever. It could be anything, and it gets on there for the rest of the grind. So as long as it's not like racist, it can attack me. But as long as it's not like, then it's all good. You can move the grindometer forward a whole pixel. Yeah. No, but we're going up. 2,834. We need to get to 2,900 at least today. I should be able to get like 300 a day, really. I need to pick my pace up a bit. Maybe we should do the Formula Ford. What's the strength of field of these races? Series results. Strength of field's shit. You need basically you need like 3k strength of field. Most people are the higher rated drivers are driving. They might be driving an LMP3 actually. What's that on at the moment? I think it's on Mugello. Internazionale della Mugello. Oh no, strength feels crap on that as well. Is there anyone on it? Why is iRacing like so dead? Yeah, I mean I know it's Friday in the day, but like yesterday there was more people on it. Oh, 2,700. F4's a total wreck fest. Nobody's racing Spec Racer Ford. No, strength feels too low. Yeah, it's weird. Hardly anyone's doing these. iRacing spread itself too thin. MX5 Cup. 2,900. Here we go. MX5 Cup. I mean, it's a bit of a pump fest, but 2008. Yeah, look, the fixed Formula 6 1600 is quite good. GR Cup. No. GT3 is always an option, but like, things like you can't overtake. Like the cars are so dull in iRacing, you can't have interest in racing with GT3. Oh, there was a really good. Hang on. There was a really good GT3 race recently. It was at Barcelona. Say GT3 Barcelona race 2024. Let's see this. Should come up. The car, right? It's a really good example of how controllable GT3 cars are, because they were banging into each other and going off road, and you could see how the cars were moving. It was a really nice. Oh, I can't find it. It must have been a short. Really good example though. Let's sign up to the next race. Sorry for the poll. Who's most of you. Oh no, most of you said yes. 28,000 points have been lost. Tanique, Shorty, and Gray have just stolen all the points like robbers. Oh no. Right, we're doing a new poll. New poll. Start a prediction. 20 or more. Today's a slow grind day. Slow ground coffee day. I think everyone's just falling asleep today. That's the impression I'm getting. I can't think of in iRace now. I can't think of what other. I can't think of what we can do. There's going to be a better grind. All the ratings are in. All the rated drivers are in bloody GT3, which you can't race in. This is a disaster. This is an absolute disaster. They're all in the... Yeah, they're all in this. They're all in this, and they're all going to be really good at driving like a train around the track. Oh, no. GT3 and everything. Jeez. Oh, Formula B. Barcelona. No, nobody races it, do they? Everything that's good in iRacing, people don't drive. What is wrong with people? What is wrong with sim racers doing... There's no one in this. It's dead. Why? What is wrong with them? GT3, yeah. GT3. Why would you drive... If you're playing a video game that's about racing... Why would you drive GT3 cars? Why would you do that? Like, objectively, a GT3 car is a worse race car than an F4 car. Like, the racing is worse. Like, you can't do as much. The car doesn't move around as much. It is a worse car for racing, specifically. So, like, what is wrong with people? This is why you have people buying Apple computers. These are iRacers, probably all iPhone users. I think if iRacing had realistic physics, GT3 would be fine. But with iRacing's physics, it's especially bad. An MX-5 is better than GT3 though for racing. So it doesn't make sense. Like an MX-5 is actually an okay race car. You can have 3 wide. It's quite nimble. It's reasonably responsive. It's not too heavy. It doesn't have. Yeah, no, like a MX-5 fits within that class of like MX-5, F4, Radical, Caterham, Vintage Mini, all that kind of stuff's actually great for racing. GT3 is like someone has sat down. Someone sat down. Yeah, GT4 is shit in iRacing though, because it's basically a slower GT3 car. GT4 is amazing in AC1. If iRacing had realistic physics, GT4 and GT3 would be really good because you could actually overtake properly and race properly. Oh, it's so weird, isn't it? I think there's like a lot of sim racers that actually don't like they don't like driving and they don't like racing. Like the Skippy was really good and no one drives that anymore, and that's actually a good car to like this is dead. Oh no, that's different. Yeah, what's happened to this? The Skippy's dead. They got rid of it. Oh no. Detroit Grand Prix. One tank. Yeah, it's dead. They killed it. Yeah, I think a lot of sim racers actually don't like. They don't like racing, and they don't like driving. What they do like is a methodical task they can do, where they can see that they're getting better at it. That's all that matters. So with a GT3 car, you can pretend you're racing, and you can hot lap, and you can see that you're getting faster, and then you can feel like you're in a race with other cars and that you're overtaking, and you've placed in a certain place. But it's not. It's an illusion of racing. I said not in real life. I'm talking about iRacing here. Within a very stable and like predictable framework. I think that's what it is. They don't actually like racing and they don't like driving. If you liked racing and racecraft, you would drive Skip Barber, F4, like a Radical SR3, Formula Ford, Vintage Mini. You would drive that kind of a car. You would not. You would drive a GT3 car. No, Porsche Cup's terrible in iRacing. It doesn't, because the tyre model doesn't allow you to drive it properly, so it just doesn't work. Yeah, no, but people do GT3 because they know the brands. I think that's the biggest reason. It's a brand. It's a brand thing. They know what a Ferrari is. They know what a Mercedes is. It's nice and predictable to drive. It doesn't really do much. It's very limited in what you can do with it. It's got ABS and traction control. I wonder how many GT3 drivers in iRacing can actually drift and counter steer and catch slides. I'd imagine. I bet you a lot of them can't actually drift at all. I don't think the rating's high enough. The strength of field's not high enough. Oh, Oh, it is on this. We could do LMP3 around Nordschleife, but I'm shit at that.
I'm hot, and you're not.
Do you know what? I think iRacing would be better if they got rid of. They could get rid of Formula V. They condensed Formula Ford into a single event. They kept GT3. But they put GT3 was only IMSA, so they got rid of the other GT3 and they just did IMSA, and it alternated between all of them between open and fixed every hour. F4, Formula 1600, IMSA, Skip Barber, and MX5. You could get rid of everything else on the service, and then just have IMSA. For the for GT3, it's you'd have LMP2, LMP3, and GT3, and they're big grids. There you go. Delete everything else off the service, and then make it so that if you pay £10 a month and you get access to everything. Done. There you go. I've just made iRacing 10 times better for everyone. Yeah, GT3 is the most popular in every sim because people are absolute morons. I'm prepared to say it. Look, I'm just honest. I'm sorry, but in real life, GT3 makes sense. So driving in real life is awesome. It's going to feel really nice. GT3 cars are reliable. So, you know, and you can get a team together. You can do multi-class racing. And the logistics of it all makes sense. It's actually, although people are getting priced out of that even now, like, so it's like the new Ferraris are too expensive. There's a whole bunch of stuff, but like, it makes sense in real life. GT3, due to like the business of motorsport, makes sense. In sim racing, GT3 does not make any sense outside of people being stupid. That is it. It's outside of people being shallow. Someone will say, they'll go, game of muscle, you know, just because you don't enjoy it, it doesn't mean that other people can't enjoy it. But that's beside the point. The only people enjoying GT3 have brain damage. It's the truth. It's the truth. It's not a subjective thing. Like, the objective components, they are worse race cars. It's a fact. Anyone can like anything. Anyone can enjoy anything, and some people will happen to enjoy iRacing GT3 cars. But until iRacing has decent car contacts, a realistic tyre model, and allows for aggressive driving, i.e. is on a par or better than the first Assetto Corsa and Race Room netcode, you can't even race GT3 cars vaguely similar to how they're raced in real life. So they're pointless. They're stupid in iRacing, yet they're the most popular thing. It's dumb. It's so wide, right? And the problem is, you have to cater to this because it's popular. So you have to cater to morons. Yeah, he probably does. Like, does he genuinely like GT3? If he genuinely likes GT3 and iRacing, he's either like, I don't know what's wrong with him. I don't know what's wrong with him because it's shit. Like, I don't know. Maybe he's yeah, I don't know what's wrong with him. I can't help people that like GT3 and iRacing. It's the same people that like GT3 and iRacing are people that like Fortnite. or like no, Fortnite's actually not that bad. No, Super Formula is shit as well. It's too fast. The netcode doesn't work properly enough. The tyre model's shit, so you can't drive it properly. So, I mean, you know, I'm sorry, but like what I'm saying is just the truth, and anyone that disagrees with it, they're wrong. Like, give me a good argument. Yeah, Daniel Morad's wrong as well. Like, you know, I don't know what's wrong with these people. Like, you know, F1 fans are all idiots as well. I'm sorry. It's a fact. Like, you can enjoy Formula 1, but how can you ignore that it's not a sport, for a start? How do you casually ignore that the whole thing is flawed due to the financial aspect of Formula 1? I'm not saying that you can't enjoy it, but how can you ignore that and not mention that? It's like with iRacing. I'm not saying you can't enjoy it. I'm not saying it's not entertaining. I'm not saying it's not hilariously funny. But you can't ignore the tyre model, which is the foundation of a physics simulator generally, the main point or the core thing. You can't ignore it. Can you really? So it's like in Formula 1. How is it? Why is it that I find it difficult to ignore the fundamental, foundational bollocks points of stuff, and apparently so many other people can just go, I'll selectively ignore the most important. You could argue it's subjective what the most important thing is. Random call sign. He's giving us a calming church to calm us down. I need a cup of tea. Random call sign, wasting his money. It's random call sign. Thank you very much. No, Suresh Jurasafi, that's bollocks. Nobody is using iRacing as a practice ground. It outside of it just being it's a competitive game, and so yeah, they could be using Gran Turismo as a practice ground. It doesn't mean that iRacing is more realistic. Can you apologise for that comment? Because you've just, what you've done is you repeated something that's absolute bollocks. A lot of real drivers use AC. A lot of real drivers play Gran Turismo. A lot of them they've played Race Room. It doesn't mean it's utterly irrelevant to how realistic a thing is. It's a video game. All of them are. It doesn't add any credence to a specific car or simulator. You tried random call sign. Right, why in Formula 1 do they not list how much the teams have spent so you can go, that team's done well relative to their budget? That should be on the screen at all times. I was having a nice rant there. What do you mean have a look at the drivers? Alonso does Formula V. So what? Like... right, I mean, they're listing dumb sim racing arguments here. I'm not having a go at you, by the way. I'm having a go at the arguments. Dumb sim racing arguments list. Here we go. Dumb sim racing arguments. Right, number 1. How can you know it's real if you haven't done it yourself? Wait, there's a list of them. Hang on. You know. Right. We've got to join the server in a minute. These arguments apply to all sims, by the way. So it's not just iRacing. Right. X-Real driver plays X-Sim, so X-Sim is realistic. It is realistic. What's the other one? It goes both ways. Dumb critical comments. All people who like GT, yeah, they do have brain damage to like GT. That's not dumb.
I don't like ACC, but I do
right.
like the normalist.
I've listed out. I did before I said that. I listed out the specific
one of the or not the best.
I said specifically like, why.
Even F1 or GT mods.
I explained really why it's so. If you like GT3 cars, it only makes sense if you're not looking for race. I'm talking about in iRacing here, not in AC1 and not in real life. It only makes sense if you don't actually enjoy racing, if you primarily enjoy hot lapping, and if you don't want to, if you if you're not interested in manoeuvring a vehicle, and that control of the vehicle, because they've got ABS, they've got TC, they're heavy, relatively heavy cars. In real life, they're quite agile. In other sims, they're quite agile, but in iRacing, they are super sloppy and not agile. So that, and in iRacing, because of its netcode and how the tyres get stuck over the limit and everything else, they are very limiting vehicles in terms of what you can do. If iRacing had realistic tyres and car contacts, they would actually be really, really fun, I think, because you'd be able to drive much more aggressively, and you'd actually see more moves and stuff that you actually see in real life GT3 that makes them a lot more exciting as vehicles, and also allows to because of the assists and stuff, and because of the way it compacts the grid, it magnifies the positives. So the problem is iRacing's version of it is terrible. The GT4s are even worse for the reasons I've listed. So I've specifically explained why it's shit. Now you can then say, oh, I disagree, GT3 cars are actually really agile, but you can't disagree with that because they're not. or you can then say, oh, I really enjoy just hot lapping. I'd be like, yeah, I agree. That's why I said that's what they're for, which is not racing. So, but why why is that what you're after in a online racing sim? Good for you. GT4, you can have. What do you mean in iRacing? No, they've got the same problems that GT3 cars have. In the context of iRacing, the cars will be closer together, but that's not good door-to-door racing. That's cars just being close together. This is another mistake people make. Just because cars are driving close together does not equal good quality racing. So let's say I can't overtake in F4. Let's say you had a convoy of F4 cars and they're driving really close together, but nobody can overtake for whatever reason. Or in F1, they can't overtake or do any moves, but they're really close together. That's not good racing, is it? Because the drivers can't do anything. So it's not good racing. Why is that confusing to people? It's such a common thing where they don't understand. Oh, the cars are close together. Good racing, mate. Good racing. No, it's not. We're not even talking about the physics. It doesn't matter if they're shit or not. We're talking about it within the framework of the physics. As a video game. Hang on. Why hang on, complaining about the game. Right, hang on. That goes on the list. You can't complain. There we go. It goes on the list. Well done. Thank you. Hang on. For you, not understanding equals not having the same opinion. No. No. Precisely not. No. Again. Right, let's try again. Try again. If someone lists, right, if someone says a pancake is sweet with sugar on it and honey on it, and that makes a pancake sweet, and then someone goes, nah, I think it's more sweet with less honey on it, you'll be like, well, that person's an idiot, aren't they? Because it clearly isn't, by definition, less sweet. Like, it is more sweet. You put more sugar on it. Now, that person... like, no, it's not. Okay, what is subjective about what I said? It's not. Tell me what specific thing. Go on, explain to me What specific thing did I say about GT3 that's subjective? No, tell me the specific thing. Go on. I bet you all that's happened is I've said something you enjoy is not really that good, and then you've emotionally gone, oh no, he said that it's not good and I don't agree with him because I enjoy it. But you can't actually give a reason. Yeah, everything is subjective goes on the list. No, God, tell me the specific thing that I said that's incorrect. Hang on, you are in... Oh, no, hang on. There's another one. You can't drive, therefore what you've said's wrong. That's the real reason. What are you on about? This is great. You're helping me do the list here. No, so you can define... Okay. Good racing, which I've defined before, is... would be defined by how much agency a driver has to use racecraft. That, I think we can all agree on that, right? That would be that when someone says good racing, that is what they're talking about historically within the context of motorsport. Good racing, like racing, the definition of the word racing does not mean, oh, I just got to the end of the race before someone else. Yeah, it could be one definition of it. But generally speaking, when someone says good racing, what they mean is a car that allows for racecraft. And what that is gamemanship of driving. Now, guess what enables gamemanship of driving? A car that is controllable by the driver and offers more agency for the driver. Hence, some cars that have less agency for the driver will offer less racing because there's less that the driver can do. I don't know how you can disagree with that. Like, explain. Who was the guy that said they disagreed with me? Come on, tell me what you disagree with, because I really, you didn't give a reason. You just decided to disagree and then didn't say anything. So, I don't think you even know what you're disagreeing with. I don't know who it was. It's really weird that people are really happy to type, no, you're wrong, and they think that's good enough. It's like, no. It's not that's actually useless. Like, what? That might make you feel better, but it doesn't. It was pointless to type. I mean, I guess it makes you feel better, but you've not achieved anything. You're not convinced anyone. You've not made a point. So, hang on. Right, hang on. Well, I'll read through that. We'll read through that. The premise of my argument. I've got to do quali here. The ability to make moves when you don't have the technical skill to keep up. That wasn't my argument. You've straw-manned my argument. Why did you think that? In what way was that my argument? Hang on, Sukua. The ability to make moves when you don't have the technical skill to keep up is wrong. Anybody in chat thinks that was the argument I was making? No, you've just made a separate... You've completely not understood. Like, I don't... No, the ability... Yeah. Good racing is the ability to make moves, assuming that things are equal. Yeah. So, like, let's say you've got 2 drivers that are reasonably skilled, or 5 drivers, or 10 drivers that are reasonably skilled. a car that has less agency for any of those drivers, it doesn't matter if it's not about me, a car for any of those drivers that offers a driver less agency is going to be a worse race car. This is pretty common in gaming, so for example. So like Checkers is such a simple game, it's so limited in game mechanics that you get to a point very quickly where like a 4-year-old works out the optimal way to play it, and then you just end up with a stalemate, right? Because it's not complex enough and the player does not have that much agency. Whereas a game like chess has so many permutation options and routes and and things you can do that the player actually has a huge amount of agency, which is why it's regarded as a great game. Same with like Go. Same with most games. Like, obviously, there's a balance between complexity, agency, and all these things. There's complexity. But, like, within the context of racing again, if you have a vehicle that... Like, even think of it... like, why do you think race cars are normally lighter, more agile vehicles? Like, why do you think that's the direction that race cars go in, right? Why? Right? This is not controversial in the slightest. The cable's always broken. I don't think it's controversial to say that a lighter, smaller vehicle, or a vehicle that has more driver agency is going to produce more racing. How is that controversial? Well, Formula 1 cars produce... There's other aspects of aerodynamic damage, the cars being different from the teams, and other things that negate... Well, those are quite big cars, and they're actually not that agile relative to other components. I don't...
Green flag, green flag.
These things I'm saying are really not controversial in the slightest. Well, I'm not even talking about which sim is better or worse. I'm just explaining. I'm explaining the reality, like the game design component. It would apply to any video game with vehicles or a physics object that you're moving. Thanks for getting off the track. Appreciate it. We're not. Yeah, we're not even talking about iRacing. I'm talking about game design. You don't need to simulate every variable of real racing. I don't know what your point is. Like, that's not even relevant. So again, hang on, we're having a specific argument here. Your counterpoint is not valid, is it? So you have to agree with what I'm saying. Do you disagree that a lighter, more agile car, or a car, it doesn't even have to be lighter, do you agree that a car that gives a driver more agency of control over that vehicle
You truly are
will be more likely to produce better racing?
Wait, who is Timothy, man? What happened, dude?
Do you disagree with that premise? Because if you disagree with that, I don't think, I don't know what to say. I don't know where to go. I'd have to keep explaining things until you understand what I'm saying. It's not about iRacing, guys. We're not talking. I'm bored of talking about iRacing. Everyone knows iRacing has a faulty tyre model at the limit. It's not secret. Everybody knows. iRacing knows. So I don't care. It's boring. We're not talking about that. We're talking about game design and racing. Yeah, well, the term good in and of itself with no context is going to be subjective. But if someone defines something, then something can be good and bad for a specific set of objectives, or desirable. So that's you can't. No word in and of itself with no context is good or bad or anything. tell you though, anyone that defends GT3 racing in iRacing, oh shit! Oh, there we go, we're back again. I need to sort this thing out. It's not great having the screen go black as you drive. Any defense of GT3 in iRacing, outside of, oh, they like hot lapping, they like longer races, and there's lots of people to race against, which I don't disagree with any of those points. Those are all fine points, and you know, but you simply can't agree that you get good racing in GT3 cars in iRacing, i.e. dynamic racing, or there's not much agency that the drivers have in a GT3 car in iRacing compared to, say, a F4 car. You could say it's a different type of racing. That's fine. Can't disagree with that. Oh my goodness. But everything's a different type of racing. So that's basically an argument from, oh, everything's subjective again. Gets you nowhere. Yeah, but you get murdered less because there's less racing. So basically you're agreeing with me. That the lack of murdering is because there's a lack of racecraft opportunity, and there's more of a convoy, and there's less that people can do, so there's less mistakes they can make. It's the limiting aspect of it.
Car on your left. Keep to the right. Clear.
Oh my goodness.
Clear on the left.
What's he doing? That's not the brake point. Sorry. Caught me out with the braking. Didn't mean to hit you.
Go right.
Oh. Net code.
Alright.
Here we go. So anyone going to make a good defense of GT3 cars, or are we all going to actually agree that idiot moron gamer muscle, oh no, it turns out he's actually right. Oh, it turns out what he said is totally correct. Oh, what a surprise. Funny. Oh, who would have thought a person that lives on driving sims for like 5 years of their life non-stop would maybe having a good, reasonable, experiential knowledge of what different cars are like in different sims to race, and why they're good and bad, and what's going to produce certain types of racing. Oh, who would have thought?
The car in P1 just set the fastest lap. 2.092.
But that's it. So, but again, that's pulls off pace. You're then back into hot lap territory, aren't you? I think I've got nose damage. That contact. Yeah, but you're just back into hot lapping, which is exactly what I said at the start. The reason why iRacers like GT3, we must have damage. The reason iRacers like GT3 is because they don't like racing. They just like hot lapping, and they like to improve their hot lapping, and then they like to do a race. They're hot lapping the context of a race, and then they go, oh, I got better. I practiced. I got a bit faster, and I finished further ahead in the race, because they don't actually like racecraft. They don't actually like racing. If you like racing, you would drive Skippy, F4, F3, MX5, Formula Ford, you know. No, you might still like racing, but you get less racing in GT3 because you physically do, like, you just can't have more, like, I don't know, I you know, I don't know what to say. Oh, my cars. Yeah, I don't know what it's not even. I don't know why it's controversial. It's only controversial, I guess. To oh, give me a track cut for that. I'm being safe. It's controversial to people that haven't actually thought about it and don't understand. I've got a headache. Oh, that's just normal for watching this channel. Oh, come on, save the penalty. Look, another thing that I think iRacers won't understand is that if you have tyres where the grip returns quicker when you go over the limit, that is actually conducive to better racing and more racing, because again, it gives the drivers more agency and it also allows for more actions per corner. So if you can only do like a single slide or like a single direction movement or two, then there's not very much you can do, because you have to make a decision before going into the corner. This is the trajectory I'm going to take, because once I've taken that trajectory, the tyres are locked in. Whereas if you have tyres that re-grip quickly if you counter steer, or allow you to counter steer and power through at the expense of the tyre wear, which is how real tyres work, that opens up a lot more opportunities for racecraft. So again, this is another thing that iRacers don't understand, because they've played iRacing, they've not played AC1, and they don't understand that that's a possibility. Everyone at the top's grip limited, but what you can do is if you've got draft from the car behind, and strategically in a longer race, you can choose to do a move that's suboptimal for the tyres in exchange for you to get ahead of the car in front of you, to then push them offline, to then take advantage of that situation, to manipulate a situation. So if a race car is designed well, again, it will create more driver agency opportunities. When they mess up the design of a car, you end up with a situation where the drivers can't afford to so in Formula 1, a driver behind, there's no point in them attacking or doing anything, because the tyre wear that they will get from that attacking over the course of the race, relative to the difference in the performance of the vehicles, will negate any advantage that they would get in the short term. So they can't capitalise on using the tyres up in that short term to then get a better advantage. So as a result, there makes no sense to deviate from a baseline strategy, which the end result is effectively you're not racing, you're hot lapping based around a specific envelope that's pre-decided from the practice P1 and P2, and then maybe someone crashes or something happens with other cars. I don't know why this is complicated to people. And the problem is with Formula 1, they don't mention, the commentary don't mention that, because it's dull. It's a really it would, if they were honest about it, viewers would go, "Oh, this is shit." So they have to pretend that that something's going to happen that's not going to happen, or that this isn't a problem. One for GT3's Epic. Oh no, one for GT3 allows for better racing. Two. GT3 is good in real life. I've explained 3 times now. In real life, although I think it's got worse because the costs have increased, and this is what most GT3 drivers I've talked to have said. But in real life, GT3 makes sense because the cars are quite reliable. You can get a team together, and you can get the sponsorship and all the other stuff. So it makes sense in real life, and the physics and handling of a GT3 car are much better in real life than they are in GT3. Same in AC1 as well. They're much better, and in race room you can have much more exciting racing because the cars actually drive more like GT3 cars. So the problem is iRacing's GT3 cars are particularly bad, but most iRacers only play iRacing, and they've been cucked into thinking that iRacing is realistic, which isn't helped when real GT3 drivers like Morad are like, yeah, guys, it's the most realistic. Yeah, bollocks, Morad. Go and play AC1. By the way, I like Morad. Go and subscribe to him. I do like him. I do like him, but he's an iRacing shill. So, you know, what? He got so much shit from ACC fanboys. It's hilarious. Yeah, I actually think I probably agree with what Morad says with iRacing. The specific stuff he said is not necessarily incorrect, you know. And also, I don't think he plays AC1, and I think he likes the online competition and the nature of iRacing working quite well, and it works with equipment, so, and it's popular, so it also makes sense for business. So, you know, he can speak for himself. But you have people come in chat and they go, wow, this GT3 driver plays GT3 in iRacing and says it's the best. It's like, yeah, well, I know GT3 drivers that think it's shit. I know people that think it's great as well. And, you know, great. What's the point?
New fast flat for you.
Sub if Morad plays our factor team. Yeah, no, I've met Morad in real life. He's a nice guy. I do like him. I'm again, to be clear, I think people always misconstrue my comments, or often people that are upset by me pointing out what I think is good and bad then think I'm like attacking someone, you know. Or they purposefully frame it like that for them to then stir shit. Oh dear, we're not doing well in this. I think we got damage. What's your point? T1460R. Do you right? It's constant, guys. It's actually constant. Does someone need to? You can play the Matt Malone clip. Play the Max Verstappen clip. Like, why is it? How is this never? Does it never move forwards? It's never going to change, because the vast majority of people form their opinions based off an argument from authority.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. That is amazing. So it's probably one of the, well, one of the, or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
And the joke is, it doesn't matter what Max Verstappen happens to like. He's the best driver in the world. He thinks AC is one of the best sims to practice on. But that's irrelevant, really, to any single specific point. But like, the point is, if you're gonna say, this real driver thinks this is best, it's like, who gives a shit? It doesn't matter. What matters is what point is someone making about something, and how is that relevant, and what are the reasons behind your point? It's the same with anything. I don't understand why like so many people go to argument from authority as their default to everything, instead of them engaging in like a minimal amount of critical thinking.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Paul's off pace, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Oh, it's so dumb. Yeah, good for you. OK1. I'm not saying not to. Christ almighty. Yo, what you've just done there is you've just made the Well, I mean, you might just be exclaiming that you're happy, but are you exclaiming that because you think I'm saying that you can't, that someone can't be happy? Why did you feel the need to type that comment? Because that comment seems to me like it fits into the category of it's all subjective, and also the category of like you feel personally attacked. Like at no point has anyone said, "Oh, you can't just enjoy whatever you enjoy." No, nobody said that. We're getting the list here. I'm gonna have a.
White flag. One more lap to go.
I'm gonna have a button I can push for each the argument that people make. Oh, it's just a joke. We're no jokes here. Caverti. Yeah. So you seem to have totally missed the point I was making. At no point did I say people can't enjoy GT3. You've got triggered because you misunderstood what was being said, ignored all the points, and are now going, oh, Game of Muscle said you have to have brain damage to enjoy GT3 in iRacing. Now let me break down the joke for you. First of all, it is kind of absurd, isn't it, to say that you have to have brain damage to enjoy something. That it's an exaggeration. It's hyperbole. Typically, when someone says a comment that's obvious hyperbole, what they're doing is they're using hyperbole for comedic effect. I don't know if you've ever seen that, but it's quite common. It's a pretty normal comedic effect. You know, it might be difficult to understand that, but you're like the person that emails me and goes, Game of Muscle, don't say brain damage because I know people with brain damage, or like, you know, brain damage is a serious issue, so you can't joke about it. It's like, no, the joke is not about brain damage. Brain damage is really depressing and sad and awful. No. And I think a lot of us have been affected by people that have had head traumas or whatever. That's literally not the joke, is it? What if the hyperbole's not? That's true, yeah. You can't just assume that the hyperbole's funny. That is right, yeah. But, yeah, the complaint would be someone going, oh, your hyperbole is too obvious, and as a result, it's not very humorous. So you need to be more creative with the words that you use, or less obvious for more comedic effect. So that would be a fair complaint. That's true. That is true. Right, the list. Here we go, guys. I feel like this is a classic iRacing stream. We're getting back on it. Right. Sim racing arguments. How can you know if it's real if you haven't done it yourself? X-Real trying to play X-Sim so it's realistic. You can't complain about things in a game you're playing. Oh, we lost iRacing on that one. Shit. We have to concentrate instead of ranting so much. I think we had damage though from that bonk at the start. Did we have damage? No, I was just driving shit. I don't know. Car seemed sloppy. Maybe the track was just warm. No jokes are allowed. What was the other argument? What are the dumb sim racing arguments? We got the classics. Oh, I'm sure there's others. We need to Paul off pace. We need to add into the list. Thank you for supporting the stream. No, field of view is just like it's not really an argument. It's just them people not liking field of view. Yeah, they're not arguments. That's just I don't know what that is. Our real data is more realistic. Yeah, it's got real data. Hang on. Real. Yeah, but how do they say it?
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Coulthard 80, thank you. How do they say it? It's like, the sim used real data. Thank you very much, Coulthard. Appreciate the support, guys. Thanks for these subs and donations and stuff. The sim uses real data. Oh, no, but how do they say it? It uses real data, so it's the most realistic. Like, casually ignoring that every simulator pretty much in the last 10 years has used real data. Am I bashing... Hang on. Am I... You don't get it. Am I bashing GT3 in iRacing or all cars in iRacing? Well, so I'm bashing GT3 in sim racing on the whole, though less so in Assetto Corsa, and a large part of it is because of the limitations of sim physics that make GT3 racing worse and netcode. But AC1 is probably by far the best. Like the newer RSS GT3 cars are really good and they'll produce really good racing. But in the context of iRacing, the GT3 cars are particularly egregious due to the nature of iRacing's tyre model, making it even more limited. The GT4 cars are even worse than the GT3 cars. In iRacing, because of its physics issues, the lighter cars with a bit of downforce, like the Formula 4, just lighter cars in general, but the cars with downforce in iRacing, the F3 car, Formula 4, that negates some of the flaws in the tyre model. So you notice that the F4 car, or cars with a bit of downforce that are larger in iRacing, the downforce causes the grip to return quicker, which mitigates the tyres getting stuck over the limit, or at least when they do get stuck over the limit, you have more controllability than the vehicles that don't have that downforce. The GT3 cars actually have a lot of downforce, so I'm not sure what the hell's going on with them. But you'll notice with any car in iRacing, if you're driving them on tracks that are flowing without continued corners, you're less likely to get the overheating tyre issue and then the tyres turning off. So, for example, this is why Road Atlanta, Oulton Park, Road America, Road America does have that long right-hander and the two first ones, but they're at high speed, so the cars with downforce don't have the issue so much. Laguna Seca, Brands Hatch, it does have right-handers, but like they're high speed. As long as the long corner is a high-speed long corner and you've got downforce, it mitigates the tyre model overheating issue that iRacing has. When you have a slow, windy track with slow and quite long corners, it absolutely magnifies the physics issues that iRacing has. So yeah. Gamer Muscle likes to make a statement that will purposely cause people to respond, then tear everyone in his response. Essentially, he thinks he's right and everyone's wrong. I mean, I know that's a capper, but right, first of all, anyone making any argument thinks they're right. And also, the statement that you've just written there as a joke. The problem with that is it doesn't say anything, does it? Well, I know you're just trolling. So as I say, in AC1 and Race Room, GT3 cars, the benefits of GT3 cars actually come across more. The tyres return quicker. You can have a bit of car contact. They're more agile. So it's like BTCC, for example. I know you are, Jason Murphy. In real life, you look at a lot of especially like 90s touring car racing and stuff, and actually real world GT3. When you have two shit hot drivers and it's towards the end of the race, or it's a shorter GT3 race, you will see them do very aggressive dive bomb overtakes. There will be a lot of car contact, and you will see drivers counter-steering and overdriving, which you just can't do in iRacing. It doesn't exist. So like, Yeah. This is the thing. You need tyres that allow you to overdrive them in order to do a lot of moves, especially in cars that are generally quite planted. MX-5's a really good example. Watch MX-5. Ah, the shine! Watch MX-5 racing.
For the continuation of keeping your beer dark.
Thank you very much. Watch MX-5 in real life and look how aggressive the driving is. The bump drafting, the side-by-side, the physicality, the dive bombs, and look how often the crashes occur relative to the contacts you have in iRacing. It's much more like Race Room and AC, and even those sims have problems, so don't get me wrong. It's hard to develop sims, so sims are a bloody miracle. But at least we don't need to pretend. Things are never going to progress. We've had, how long has iRacing been out? iRacing make good money. If iRacing fans, this is my premise. Maybe I'm wrong. If iRacing fans from the get-go, do you remember when COVID happened and we had a bunch of IndyCar drivers going, this is not even in the slightest realistic to what tyres fundamentally do? If iRacers from the get-go were saying that, I think iRacing would have been pressured 4, 5, 6 years ago to fundamentally work on the tyres. The last 2 years they've really been working on it, and so it's quite likely within the next, hopefully with the rain update or within the next year, if it was going to ever happen, it's quite likely that they will sort the tyres out. But I don't know if you guys remember, the whole thing, the meme was, oh, new tyre model, new tyre model, new tyre model. But iRacers, yeah, a lot of iRacers, I'd say probably 60% of them, 70% of them, I don't know what the actual number is, I just made that up obviously. I think like at least 70% of iRacers don't think there's a massive fundamental issue with the simulator. Like 2008, so it's 15 years old, and it's had, since launch, it's had a worse tyre model than R-Factor 1 from the perspective of how the cars actually drive on a racetrack. Maybe not for oval racing, but so like, you know, I think I genuinely think if more people had been outspoken arseholes like I am, and more race drivers were more outspoken that played it, which they don't want to be because they've got brands, and you know, you don't want to shit on other people's stuff because it makes you look like a dickhead. So you know, but I think if people were, I think maybe stuff would have happened sooner. I think that's reasonable. Yeah, they probably would, Vogan. So with ACC's a really good example. Vogan just said, hear me out, would a tyre model change not making people go, oh, it's bad now? I think when ACC updated their tyre model about 6 months ago or something and made it a little bit better, it's still worse than AC1 in terms of drivability, but it is a slight improvement, arguably. But it changed how you had to drive a little bit, and it changed the breakpoints and the racing lines and stuff. And I think, well, you can see the metrics. There was a big drop-off in players. Normally when an update comes out, you expect there's normally an increase in players. And also, this is from me talking to people that play ACC. A lot of them just dropped it because they were like, oh, I'm no longer, they can't get the same lap time that they're memorised. So if you have people that are hot lapping and they're doing a driving sim not for the how the cars handle and the experience of driving the cars, but they're doing it for the, oh, what has my lap time improved? Am I getting better from a lap time perspective? If you change the physics in a way that makes their lap times worse, or makes them seem worse, or forces them to have to relearn how to drive, it will make people think that it's a worse game. Because for them, for a lot of people, it will have made it worse from their perspective. So a sim's only good if it has wet weather. I don't see that much, but yeah, the rain thing is definitely a I need a cup of tea. It's a Vogon. It's not a simple. It's not a. It's a simcade. Not a sim. There's got to be more dumb sim racing arguments. The main ones. How can you know if it's real if you've not done it? X-Wheel Driver plays sim. You can't complain about a game that you're playing. You should drive NR 2003 just for a taste of what iRacer devs thought a time model was at the limit. Well, pros say it's good is the same as X-Real Driver. Why are so many people playing it if it's bad? Why is it... argument from popularity. Why is it so popular if it's bad? Argument from popularity. Setup doesn't matter, it depends on your style. Yeah, here we go. As if there isn't a... fundamentally, for the vast majority of sim racers, with each sim, outside of the context of an endurance race where you might have strategy or longer race, as if there isn't normally a somewhat singular way. Maybe we've got some esports drivers that can shed light on that. Yeah, the thing with it depends on style as well, is so ironic with iRacing, because iRacing, you can't drive in any other way than iRacing. Like, you can't overdrive, so you've removed one of the normal... You can overdrive in the context of iRacing, but you can't overdrive in the context of real driving or AC or even R Factor 2. You can argue that R Factor 2 allows you to overdrive too much, maybe. Fine, whatever. But like in iRacing, you can't overdrive at all. So driver style is like... and in all... like, and the esports drivers still knocking around here. In what scenario, and this seems to be the case in real life as well, the fastest car is always going to be the most oversteery car that's controllable. That's always going to be the fastest car. The most oversteery whilst controllable. Then you have also the actual general package of the vehicle relating to everything else. You know, there's other components as to what makes a car faster than another car on the same track, spec-wise and all this other stuff. But fundamentally, within the optimal spec, the more oversteery that's still controllable, that will always be faster. I can't think of a scenario where an understeery... Again, and it comes down to driver agency, doesn't it? Like an understeery car inherently removes controllability from the vehicle. An oversteery car is always going to add more controllability. If it's oversteery, off throttle, on throttle from steering, that's always going to allow you to, as long as it's controllable, it's going to allow you to do what you want with the vehicle more than by definition. Yeah, I think the esports guys are at such a it's this consistency. Maybe some of them are knocking around. It'd be interesting to... I don't know of any esports drivers that would have an understeery car setup. I mean, you would have... What it ends up being is like, oh, it's understeery relative to this, but I think it would still, on the grand scheme of things, be quite oversteery. Like, aren't Max Verstappen's cars in real life famously really twitchy and oversteery? Isn't that the... And the point is, he has the skill to be able to deal with that, and that's what allows him to get more out of it, typically, than the teammates. Now, I'm pretty sure like Albon's talked about this, and other drivers that have been on his team have noted that he likes the cars to be set up super twitchy. Which I think that's what that's what Schumacher used to do as well, and I think Senna maybe did that, or Senna used to explicitly throw put the car onto the limit, but those cars I think were so like shit that they had to do that. Like they were so to get the most out of those, probably because the tyre compounds were not as precise as they are now, so you would really benefit from really being a bit ham-fisted with the vehicles. More hertz equals better. Yeah, I've not heard that argument too much, but you're right, yeah. iRacing's GT3 cars were too grippy. Grip doesn't really matter. What matters is well, I mean, I think more grip is more fun, generally speaking. But what matters more isn't the initial grip levels. It's how the tyres are when they lose grip and how the grip returns and how that's conveyed through force feedback. Have I watched how bad Alonso's Benetton car was in 0506? Now we had to be harsh on turning to get just a corner. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've seen some of the stuff. Only Sims, good morning, hello. Welcome along. Good force feedback means only, yeah. Yeah, that force feedback one's good because the irony is anyone that's driven a car with power steering will know that some of them have no feel in the steering wheel at all. Like nothing, absolutely nothing. Like it could be nothing. And some go-karts, so we'll have nothing. There's almost nothing through the steering wheel. Some are actually really active, really you can feel a lot. You're driving through your body. So it's utterly absurd when sim racers go, oh, it's the realism. Hang on, it's the realistic argument. It's like a... there's an argument that people make where basically it's how it is in real life, so that's how it should be in the sim. Like ignoring the limitation of the fact that a sim's abstract, active, ignoring netcode, ignoring like the fact that you're in a static sim rig. I don't know what the argument that people make, but that is, yeah, I don't know how to phrase that in words. Hey, last season the iRacing tyres were too sensitive. They didn't cool off how they should, so you're not allowed to have a slide, otherwise they were done. Now they're shit from the start, but they don't. Yeah, but that might have improved, but that's all irrelevant to the tyres. Literally don't work like tyres at all in this. This is what I don't get with iRacing, right? A lot of iRacers nitpick about the more subtle components of tyre wear and all these things with... I'm not saying this is what you're doing, but this is a general thing where they go, oh, this car's now really improved or whatever. But at its core, the fundamental tyre model problem is not fixed and hasn't been fixed since the original launch of iRacing. So anything else is kind of like a band-aid that doesn't address the core underlying physics issue. I guess in a sense it's still an improvement, so that's fine, but it's an improvement ignoring the most important component. Like Formula 1. Oh, we got DRS. Oh, we've changed these rules. Oh, we've changed the spec of the car. Oh, yeah, but we haven't actually addressed the fundamental economic issue of Formula 1. Oh, we haven't addressed the fact that they're all different vehicles and we don't have a way to actually have the drivers in the same vehicles as maybe a separate thing to actually see who's the best driver. oh, we don't address the component of the team budgets. We don't. It's like, okay, so what's the point of all these band-aids? Who gives a shit? Like, you need to fix. It's like yeah. Oh dear. It's weird how people can be distracted so easily from underlying issues of things. Brian Chatfield, I hate how correct you are. Oh, guys, get a ban on this guy. Get a ban on this guy. Get a ban on him. And let me just start that comment again, just for those of you that missed it. I hate how correct you are. That's right, guys. He must be severely. He must have a problem. I race IRL quite a bit and have the hardest time understanding the limit of the tyre and slip angles. I use iRacing purely because it's easy to get into races with others. There you go. Well, Brian, you clearly don't know what you're talking about. Hang on, it's Super Bowl today, this weekend. I always wanted to watch. I've never watched the Super Bowl. I need to get a cup of tea, actually. I'll be back in a second, guys. Appreciate everyone watching. Join the ranting. Oh, wait, we know how to activate the chat. Active. Oh, AC's only good with mods. Oh, that's a classic. Yeah, AC's only good with mods. What a classic. So dumb. So dumb. Like, literally, the F2004 car, the Porsche Cup, the Lotus 211, the Shelby Cobra, the MX-5, the Porsche RSR. All of those cars are better than any other vehicle in any other simulator. For force feedback, for balancing, for racecraft. So, I don't know what people are talking about. JK, I'm good, thanks. How are you? I'm just going to get a cup of tea before the race, next race starts, and we'll do a new poll here. negative. Oh, I need to get I need some beans on toast after this. Ah. Ooh. There's matchmaking. Yeah. Ultimate hat. Yeah, ultimate hat. Yeah. This is the thing. The fact is, I think, obviously sim racing is a niche. Unless another sim was to come out on console as well as PC, so it's got the users there. Basically, we're dependent on iRacing. We're totally dependent on iRacing sorting that itself out. If we want to get an active at all times of day simulator with a solid user base of high skilled drivers with a range of cars, we are dependent on it being iRacing. So this is why it's important that iRacing sorts itself out. Otherwise, you know, you could just play other sims. Let's try and concentrate a touch on the quali. Always vote Conservative. Oh, I love Conservatives. No other party represents my value of defunding the NHS, siphoning money off to a small group of people that I'm friends with, and distracting everyone with identity politics. No other party offers that. No other country has successfully executed pure corrupt pure ah dear. Yeah, great values. No other government is as creative at making money out of pandemic. That's the value of conservatism in the UK. Would another government have been able to exploit PPE contracts to that degree? I don't think they would. To be honest, would name another government that would have the press help cover up for them to the degree that the Conservatives have? That's really why I like. I think it's just really impressive. Good job, I say. Suddenly politics. Hang on, Ultimate Shine did a donation, didn't he? I need to add him to the list. Do SMP make them look like angels? What's that meme from? Dan Brown, are you like an angry Scot? Why? So what is particularly wrong about the SNP? Like, when I see people, I'm not like pro or against them, but when I see people complaining against the SNP, I'm like, what is the actual complaint, and what's the specific complaint, and what is the complaint relative to other political parties in Scotland? Because I just see people, they just go, yeah, the SNP are terrible, but they don't actually give reasons. Like, you know, at least, you know, you've got plenty of things with the. Like, I don't know. You can't really ignore the PPE scandal. You can't really ignore the government telling everyone to be locked down and then them literally partying, getting drunk, and totally ignoring their own rules, and then the police not enforcing that. Yeah, well, okay, so you could say that the SNP didn't achieve what they set out to achieve, but could they ever get a referendum? Like, they were trying to, so I mean, just because they didn't mean they didn't try hard enough. But I don't know how much power they actually have. I'm not defending them, I'm just saying, like, isn't that just the case?
You've got about 2 laps of fuel.
And would they, even if they couldn't get a referendum, would they still not be representing people that voted them in as best possible within the limitations of what they could do? Like, what would be the... Unless there was evidence that they were just doing it as a ruse just to get into power, and they weren't actually attempting that. What a line! Right, we're getting... Oh, 201! That was alright! For me, we need to do 201 flat, but 201.8, we're getting better. We could totally do like 5/10 faster. I'm barely trail braking properly or anything. So we're getting there. Slowly but surely, strong and stable. Right, hang on. Everyone's gone quiet now. Someone mentioned something that will rile people up. Look how active the chat got when we suggested that GT3 cars were shit. That's all you have to do. This is why controversy gets engagement. Pick something popular that's popular because it's stupid, like Apple, GT3 cars, and then say it's shit, and then all the people are like, ah! Trying to work from home, you need to get back to the office, mate. You're not supporting your office economy. You're not buying sandwiches from Pret, and you're not paying. You're not what? How are the people that own offices meant to make rental income? You're destroying the economy by working from home. How dare you save the environment by not polluting with your car and have more free time and spend time with your family and work in a comfortable environment that's not got as many... How dare you? How dare you? You disgust me, you anti-capitalist, you communist, absolute socialist commie.
The estimated SOF is 3,280.
You need to get back to the office, and we need we need a strong work environment. What about the office culture? Think about the office culture. You know, that great culture of being in a white, boring, mundane room with people that don't want to be there, all doing tasks that they'd rather not be doing, some of them wasting time, a small percentage of them doing 90% of their work. Think of that culture. What a culture that you're missing out on. Office culture. Oh dear. I almost went then again. I keep doing that.
Green flag, green flag.
Oh, great launch game of muscle. I like to call that the Linford Christie start.
Left side. Clear on the left. Car on your left. Keep to the right. You're on the right. 3 wide. Left side. 2 wide. Clear. Left side. You're on the right. 3 wide. Still hold. Still there. Left side. 2 wide.
I lifted there to make sure he wouldn't hit me, and now we dropped back like 5 places. Bloody hell.
Clear on the left. Car on your left. Still there. Clear.
All the collaboration, yeah. Oh man, offices. Oh! Oh god, just lift.
Car on your left. There's an incident ahead. Keep to the right. You're on the right. 3 wide.
Oh, down the draft.
Hold your line. Car on your left.
Yeah, let's go 4 wide.
You're on the right. 3 wide.
Don't think he can even say 4 wide.
Still there. Still there.
Oh, just drive into me.
Car on your left. 2 wide. Still there. Stay on the right. Clear. Car on your left. Clear. Left side.
It's a bit spicy.
Clear.
Oh, please don't send it, Red Bull. Don't be an idiot. Don't be an idiot. Don't be an idiot. Oh, what a fucking prick. What a pointless move. Ah, there you go. That was a bit of Lawrence de Soswa coming out there.
Clear. Car right. Clear on the right.
You knew he was going to do the most pointless stick his nose on the outside bollocks. Typical Red Bull. Oh, I can't do anything. Stupid physics.
Still there. Clear.
Hey, what's the rejoin cycle?
Your front wing is damaged.
It's so dumb. Like the way that guy lost it was just because of the tyre model. The people are crashing around you that they don't understand iRacing's broken physics.
Clear on the left.
Oh, we got damage. We might be okay.
Right side.
Yeah, James, you can't just cut across the track like that, man.
What? What is he on about?
Clear.
What did he do, Bruno?
Bro cut through the grass and then came back to the track at a 90-degree angle.
We watched the replay. We didn't affect anyone. I avoided an accident, and I come back as safely as possible. Deal with it.
Oh, I had to slam on the brake to avoid you.
Don't think you did.
And then you almost slammed into a wall.
Christian, you have a slowdown, Christian?
No.
Still there. Hold your line.
Okay, perfect.
If you want, I will pass.
I think it was all right. I had to go off, avoid the crash. I'm turning right. I don't go widely across the track. Oh, we're not slowing down for that.
Ciao Christian, come stai? Io giocare, io fumare.
You're on the right.
Pure io giocare e fumare. Tutto bene.
He must have been able to see that we'd gone off the track.
Yes, mate, maybe just park it, play the side, yeah?
Oh, we'll see. We'll watch the replay.
Car stopped ahead.
We'll watch the replay and we'll see.
You got a slow car on the left.
Oh, the bandits are back. What did... Within iRacing context, on that right-hander... I'm not sure, like, am I supposed to just drive around the right-hand side on the grass? I'm going to rejoin the track at some point. I don't think it was that egregious.
Hey, Andre, it's been a while, man. Let's make progress together again.
We'll have a look.
Let's go, baby.
Car right, clear on the right.
How much are you betting that he completely ignored that there was a car that had gone off the track? He didn't lift at all or anything, tried to hold the inside line, and then was surprised when the car that was on the grass coming into the corner rejoined the tracks. Like,
Alex calls a crap at the front.
how much do we reckon that's the scenario? We'll have a look. I don't think it was that egregious, because it wasn't like I was careening onto the track mentally. It wasn't an unpredictable rejoin, and I had slowed down and I was turning right. You know, I mean, you could say, okay, we really are damaged. You could say that maybe I should have stopped and waited for the whole grid to go past, but I didn't. To me, it didn't look like there were any cars near me. Maybe it was closer, but it didn't look like there were. Like the Delta, it didn't seem like it. I don't think it was that unreasonable, to be honest. We'll see in the replay. We'll see. I don't know, quite a few. About 4 or 5 today. Why do people do that? Like, there's no... Unless you've got enough of a run to actually get side by side before the turn-in, there's no point. If you've got a run and you can get side by side so you can go on the inside and force the car on the outside to back out, it makes sense. But if you're literally only just slightly going in on the inside before the corner, it doesn't make sense.
P1, just set the fastest lap. 0.248. Car 3 is up the front.
We've been having some unlucky races here. Well, we got... Oh no, we lost like 20 iRating in the last one. Need to concentrate more. Need a sandwich. Need some vinegar in the lungs.
Car right.
Yeah, this guy, he needs to...
Clear on the right. Car on your left.
That's good. That's a good move.
Still there.
You see where he was? The inside was open.
Clear on the left.
So he should have just done a send up the inside before the corner.
Still there. Hold your line. Still there. Still there. There's an incident ahead. You got a slow car on the right. Go left. You're on the left. 3 wide. Clear all.
The thing is, that pink car's already... Oh, he's gone. The pink car is already on the limits because of the tyres, so he can't do anything. So all he can do is understeer into the car off the track.
Necessary, bro.
Like, there's no like margin for doing for braking and then turning tighter because the car's locked into a trajectory. I thought he was going to hit into me. Watch his rejoin. Watch your rejoin. It does look good, yeah. It's entertaining.
Stay sharp. Car on your left.
Oh, my car's wrecked. This is more of a try and get what we try and minimise losses race. What's he doing? Why he should have been well ahead of us.
Car on your left. Stay on the right. Still there, hold your line. Still there.
I don't have a nose.
Still there. You're on the right, 3 wide.
Oh, there we go.
Still there.
I was hoping the orange car would
Clear all around.
defend the inside line, so that's. I tried to push him to the left, but he left it open. I couldn't even forcibly get him to defend the correct line. So he just let the black car come through both of us. All he had to do was park it on the inside. Oh well. He actually moved over. I think he's secretly working with that header.
Leader is running 1.042.
Right, we're 2 seconds. We're like one. Oh, we're 2 seconds off my own pace. 3 seconds off actual okay pace. I don't know how much time we're off from due to the damage, but.
Shane, just push me if you want to catch some leaders. I guess we're not going to catch.
Yeah, we're leaving in the draft. We're not. I mean, I guess he's got the draft car in front, but still.
Car right. Clear on the right. Car right. Still there.
Oh my goodness. he was very confident that I wasn't next to him. We weren't, so it's all good. Yeah, we really need to get in front of these two guys. That's like 20 R rating. Give it some welly. I think the front wing damage is all right on these slow corners, but on the high speed sections we're losing a lot of pace.
New fast flat for you. You have about 5 laps of fuel left.
Jan, you're an idiot.
Oh, salt.
Proper idiot. What the fuck was that?
Proper idiot. Not just not any old idiot.
It was a matter of time with that guy.
A proper idiot. Not one of those half-time. not a fake. Proper.
Yeah.
Legit. A-class idiot.
I have no car.
He has no car. What does he mean? Full Richard Johnson. Proper idiot. That sounds like a posh guy. I say.
No,
I am proper idiot. Oh, thanks for subscribing. Raynote. Majidine, hello.
You deserve a
I
better
am
place
a
than that.
proper idiot. Proper. What a proper gentleman. Time for a proper cup of tea. I got no pace. Even in the draft, we're screwed. Yeah, it's good to be proper idiot, that one. Can't even go around the corners. My car's buggered. Ah, no. Minus 34 for someone.
Oh my god.
All
Where
because
should I
someone
yield?
crashed in front of me. I bloody.
I'm gonna go straight here. You guys go through.
Car number 2's behind us. Oh, it's only going to get worse,
I'd
guys.
rather take a 1X than disturb the leader.
Ah. Can't even defend this.
Formula 4 of you.
Appreciate that, Bruno, lad.
Still there. Clear.
Yeah, no worries. I had no business disturbing you guys.
I've got more damage than the Tory Council Road here. My car's
Come
a
on, man, you
pothole.
can do it. Last corner. Just send it, Zila!
It's another lap, mate.
Ah, dear, my car's noodled, guys.
Oh, another lap then. Oh man, I was like... I'm gonna race Aspen.
Last lap.
Hopefully there's a big wreck and we gain some places. What?
There's an incident ahead.
There we go.
Let's go, Aspen.
That'll do. Thank you.
Good job, guys.
Great timing.
Who went through that? What the fuck are you guys doing?
Oh, that's so good. That's so good.
No, Alex.
Thank you, iRacing gods. My praise were my prayers were answered. Immediate prayer response. That was a McDonald's prayer. That was a McDonald's instant fast delivery. That was an Amazon delivery prayer. By the way, guys, you have an Amazon affiliate link. All right, Elvis. Have a good one, man. Thanks for watching. Thanks for taking part. Hopefully there's more wrecks and we gain some more rating. That's so good. Broken car muscle. When you can't win in pace, you have to win through divine intervention. It's my favourite race strategy, divine intervention. It's an underrated one, but it's... I'd say it's probably my primary strategy that I deploy. That's why I actually have my sim rig positioned in a pentagram with candles and goats' heads. It's really hard to find virgin blood these days, but you can. It's amazing.
Oh my god, did you get that, Finn?
Amazing what you can find on eBay. Thankfully, we can do our satanic rituals. Ah, what a recovery. What a recovery, guys.
Car stops on the right. Ticket flag.
Two! Yes!
Okay,
Woo!
get 'em next
What a recovery! What a recovery! Look at that bent bonnet. Ah, let's have a look at this rejoin. Ah, that was beautiful. Textbook, pure luck and skill. Yes, we moved forwards. That was going to be a loss, and we converted it into a points gain. We're moving up. Right. Game of muscle rejoin analysis. Court of muscle. Right, let's see. Let's see how bad I am. I was the tortoise in that race. Here we go. Well, first of all, look at how he loses it. Like, his car's grip should not turn off. You can see he's not going in that hot, really. And then he turns and he brakes, and that's it. Oh, game over. And then I'm like, well, I can't turn left because, you know, we're stuck in the slide as well. So I can only go right, but I'm trying to brake and turn right. We just tap him a little bit. Oh, he almost took his out there as well because he didn't get on his brakes. But, you know, we did our best avoiding that, I think. Right. What's the complaint? What is the complaint? You can see I'm... Right, go across here. I get on my throttle there a bit. Then there's a bump. And then we're turning. I get on the brake. He's not even on the inside of the corner. The 90-degree rejoin. Yeah, hang on a minute. No, this is actually a really gradual rejoin. What is he on about? This is about as good of a rejoin on this corner as you could wish for. Like, we're not... We've turned our car around like a master of drift. Yeah, 90-degree rejoin. Like, what? Look at the spaces there. He's gone wide out of the corner before. Just because he thinks that I'm going to drive into him doesn't mean I have. Yeah, he slammed on the brakes. Let's listen to the replay here. This guy works for the local council parking ticket agency. Sorry. You're a 1/4 of a millimetre over the double yellow line. That will be a ticket. Yeah, look at this 90-degree rejoin. This is what the 90 degrees.
Hey, what's the rejoin cycle?
Watch the rejoin. What do you call me, a psycho?
Hey, what's the rejoin cycle?
Cycle? Psycho?
What the fuck are you doing, bud?
Watch the rejoin. Cycle?
Yeah, James, you can't just cut across the track like that, man.
You can't just cut across the track like that. Hang on, cut across the track.
Yeah, James, you can't just cut across the track like that, man.
Okay, let's just look at that. You can't. Let's look at that cutting across the track. Pay attention, guys. Pay attention to this cutting across the track. Yeah. Really, we really cut across the track. It was, I think it was probably one of the most egregious. We've avoided a crash. We come round. We slow down. He's not even on the inside line. What is he on about? There's a car's space here, and my car's not even rolling into the road. Oh no! What a horror! I don't know. I don't know what was going on in his head, but it wasn't reality, was it? At no point is he on the inside of the corner either. He's off the apex by miles all through here, and someone's crashing in front anyway. So, like, this is more egregious.
Hey, what's the rejoin?
He's so busy complaining about the rejoin that he probably would have crashed into that other guy if the other guy had stayed on his brakes. Oh, terrifying guy. Whoa! Hang on. We need to do this in slow motion for those of you that... oh my God! Oh, God, what's the rejoin? Oh, dear.
Hey, what's the rejoin cycle?
I don't know what a rejoin cycle is, but... oh, you know. Yeah, they fixed the grass. Yeah, in old grass we would have driven right across the track into everyone, but now you can... The grass actually drives better than the tarmac now because the tyres don't get warm on it. Oh, dear. Right, I'm just going to get some beans on toast quickly. We redeemed ourselves in that. Did he finish the race here?
That man.
Bruno? Watch the replay.
Oh, here we go. Let's listen to the...
Bro cut through the grass and then came back to the track at a 90-degree angle.
Cut through the grass, came back on the track at a 90-degree angle. This is what happens in real life with like court cases and things. That's what he thought. In his head, that is what he thought. He thought that my car was... This is how mental people are. This is why... In his head, this is a 90-degree angle rejoin with him being worried that we're going to hit him.
Cycle. Yeah, James, you can't just cut across the track like that, man.
I like to think he says like Batman.
What did he do, Bruno?
Sealer's stirring shit.
Bro cut through the grass and then came back to the track at a 90-degree angle.
You could really
watch the replay. It didn't affect anyone.
You could you could edit that with a top-down view with a protractor over the top as a YouTube short. Bro came back to the track at a 90-degree angle, and then you show the car, and then you show a protractor slowly descending on top of the car. Slowly coming down with the angle being measured. This is why I need an editor, because I can't be bothered. 90-degree angle. You just cut to like an angle and then an explanation of angles.
I avoid an accident and I come back as safely as possible. Deal with it.
Oh, I had to slam on the brakes to avoid you.
He had to slam on the brakes. Well, let's look at the evidence again. Slam on the brakes to avoid us. Hang on. Did he even touch the brakes? He didn't even touch the brakes. This guy has fabricated some like entire reality. Right, I'm getting some beans on toast, and I'm going to learn. We all need to learn about angles, guys. It's time for some angles. I'm going to save this as 90-degree angle. It's a classic. 90-degree angle. What a classic. Right, back in a minute, guys. Well, first of all, check the results. You have to hand it. iRacing does have the best replay system of all the simulators, so let's get some credit. Let's. When it comes to anything other than the driving physics, iRacing's the best. One iRacing, we're moving up. What a gain! Absolute gains. This is what I'm delivering. The results for the team. The grind is going to be a long grind. Only 3,000 hours to go. It's fine. Some say he died of old age doing what he loved. 90-degree angles, learning geometry. Right, next. Oh, we've got to sign up so we don't miss it. We need to. We're at that point where we have to bloody concentrate in quali and actually drive, not be shit. Oh dear. Can you imagine that? Angle, yeah, it's possible. Back in a minute. Negative. Hello. Oh. We're still trying to work out angles. Hello. We got bean. Oh shit. Ow. Come on. Beans on the toast. The beans on the toast go round and round. This is a disturbing sight for Americans. Beans on toast. This is culture for people that don't understand it. Only the most cultured of societies eat beans on toast. The most developed. One of the most advanced foods ever developed by civilization. The beans on the toast. Beans in a baguette would be quite nice. Yeah, sure, it's not too bad. Bit of carbs, bit of protein, too much sugar. I'm eating the whitest of white bread. What about beans on rice? Can I draw a pair of eyes on my forehead so it looks like you're looking up simultaneously? I can, yeah, I can, but I'm not going to. I can, yes. Could do lots of things, really. Yeah, beans and potato. I don't think I've not actually done a jacket potato in an air fryer. Does that work? I imagine it's probably not a good thing to do. Like, air fryers are good for thin things, then they don't seem to be good for thick things. But you could do potato wedges, cut them up, bit of salt, bit of paprika, and then put beans on them. Beans and potato wedges. That'd be good. There you go, that would work. I really like how air fryer toast comes out, because it comes out a bit like fried toast. Like you end up with like the middle's not cooked, but the top and the bottom, like the outsides are crispy. So it's really good. Right, it toasts it differently to a toaster. That's true, turn one meatball. Yeah. What is it with people that don't eat, they don't like the potato skin? What is wrong with that? Like, why would you not like the potato skin? You know. It's like people that won't eat the edge of toast. I got them, Stephen. They're really good. I put them on this morning at like 3 in the morning. They're awesome. 100% worth getting, I think. They're clipped on and they feel really nice. They feel good quality as well. Crispy skin is the best unless you're talking about genitals. That's an image. Oh dear. Whilst I'm eating. Oh dear. Oh, so bad. That's the importance of context. that is a really good demonstration of the importance of context. I've ruined jacket potatoes for you. Every time you have a jacket potato now, that is what you're going to think of. Oh, no. I've ruined it. Oh, no. Oh, dear. Oh, well. It was fun whilst it lasted. Oh, is the shine still here? By the way. Talking about crispy genitals. What's your GIF? What GIF would you want? He donated earlier. I forgot to put the GIF on the screen. Should we just pick a GIF for him? Jacket off. Jacket off, potato. Do they, have we got any Americans in chat? Can you buy a jacket potato in America? Like, if you were out and about? I don't think I saw any in Seattle. Given that Americans are basically British, it's weird that they don't have that many British things. They still drink tea, though. I guess they were like the crazy religious people, weren't they? What? Let's have a look here. Oh, I feel so much better. Blood sugar levels returning. What British things do Americans not have? A sense of humour. Food trucks, mostly Mexican. Well, that's not a bad thing. Mexican food's really good. That's beans still, like refried beans, chicken and stuff. Yeah, Mexican. That's a shame we don't have more Mexican in the UK. It started to get more. What can you get in the USA but not the UK? Bounce fabric softener sheets. Little Debbie snack cakes. Ivory soap. We have Dunkin' Donuts in the UK. British people are shaming normal American things that are non-existent in America. Totally normal things that are non-existent in America. When you enter a store in Britain and see items price posted on it, you know exactly how much it costs. Christmas crackers. Hang on, they don't have Christmas crackers in America with a shit joke in it.
James West.
Hello, Mr. Lander.
It is James West.
It's Lander.
Hello, James.
Who's this bloody bald bugger Dave Cam? Oh, for Northern Dave Cam.
Is that Dave Cam? I'm your biggest fan. Do you make videos? No.
Tell them just join the voice chat or something.
Hello, James.
Stupid fat sin race this is.
Hello there, Dave. How's it going, Dave?
Hello, James. How are you doing? Fine to see you.
Hello.
Hello, mate. Good to see you in the race again, mate. So, how's it going?
Yeah, really good.
Stupidest conversation.
Well, I don't know how we're going to get on today here at Silverstone. It could be a tricky race, this one. But hopefully we'll have a nice, clean, safe race and nobody will crash.
Thank you for the introduction there. That's true. I mean, it looks like it's going to be a clear sky, but the drivers often struggle going into T1, especially with the difficulty of all the drivers moving around.
The stupidest conversation.
Right, let's get back in the room.
How old are we? The mental age of toddlers. Oh dear.
Alvin and the Chipmunks.
Order! Oh, we're going. Well, that's a clip. When Dave Cameron gave a muscle meat in a server. Oh dear. So dumb. Right, let's go, guys. Fix setup. Woo! We can do a race without getting wrecked. That'd be nice. Guys, go and check out Dave Cam. He does lots of videos on YouTube. He does like full race commentary, drive through things. And he does reviews and stuff as well. Oh, thanks Rider Night. These are the new Muscle Vision Pro goggles. Really good. Very immersive. Oh, we need some new stuff, guys, on the stupid sim racing arguments list. The bad sim racing arguments list. We need some new entries. After quali, we'll have a look. We'll see what we got. There's probably more. Also, if you tuned in and you're new, you can follow. You'll regret it, but you can follow. You can also click the like button on YouTube.
Green flag, green flag.
Anything's possible.
Okay, here comes your first time lap.
Yeah, you can drive. You can join at 90-degree angles. Only the best angles on this channel. Hello, Gary Gavlar. On your VR videos, request 3 settings in AC. You mentioned open VR settings, but you don't show them. No, it's open XR, and then I have some settings for that. I could probably do a video to just give some settings. You don't need to use it, but it gives you a little bit of extra performance without much visual cost, because you can have the edges of the screen render at lower resolution. I could probably do it. The problem is, I could do a video on it, but it'll probably take me like 2 hours to do the video, and the video won't get many views at all. So it'd be better off for me to do a different video. There'll be guides out there already, if that makes sense, on settings you could use. Maybe I could screenshot the settings and maybe post it. That might make sense. Might do that. Do I need a video editor on a low budget? Well, maybe, but the problem is it ends up taking more time to have an editor. I was thinking, so the one thing that could work is someone that goes through live streams and then can edit out funny moments that happen in the live streams into shorts that are snappy. That could work because I've already done the content, but I don't know. I don't know how much I could. The problem is I don't know the finances of it, so I probably can't pay enough for it to be worthwhile based off the time it would take. If that makes sense. Exactly, it'd take a lot of searching. Dave Cam can do it. He does it on the side. Yeah, you can message on Discord. I charge £5 a minute. Yeah, you just send a message on Discord. But imagine putting on your CV, worked with Gamer Muscle. You bet you're never going to get a job anywhere ever again. Just the association. Do you know what I mean? It's like saying work with Rolf Harris or something. Not quite the same. I basically just called myself a pedo there. Work with Boris Johnson. There we go. Well, we've got a Discord. Just join on that, and then you can PM. Just search for Gamer Muscle Discord. Those were not good laps, but oh well. I enjoy starting in the middle of the pack. It's exciting.
All right, there's the checkered flag.
Yeah, but John, the mistake you're making is thinking that you're going to learn anything by watching this channel. So, Dave Cam, that was an exciting qualifying there. It looks like we've got some big names on pole position. What's your analysis of that qualifying, and what do you think will happen in the race?
Everyone in pits before 10 seconds is the race.
I don't think that the race is going to go according to plan for a lot of people, especially Sean Ross there starting in P13, the last of the qualifiers. Oh, no, sorry, down to P14. Yes, so it's not looking good for Sean.
That's a fantastic analysis there, and it's exactly what was on the tip of my tongue. Yeah, it's really a surprise what's happened, and you really do expect better performance from some of those drivers, but you know, every race is a new race, and every result is a different result. But it looks like the drivers are going to the grid, so we'll see what happens. But good luck to everybody, and let's have fun racing at Silverstone in the Formula F4.
Thomas, mate, you're hearing the best Twitch stream of all time.
I don't know who he thinks he is saying something like that.
The estimated strength of field is 3,500.
It's number one.
A lot of opportunities today. Head down. Pick your battle.
Here we go. Unlearn.
If we could not crash into the first 4 corners, be great. Thanks.
Yeah, Dave Cam.
Okay, everyone. Big crash in turn 2. Copy that.
Oh dear.
James, have you got a police livery?
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it? Someone's got to maintain law and order.
It is quite nice. Just hoping you don't ram anyone or like, hit anyone.
We put the Stinger on T3.
Every race I've done, I've been crashed into turn 3, so I'm expecting it.
Last 3 races, the first lap has been clean, and it's been the second lap.
Green, green, green.
Here we go. Time to get mangled.
Left side. Still there. Still there. You're on the right. 3 wide. Still there. Still there. Car on your left. 2 wide. There's an incident ahead. Still there. Go left. Go left. You're on the right. 3 wide. Left side. 2 wide. Still there.
Oh, I've got a traffic cone.
Still there. Hold your line. Keep to the right.
Ah!
Clear. Go
Ah!
left. Lead it. You got a slow car on the right. Right side.
Ah.
Clear on the right.
That's clean racing.
There's an incident ahead.
That was a 360. That was a 360-degree rejoin. Oh my goodness! Well, it's gonna be good for replays. Good for content. This one, Dave Cam.
Absolutely.
Did you see the spinning top? Oh, here we go. Oh, Christ.
Go left. Go right. Car on your left. Still there.
Are you still alive?
Keep to the right.
What do you mean?
Clear.
Am I still after that?
I'm still going. I'm still going. Oh, this race. It's good that people subscribe and pay for quality online racing. It's the clean driving is what brings me to
I
this.
thought, because it was a clean first few corners, I thought the lap would be clean.
I've not seen anything wrong here. It's been a totally normal race. cars
Everybody's
everywhere.
been well behaved, to be honest.
Did you not see what happened in Maggots and Beckett's?
No, it's been nice, relaxing first laps. You know, really calm.
Car on your left. Clear.
Order!
Right side. Clear.
Oh, we're in 10th.
Right side.
Can we have a big time, please, in the lead?
Clear. Car on your left.
I mean, I'm at last position, so really I see this as a total result.
This has been. I mean, you can't deny this has been a pretty entertaining 2 laps. You know.
Thomas, can I attach a rope to your car?
Sky looks nice.
Bro, what's the point with fighting when we have such a big gap? We can just go away from everyone.
I just want to point out. This is the worst race we've had all day after 8 races, and it's the first race with Dave Cam in it. So I just want to say that there's a variable that's changed.
I am not taking any responsibility for this nonsense.
Man, shut up, all of you, please.
Someone's a bit grumpy. Just because you're second to last, come on now, cheer up.
You're in the top 10.
Oh, 8th place, dreamy drive.
James, where are you?
8th place on pure pace alone. Raw talent. On track overtakes. Basically an esports driver.
Yeah, I mean, I'm behind the esports driver now, and to be honest, he's only pulled a second on me this lap, so... I'm glad it's going well for you, though, James.
I appreciate it, but I mean, you know, I'm normally winning races, so it's pretty normal to me to be in the top 5 or so in the top split podium, you know. But yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah, well, obviously you are probably one of the best of the bunch, so I expect it from you, race in and race out.
One of the best, if not the best.
I think we made Jonah disconnect.
Poor guy.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist.
Right there.
But that is amazing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
I was doing this race, getting the safety I rating up, and that seems to be in shambles now. So.
T1, just set the fastest lap. 2.228. Just set the fastest lap of the session.
The sky looks nice. It's time of day. Sort of, I think it's afternoon. Yeah, iRacing, people get... Mind the gap. People go, iRacing looks shit, but I like iRacing graphics.
The car in T16, just set the fastest lap. 1.863.
Keep with these guys here. We'll lose a draft. Dave Cam's on our tail. He's been in too many GT3 cars. He's struggling with the F4 car. Yeah, no, I like... I also... The thing is, I quite like games that look like simulators, if that makes sense. Hello, big Tashunka can. Especially when you're playing VR and stuff, I quite like blander looking games, or like first person shooters and things. It's just more comfortable on your eyes. Like when you have all these like shadows, ambient occlusion, all these like bollocks, it actually makes it more fatiguing to resolve the gameplay.
Just set your fastest lap of the session.
No, AMS2 graphics are really nice, especially in VR. I'm just saying, I like the blandness of iRacing. I quite like the blandness of R Factor 2 on its good tracks. I think AC with shader patch hits are really nice. Yeah, shader patch Pure and stuff in ACs are really nice in between. It's kind of like iRacing-y, but with more advanced lighting. Then the environments are quite simple, they're not like overdone. The tracks and stuff in AMS2 though, like all the random surrounding scenery is really, really good. It makes it feel really real.
I push you.
Oh, hello, Thomas. Yeah, they've no gameplay, so they're just stacking the graphics.
Bro, that just lost us 5 tenths. Come on.
These guys in front have way better pace than me. If they start battling, we're good. At the moment, they're not battling. Yeah, iRacing been saying that for a while.
Stay sharp.
My engineers just said we are where we're expected to be, and I'm 19th. That, honestly.
Burns.
Mine just said it's less than optimal. You are top I rating, so I expect you to be winning, but you did get crashed into, so...
So I feel the exit of that corner could do with the curbing being a tiny bit further out. Just a little bit. Then I feel like you could exit the corner a little bit more satisfyingly. Might just be for iRacing, that is. I don't know what it's like with other stuff. Well, all the angry drivers are dead from lap 2. Hello, Z. Look, you've just missed like one of the most ridiculous 3 laps. This race was probably one of the most ridiculous F4 starts. Oh, you'll see the replay. We had cars upside down. We had cars doing 360 no scopes.
Mate, you're so fucking slow, man.
It's been a delight.
Yeah, I'm just gonna slow us down so catch us up now.
We need these guys in front to bloody battle because I haven't got the skill to the pace. And we've got Dave Cam catching up with us. Will Dave Cam do the 2.2 second? Will he gap us in 3 laps? You can get on a tail if I keep being slow. If the cars in front also have an accident, so I have to slow down. Dave Cam will be back in it. He's activating Bold Dome.
Ma why, bro? Why? Why? Tell me why. Tell me why. Tell me why.
Tell me lies.
Heads up, Jan. Come on.
Tell me lies. Tell me sweet little lies.
James, I just got 2 places on pure pace and performance. They crashed, but my pure pace got them past.
Please tell me why. Do we build castles in the sky?
Oh, James, you're making moves. You're in P7 now. Well done.
Come on, Dave Cam, you can catch up with me. I'm slow. Too busy singing. Oh, he's slow as well.
Really, though, I do expect you to be on the podium by the end of the race.
It's alright, we've got a strategy. Don't worry about it.
You're basically like Moses when he parted the sea. That's what you're going to do towards the end of the race.
We got it. We got it. Oh, they're starting to battle. I'm going to clean them up when they crash. Dave.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm going for that.
Dave, I need us to focus our bold heads together to cause a crash in front.
I'll park it in Beckett's for you if you want.
By the power of bold. Go, go, Baldy Rangers. You mighty hair loss. Don't know how the rest of the song would go. Male pattern boldness Rangers. Alright, let's go. Yeah, as long as if they start battling, they'll lose like 2 seconds a lap.
You have about 5 laps of fuel left.
It's a shame they're not battling sooner though. Alright, 2 laps to go here. I think we can get 3 places. If at least 2 of these cars in front are going to crash. Oh, Dave Cam's catching for the final lap. But he's sweating.
Mate.
Oh, that's 1. Oh, we're in it. We're in it for the final lap here. Dave Cam coming hard. Oh, he's got damage. Oh, no. Whoa! It's 1.
White flag, white flag.
Come on.
Breaking news, everybody. Red Bull is trying to sign Alex Albon. Breaking news.
Oh! Ah, come on, all three of them have got to come together. When three become one. I don't think they're close enough. I mean, the white car is, but you really need the three cars. The Roland's dropped back. Oh, it's going to be a final corner showdown. Come on, final corner showdown. Come on, guys. Focus for the wreck. Yes, the white car. Yes. Come on, guys. Come on. Come on. Yes. No, they drove safely. Idiots. Idiots. No.
Really?
There's an incident
I love the radio impression at the start of that voice chat. I love that.
Checkered flag, checkered flag.
Ah, we got 74 I rating.
Nice.
Pure skill.
Well, that's a shame. The guy that dive bombed me got disqualified. That's a shame.
Rigged. Hang on. Let's look at the criminal footage.
That's a great end to the story, Mac.
The pace car is out of control.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. And did you drive into him at the end? Does he get a DQ? Does he still finish? Did he went across the finish line?
I hope he gets disqualified. I hope he finishes last.
Right, the start of this race, guys.
Please, James, watch me lap 7, please.
Okay, hang on. Was that a tactical police takedown, Dave?
Yeah, textbook from Interceptors.
Tonight on Police Camera Action, a retired policeman takes revenge on a local youth.
Bloody love that show.
But of course, I'll write it up, but he hit me first, and I just used appropriate force.
Said, yeah, beat him over the head with a truncheon. It was appropriate. It was an appropriate and reasonable response.
Your Honour, he headbutted my baton 3 times.
The old Metropolitan Police Defence. Right, here we go. Replay of the first lap. This is amazing. Percy. Hi, James.
Yeah, that's what I'm watching, and I'm just seeing how clean the first few corners are. I've got some maggots and Beckett, so here we're going to see some monstrosities.
Ah, nice one. Free 23 quid. You use the links. Oh yeah, appreciate it. Thanks. Yeah, did you get the?
Right, calculate who it is. It's Keith.
You got the Meta.
Keith crashed into everybody at the start.
Turns body cam off, covers it up. Unfortunately, the footage was unrecoverable. Unfortunately, an item of clothing was covering the body cam.
And then chaos ensued from that.
I'm surprised that doesn't happen more often. The memory cards. We don't know where they went. Yeah, if you use my meta link, I get money and you get money as well. It's just for store credit. 23 is enough to get a virtual desktop or something as well. Oh, look at this, guys. What a shambles. Cars everywhere. Oh my.
Surprisingly, I've actually gained iRating and the safety rating from that race.
Ah, push the wrong button. Push the wrong button, guys. I need to learn how to use a computer here. I always do that. I don't know. I've never used that button. Right. Hang on. Lap 1. What are you? Are you in the green car, Dave? My name's Dave. Hang on. Oh, you were well far back. You in the black and red. You were well far back. You got up pretty quick.
Well, James, it was a nice knowing you. I'll probably never.
Yeah, it was a good race. I'll see you in the next race.
Yeah, hopefully. I will be in the next race, so hopefully we will see each other.
Oh my god. Look. It's just an absolute wreckage. Cars everywhere. What are they doing? I'm just like, oh, I'm like, forget that. Just drive off the track. You do lose a lot of places if you go that wide from cars on the inside, but there's literally no point. I mean, look, they're still crashing back there. The Barbie. We almost got Barbie there. Oh, here we go. This was well good. Oh my god. Hang on, he rejoined into him. I didn't even realise. This guy... this guy just rejoins into this car at full speed. What? And then I'm like, ah, lol. And then this is like coming towards me. And I shit the bed. What are they doing? What are they doing? Let's watch it from... where's bloody Dave Cam gone? He's in an invisible car. Oh, there he is. What are they doing? I mean, iRacing. Why is this not moderated at all? It's a good rejoin. To be honest, he probably didn't like the Barbie movie, which is fair enough. People have different taste. Oh, is it is it revenge? Hang on. Okay, so this guy who's driven into that car, his front left is gone. Yeah, his front left is broken, so he can't steer right. So he then... Well, that's one way to turn right. That is one way. Yeah, he can't, I mean, he can't, yeah. Let's see if he can go right round here. He's still behind us, he's still battling. Yeah, he can't turn right. Good driving there. Nicely done. Right, let's look at all the smoke. Here we go. So, oh, that was good stuff. Good stuff. That was that was an entertaining race. Well, I mean, it's iRacing, Thomas. What do you mean? Why is he still on the throttle? Come on. How much? I mean, I was not expecting that confident. the speed at which the Barbie comes across the track. I've got a clip of that. I think I screamed. Oh my god. Imagine that in real life. Like, fortunately, cars don't tend to bounce off walls like that. They do sometimes. That would be absolutely terrifying. That actually happened in at Rhodes. Road America, year before last, maybe, I think it was. I'm not sure what car it was. Some Formula or something. There was like an incident, and then the car went right across the track into everyone. Woo! Yeah, it was good. Right, and then we had... yeah, I didn't... I stayed calm, Freaky Leak. I don't know what you're talking about. I always stay calm. I've clipped it, so... Oh, here we go. We have a car on its route. Here we go. Oh, my God. Just cars. Oh, here we go. Let's see how close this was to hitting us. Oh, dear. Right. What's going on here? There we go. We got car. Up, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then this guy doesn't go on his brakes. Look at that. We've had to go... Look at that. Bloody hell. We've had to drive right off the track to avoid that. We've got pretty good at this. You know, got pretty good at avoiding stuff. Like, you have to... At least now, because they've made the grass not too slippy, you can actually go on the grass to avoid a lot of things. Funny that I was saying that for like 3 years, and then they did it, and it's made things a lot better. You know, ego, prove them right. There's the game of muscle ego again. Okay, that was good racing. Survived it. It's a shame I didn't have more pace to stay with these guys. I started to get more pace, but then they'd already got away, and they didn't battle enough. So. Oh yeah, they crashed. Oh no, they didn't. No, someone did. One of the cars went wide, didn't they? That's what happened. Yeah, we need to see the results. See if Dave Cam got the position from the guy that got DQ'd. I think we got 75 I rating though. So did we do a poll before this one? I think we did. What's the deal with the goggles? They're to keep the wind out my eyes. What do you mean? What's the deal? Stop stones getting in your eyes. Have you never driven a? Do you not sim race? They make you go faster. I know this guy just dropped off. He also got slowed down. Woo! Maybe you're new. I don't know. So maybe you're not used to sim racing, so you don't understand. It's pretty common. Beautiful. Right, let's have a look at the points here. Punkte. Das Punkt. Results and stats. My results. Forehead humidity regulators. Safety rating. We're almost at 2,300. 2,900. Numbers, how do they work, guys? Dave Cam. Yeah, he did. He got it. Who was the guy that drove into him? So how does the DQ work? How do you know how many laps someone's done? Disconnected. Oh, disqualified. But they weren't... It was a black car. So how does that work? I don't know how that works. Beer diet efficiency. Woo! I don't think we've lost. We lost rated in one race, but generally speaking, we've been gaining racing. We lost the last race, so we lost 20 in that one. Gained 1 in that one. Gained 4 in that one. 21 in that one. Yeah, the big thing. The big thing when you're doing this, when you're on the grind for iRating, the big thing is to just not get big losses, not get DQs, which is probably going to happen in the next race. That's the key, because that's what sets you back. And then as long as if you can stay out of the incidents when other people have a bad race, you can really capitalise on it. It's always just an average, get a thing of averages, isn't it? Nice. This is getting me better at Silverstone. I'm really bad at this track. It's the left-hander before. It's this one. Aintree. No, it's the loop, I think, is the corner that I... Thank you, Popeyes. Yeah, the loop is the corner that I suck at. Because you're already coming out and you have to go to the right, and then it's hard to know how much to be on the power, and then you don't want to get the understeer. It's weird, if you drink coffee whilst eating dark chocolate coffee beans, the coffee doesn't taste of coffee. It tastes the water, because you're already you're coffee saturated. Beautiful. I really need to swap the capture card in the streaming PC over. But that's going to take like a few hours, so let's not do that now. Got the Avamedia. The Avamedia. Live cam. Live gamer 4K 2.1. 4K 60 capture, 4K 144 pass through. Also supports variable refresh rate, so we'll be able to just pass the image straight through the capture card into the monitor, rather than using the splitter that I got. Guarantee when I put this in the system it's not going to work, is it? At the moment I've got the Elgato what is it, HD60S or something, the Elgato PCIe card, which can do 4K, but it can't do 4K 120. Do 4K 60, I think. Hang on. In the box, this card says, not to be spend too much money, to be smartly choose our budgetary and high quality video calibration live streaming solutions for effective communication. not to be spend too much money, to be. Why don't I think the Avamedia's Taiwanese? Why don't they you know, they work with influencers and stuff internationally. Hello, comma Jaman. Hello. Why don't they get these documents and stuff checked by native English speakers? Like, presumably you could just email someone. You go, all right, here's this thing that we're working on. Surely if I'm doing graphic design for a French company or a German or whatever, and I'm not a native speaker of that language, I would, well, you'd ask permission from your boss because of data protection and everything, but you would go, oh, is this grammatically correct? Right? If it's going to be printed and put in like hundreds of thousands of products. It's part of China, yeah, well that's the whole thing, isn't it? Taiwan #1, China #1. Well, you know, Taiwan thinks it's independent, China thinks it's a Chinese territory. Get ready for World War 3. AI speakerphone, pocket speakerphone, 4K camera, wireless microphones, video bar, Bluetooth classroom sound bar. Well, that could be quite handy. This is like a business leaflet. 4K AI camera with ultra angle 100 degrees. AI auto framing and gesture control. You look better with HDR. You look better with HDR, guys. I look better with HDR. Yeah, 100 degrees is better than 90. It's what? It's a bigger number. Only one cable connection to PC. Hang on, video bar with docking station. Is it a projector or something? High image quality with ultra wide angle 124-inch AI powered auto framing. Oh, it's a web camera. Has it got like a USB? Oh, it's got multiple USB ports on it. I guess you can attach multiple webcams. Camera, speaker, microphone, docking, HDMI, USB-A, USB-C, RJ45, auxiliary, all in one device. Yeah, it's for like video conferencing. That's actually pretty cool. So you could put a bunch of these in a boardroom and then have a completely unproductive boardroom meeting with cameras. Landscape. Oh, I mean offices. How depressing is an office? Let's have a meeting, guys. How many of right? Oh, hello, Paul. How's it going, man? Oh, nice one as well. Happy Friday. How many? Those of you in chat that have real jobs, unlike pathetic YouTubers, how often are meetings that you have, would you say, are genuinely productive meetings where that could have been right? So, like a formal. So, I would wager that the vast majority of meetings, if it's not something that can be communicated within about 10 minutes, 15 minutes maximum, and it's just a case of having everybody in one room and then someone going, this is what's happened so far with the project, everybody needs to know, now let's all separate. How many people, right, that's one type of meeting that I think is always very productive and really good. How many people, what percentage of meetings do you have that are over 30 minutes long where you feel like it was useful? You're in a meeting when it's decided when to have a meeting. 20%. Yeah, like it seems to me like a meeting when meetings work or make sense is when you have a company-wide announcement. So it's not even really a meeting. It's not about communicating between people. It's literally, we need everybody in the same room to make sure that we know that everybody has heard the same message, which is almost always something that is probably about 8 to 10 minutes long to convey. Our meetings are exactly. Like, think how much this costs. I think there's like a really weird cultural insistence on pointless corporate meetings that don't make any sense, but because it's work culture and people that do business degrees and office culture and everything, I think that's what it gets. To be fair, a shareholder meeting is actually okay. That makes sense. So, like, because that's more of a presentation. Here's the shareholders. All the shareholders need to know what the company has been doing. So it's not really a meeting. It's a presentation to the shareholders. So I think that's perfectly fine. And again, that's probably like that'd be fine to go on for an hour because it's literally the CEO explaining what's happened. And some, that's fine. I wouldn't class that as a meeting, so that's more like a presentation. Yeah, this card looks nice. It's going to be interesting to use. It's interesting, like the culture stuff. So, like in Europe, often you'll have the thing where basically you have meals with the people you're working with. You're having meals and stuff with them. Like, so in France you have like an hour-long dinner breaks and stuff, so you don't really need, you can still have,
mate, sim racing is my job.
You still have meetings, but you're going to have dinner with people anyway, so whilst you're eating dinner, you can discuss pertinent things with other people, so you're on the same page. Matt Jones, my place is good, work in tech, and we only have meetings when needed. 6 to 7 a month. Yeah. From what people tell me, a lot of meetings are basically either the CEO or people in the business. There's certain people that like to force people to listen to them because it's not something that they normally get, and so it's an opportunity for them to be, oh, I'm in front of people, I'm important, look how good I am at doing business. That's the purpose of the meeting. It'd be interesting to know, like, how many meetings are actually productive, though. Like, to really see if you could have a body that goes around to like loads of businesses, and then like analyzes all the meetings taking places, and then could quantify how many companies are completely wasting their time versus companies that are productive with meetings. Three are productive. Oh dear. Technically, a sim race is a meeting between a bunch of people driving virtual race cars, and just like real life office meetings, it's never productive, and occasionally, almost always, someone ends up upside down. iRacing should just be called meeting simulator. We're all sat in chairs. We're all looking at computers and webcams. We're all pretending to be doing something useful. It's exactly the same thing. People that want to send it, people that send it but regret it, and people that send it all the time. Oh dear. iRacing. We've got to get what are we on now? We're on 2.8. I really wanted to get to 3K by the end of today. We've moved up. We've gained like 100 rating today, so not too bad. Let's go. Do you guys know this track? It's called, I don't know. It's some like weird, it's in some weird small island. Where they like, there's a, it's like this small, like Democratic Republic of, I don't know, it's like some small island that thinks it's really important. And then, for some reason, their electoral process is so broken that 30% of the population can basically allow for a corrupt government to get into power repeatedly. But for some reason, they don't change the voting. Yeah, I don't know. It's like some weird. It's strange because it's like it's a country that's like really rich, but they the wealth is all kept in a single city and within a small group of people that don't actually contribute much to the country. So yeah, I don't know. Australia, that's it. Yeah. Small island and Australia. Those are words that are often said.
Green, green, green.
I was talking to someone about this. The UK is very much an island, right? But when you're in the UK, you don't really think of it as an island. It's not like Mallorca or Crete or something. Because UK's big enough that when you're in it, it doesn't really feel like an island. It feels the same as like being in Germany and France and stuff. But it is actually really quite small, and you are pretty close. You're within an hour or so of sea all the time. Well, 2 hours in the Midlands, but most of the country, the sea's under 2 hours away, probably an hour and a half. Yeah, never saw the ocean. That's because it's cloudy. Even when you're at the seaside, you can't see it. That's just the weather. Even when you're in a boat doing a channel crossing, you can't see the channel.
You've got about 2 laps of fuel.
Every major landmass. What about minor landmasses? Yeah, it's proper grey at the moment.
One more lap.
Ready for some? Yeah, well, it's winter grinds on for another like 2 months. That's how it goes in the UK. Just keeps going. Winter just continues forever. Favourite iRacer streamers? Matt Malone. Oh, fuck. Matt Malone, Emil Bernsdorf, Daniel Gray's really good. That's mostly just, like, there's lots of good streamers for like iRacing, but
About 1 lap of fuel left.
for me, those are mostly ones that are streaming when I'm not, so I know them. I'm sure there's loads of others at different times, but Matt Malone's a sexy beast. I like Matt Malone. He's a good guy. He's a legend. Oh, looks like... What? Ah, well, I dicked up Quali there.
Alright, there's the checkered flag.
He's too Trumpy. I don't care about that. The thing is, it doesn't matter. You can have an interesting conversation with him and he's funny, so who cares? Do you know what I mean? Like... Ugh. You don't have to like agree with someone to try. Yeah, he eats too many beans. There we go. Thing is, I think the problem in America is that the choice you have, it's like the UK, it's just shit. The choice you have, it's like the UK. Oh, Tories that are dog shit, or Labour that are dog shit. Which, I mean, Labour's not as bad as Tories, but it's like in America, it's worse. It's like, okay, you have the Republicans, which are complete shit and just a mess, or you have the Democrats, which are complete shit and just a mess. And neither of them are addressing the core economic issues. Neither of them are doing, like, in any direction. Like, they're not doing anything that would be a productive thing to make stuff better. And it's the same problem in the UK. It's like, it's okay, let's say you got Labour in the UK. It's a slower march in the same direction. It's not as shit. They will, for people that are currently alive, it will be less worse than Tories. Fine. But unless they address the fundamental economic, healthcare, education, taxation, all these things, unless that's addressed, it's the same march towards, like, stuff being crap. And for some reason, people, especially people on the left in the UK, don't seem to understand this. They're like, oh, Labour will save us. Oh, it will progress in the right direction. It's like, no, it won't. It's like, look at Labour previously. yeah, they're better than the Tories were, but did they address the fundamental economic issues? No. Did they continue doing stuff? We were at the Afghan war. How many people died in that for no reason? Did they open the door for the current Tories to be in power? Yes. So, did they address actually, like, okay, they fixed a little bit, but the root disease is still there. So, you know, that's the problem. So, if you don't have a political party that's actually progressing things, not degressing things slowly, but progressing things, what, you know,
look for opportunities.
One of them is killing you slowly, and one of them's killing you faster. I mean, to be fair, I'd rather die slowly than quickly, but... Or you'd rather have a less painful death than a more painful death, but
Green flag,
you'd rather not die at all. Wall of muscle.
Car on your left. Still there. Still there, hold your line. Clear. Car on your left. Stay on the right. You're on the right, 3 wide. There's an incident ahead. Car on your left, 2 wide. Slow car ahead. Still there, hold your line. Still there. Still there. Clear on the left. Car right. Clear.
I made the right choice.
Side. Clear.
That is why you go to the inside.
Right side. Clear on the right.
It was worth the lift to do 2 places to be on the inside of that corner. We would have got wrecked there. There's a wreck about to happen for sure. Look at this cluster F of cars. Oh my goodness. Okay, I don't see how this is going to make sense. I really do not know how this is going to work. Let's go on the inside. Oh my god.
Left side. Clear on the left. Left side. Clear. Left side.
Fucking
Clear.
hell.
Left side.
Christ. My arse. That was a bit close. That was a bit close. Missiles coming at us. Jesus Christ. That's how you survive that.
Slow car ahead. Car stopped ahead. There's an incident ahead.
My goodness. Christ, my arse. Nice and clean driving all the time in this. That's what I like about F4. In there. I squeezed him a little bit, but that made sense. I had to squeeze him to like hope that the red car slowed down, which he did. A bit risky, but if you're on the outside of that bit of track, you get driven into when they come back across and understeer into you. Ah, coffee bean. Trying to eat my coffee beans in my F4 car. Well, I really hope this red car doesn't do something dumb. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. That'll be fun in this car. I'm looking forward to the rain.
The car in C1 just set the fastest lap. 0.
That might be my best ever lap.
That was your fastest lap of the session.
No, it wasn't.
Slow car ahead. Car stopped ahead. There's an incident ahead. Go right.
Oh my god. How did that not hit?
Well.
Oh, I had the salt off. How did that not hit him?
Car right. Clear. Right side. Right
Ah!
side. 2 wide. Clear on the right.
Man, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Keep to the right.
Sorry.
Stay on the right.
Oh, James, what have you done?
Still there.
I don't know how much of it was like net code into the braking. It was like a tickle.
Stay on the right. Clear.
I wasn't even trying to push. I'm sorry that it took you out. I don't know why his car went flying. Like barely. I mean, he broke a little bit earlier than I was expecting, but it wasn't like a. You know what I mean? It wasn't like a massive punt or anything. A bit of a net code, I think. Really weird. Yeah. I wasn't even attacking. I was just trying to. I wasn't like trying to overtake him or anything. I was just trying to be close. I don't know why his car went flying. It should have been like a. It shouldn't have done anything to him. Do you know what I mean?
You're in the top 10.
There's a lot of inappropriate touching in this lobby.
Be interesting to see the replay, see if it was how much netcode was involved in that. There was a 0x as well, so it wasn't. There was no damage. Yeah, it's a shame it took him out. But I really didn't mean to. But given how his car went absolutely flying off, but then nothing happened to mine. No, it wasn't like the 90-degree rejoin.
Why are you defending? Just work together, you idiot.
You idiot. Very, very idiot.
Things are looking good.
Harry's gonna kill me for 17.
What is isn't Oracle accounting software?
Yeah, no, sorry, that was my bad.
Or is Oracle just business, isn't it networking?
You're at the back of the field.
What does Oracle
I wasn't
do
trying to
now?
lunge you. I really struggle with that corner and not locking up for some reason. Right.
Database, yeah, that's it. Can't believe people still do Java. Of all languages that still exist, Java's been going and still Java's in use. It's crazy. Is there an older, I mean obviously like C and stuff, but like of like rando sort of, Java's more like a scripting than like a proper language.
The leader just did a 0.8.
There's nothing else like it that's been around for so long that's like that dated, is there? Hey up, Euclid, hey up, alright, hey up. Java's like it's like Flash or something.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know what's happened to me, to be honest. Gotcha.
Visual Basic, yeah, but Visual Basic's more just
spun out about 4 times this race.
Java the Hutt. Visual Basic's more like a Windows thing, it's like an interfacing thing. Pascal, yeah. Do people still use Pascal at all? I wrote a lottery program in Pascal.
Bobby just went around again.
That was about my limited
Banana
programming.
peels on the track.
That makes sense. There'll be ancient stuff used in, you know, for like machining tools and like automation. That will have some proper ancient stuff for sure. You know, like the stuff that controls robotics and things. Some of that will be absolutely vintage. What is the language that they use for automation? There's a specific thing that you use to control servo motors on production lines. It's got a name. Yeah, there's still cache points and stuff that are using Windows 3.1 and they just won't upgrade it. So everything running on the master run with Windows 3.1. They're not networked, no, so like in the same way. The PS1, the Yar Zone, wasn't it? It was like a programming. The Yar Zone? I don't know what it's called. There's like a. Basically, it was a dev kit, but you could buy it for like £250. But then I think you use that, yeah, you use that programming language with it.
You have about 5 laps of fuel left.
Oh, that's sad. Oh, hello. Oh, Jesus Christ. The Germans are invading. No, it's Germany. No, GT3s. You've got to have brain damage to drive GT3. Whoa. You're making the Red Bull crash. Hallo. Guten Tag. Welcome du. Ich bin Gamer Mussel. Ich bin sehr gut. Hammer. Du. Ich bin Winkelmesser. Hast du einen... Ja. Welcome. Welcome, guys. Thanks for the raid, Dan. Hope you're doing well, man. Dan should be in the pinnacle of iRacing motorsport. F4. Don't follow, guys. You'll hate it here. All I do is whinge and complain about iRacing's tyre physics and netcode. You'll hate it here. I'm a miserable bastard. I'm not positive like Dan. Although, to be fair, Dan's a bit of a whiny bastard as well. But he's German, so everyone expects it. Clap for the effort. Normal births. We don't say the GT3 word here. Yeah, I hope you had a nice stream, Mr. Dan Motorbike. Yeah, guys, if you haven't checked out, you should follow Dan on YouTube especially. He does lots of review videos. One of my favourite reviewers. Dan's a grumpy, miserable German, which equates to good reviewer. That's what I like in my reviews. He's not really grumpy. It's just German scene grumpy. He's smiling inside. Sehr gut. Yeah. Yeah, check out his channel, especially his YouTube. His Twitch, bit shit to be honest. Especially his followers. Especially the type of people that would come into another channel from a raid and follow that channel. The worst. Terrible. But his YouTube's alright. His Twitch is terrible. What you guys don't know is, you know that camera that he's got that moves left and right. He's made out that that's on a slider, a motorised slider, but what you don't know is that he's actually chained up a fine Frau in the corner of his room, and he only feeds her if she sits there moving the camera left and right slowly. And at the end of the stream, he watches the stream back, and if the camera didn't move smoothly, he's like, "Das was nicht gut! Why did you move the camera too slow? Du bist ein dumm Kamera Operator. You will not eat tonight. No sausage for you. No Döner. Keine Döner. Frau, Kamera, Frau. Nein. Nicht fooden. That's how his conversations go in his house. He always shouts. He seems quiet, but he's quiet in his live stream, so he can shout when he's not live. Oh, I met him at Sim Racing Expo. Really noisy guy. Boiling kettle? Of course. Oh, I'm going to get taken out by Julian Kramer. Oh, this is the final lap. Let's crash into this car. Here we go. You ready? Final. This overtake's going to be sponsored by Dan Suzuki and his followers. So if we actually end up wrecking this car in front, it's their fault, not mine. You ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? It's coming. It's coming. Fasten your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen. Might be a bit of turbulence. Oh, car behind almost wrecked us. Here we go. Let's fake him to the right. Are you ready? You ready? Watch this surprise.
Right side.
Magic! Magic! What a move! Dan Suzuki! Woo! Sponsored by Dan Suzuki, the move of the decade! It worked! Yes! The Dan Suzuki move! How did that work?
Great job. You did really well.
How did it work? That's called the Dan Suzuki. The Dan Suzuki. Ah, beautiful. I can't believe that worked. I can't believe that worked. The Dan Suzuki. Oh my God, that was so bad. Can't believe that worked. Look at this. He's like, oh, he's on the right-hand side of the track. Surely he won't go up the inside. Oh, he will. Oh my God, he's so close. Oh, that was Michael Schumacher style. Oh my God. That was, it was all calculated and not down to chance at all. Christ. I can't believe that worked. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. He's been Suzuki'd. Oh, it's beautiful. We gotta look at that crash earlier on. We killed someone. Oh. Right. Can't believe that worked. If you hadn't killed the other fella earlier, I know. Oh, this is a nice livery. Look at this. That's cool. I need a cup of tea to celebrate that. That was the move. That was the move of the year for me. That's never going to get better. We've peaked, guys. Oh my goodness. We've peaked. Ridiculous move. Oh my, on the final two corners. No, I didn't know that was possible. We beat a Red Bull. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Might have to make a short out of that. What we need to do is like pretend that that's our normal driving. Oh, we always do that, guys. Bet he's regretting not covering the inside there. He can't be bitter about that. I mean, you know. Just one more time for the ego. This is like Richard Burns' rally when you finally do one good rally stage after 500 attempts of like what is it, France 1? What's it called? What's France 1 stage? It's called France 1, but it's got a name. Joyeux Plain. You do like 300 attempts at it. You do one good attempt. You're like, oh, I'm going to watch the replay now for the next half hour and pretend that I pretend it was the first time. Beautiful, absolute. That's a. Ah, dear. I need to print a picture of that off. Put it on the wall. Right, here we go. Let's look at the murder. Murder. We did avoid a whole bunch of crashes before. Like, so this was good. We let these guys go through. Where was it? Yeah, so I lifted here to get on the inside because you really don't want to be on the outside. And that then allowed us to get... I channeled Dan Suzuki for that move. So, like, if we were on the outside, chances are we would have probably been in trouble there. It wasn't that bad, actually. Right, let's find us punting this guy. I did say sorry to him. I think it was netcode, though. I mean, I did drive into him, but the reaction from it, I think, was netcode. It was a good takedown. If you could do it on purpose every single time, it'd be a good way to take people out. Yeah, that's it. Retire from sim racing. We need to just go to Counter-Strike and get our 16k. Here we go. Get our 16k. Do you know what it is? It's because his car's turning a little bit, and we tap his wheel. Yeah, but look how his car reacts to that. It doesn't really make any sense, does it? What? Like, why does his car go? That's so weird. I think his car was already turning, so his tyres were already sliding. You see us come in, but we're actually slowing down, and we're basically, at the time of the contact, we are entering into the corner at the same time. I can't turn anymore. You can see I tried turning left a bit to avoid it. I can't brake any harder. No, well, at the point of contact, I wasn't going 10. So I couldn't. We've moved left. Look. It's like 3 miles an hour. I think netcode has made it seem as if we, like, from his perspective, it probably looked like we careened into him, like the average of the netcode. If that makes sense. Yeah, that's the thing. But yeah, you're seeing what my computer's seeing, so it's probably that it is a good. You can actually take people out quite consistently by doing this. If the car in front brakes and you brake slightly later, their car relative to you, so their deacceleration is delayed from your client's perspective. They've not slowed down as much as they actually have from their perspective because there's a delay. So when they're slowing down on your screen, from their so that they are they've already slowed down on their side. Then there's a delay for that to go to the server, and then the server sends it to you. So basically what it means is from their perspective, you haven't slowed down from their client's perspective because you brake when you brake, but that's delayed from their client because of the delay from you braking to when their client receives you braking. They've broke sooner from their perspective, and that's delayed to your client. So from the server's perspective, both cars are moving together faster than they're actually moving together from each car's perspective. So what happens is, the more smoothing there is, the more the cars are coming together, if that makes sense, from their individual perspectives. The solution is that the car contacts and the amount of force that's imparted to cars has to be reduced. But iRacing, in all their wisdom, treats all contacts in multiplayer the same as if you're racing against AI, and so the reaction from it is as if what the server sees, which is halfway in between of both clients, which is a averaged mix, but it's still not the truth. So this is one of the continuations of the flaw. This is a thing that a lot of sim developers do, is they ignore the reality of the abstraction of the medium. So it's like with the force feedback, it's like with netcode, it's like with a whole bunch of stuff. They put the correct data in, and they're doing the correct thing, and it's true, but it's not true by the time it's gone through the internet to each client. When you hit a car that's turning left on a left tyre, Hang on, this is another thing. If you hit a car that's turning left on the left tyre, that's an anti-rotation force on that car. So hang on. If I'm driving into him on the left, that's pushing his left right. No. But then what about the friction of the wheel? Hang on. I'm pushing forwards, but that would load his front up as well, so that's more likely to induce understeer, presumably. So yeah, it would rotate right in the sense of if you were to treat the whole car as a single solid thing and remove everything else from it. But then there's also the dynamic of you're actually going to, when you hit the back of a car, it might lift the back up, which would then do some random shit. But then it also might move the front down, which might do a bunch of random shit. And then there's also the aspect of the tyres interacting with each other in terms of how those two tyres mesh, if at all, because they might not do much. Year 2 physics. Well, but the biggest thing in iRacing that causes this type of stuff is the netcode delay, and like netcode's insane. It's a hard thing to do, and also the fact that you can't control.
Gamer Master should learn how to drive.
Ah, thank you, Tim. Would you like a GIF? Also, because you can't control the cars over the limit, not saying that from a punt you see lots of cars in real life from little contacts when they're turning, losing control completely, so I'm not saying it's totally unrealistic, but the uncontrollability over the limit in iRacing makes these kinds of contacts even worse. I think Race Room does the best job of that kind of stuff. But I felt bad. I apologise to him. Straight away, I'm like,
Man, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Sorry.
3 times. I didn't even hesitate. I need to hesitate. It looks like I'm not. It looks like I'm being sarcastic. The timing is important. You have to wait and make it look like you've considered the apology. Otherwise, the apology doesn't have the full impact. It just comes across like you intentionally took them out, and then you'd already planned about it, and then you're saying sorry to make out that it wasn't intentional. This is like terrible manipulation. What I also needed to do in the live stream is then have a go at myself to then play off it, and then manipulate you guys emotionally to elicit sympathy, to make you guys make me feel better, to then get donations from you. I am shit at my job. I am so bad at this. Oh, hang on, that's making me look bad. There we go. No, actually, I'm all right. Oh, no, now I don't know what to think. Oh, dear. Exactly. What if I'm bluffing and I actually intended to take him out? That would be, yeah, that would be the double quadruple bluff. You'll never know. What if I'm operating on another level? What if the guy wearing vintage Formula glasses is operating on the supreme level, and I took this guy out because I hate Damon Hill? Now, if I was really good, I'd have took him out so we would take this guy out. But then we wouldn't have had the overtake at the end that was really good. Why does he...
I'm so sorry.
Why did he take so long to get back? Craig Salter, iRacing also transfers more force to other cars. Yeah, that's to do with the thing that I was explaining before. It's to do with the smoothing and the mismatch is why it's more force than you'd think it would be. I believe, I could be wrong, obviously, but that from how it's operating, that would seem like the most reasonable thing. What's surprising to me is if you've ever played Rocket League, the netcode in that is absolutely phenomenal, especially in how it does it with... So, Rocket League has a ball that's like physics-based. It's quite slowly moving, which obviously helps, but... you can have 2 cars hitting the ball, and then the server then works out from the timing of the cars and then the mismatch, all that stuff. But then it does it in a way that's obviously you play Rocket League, it's not perfect, but like it works really well considering. Like if you've ever played any game online where you typically have an object that's linked, the physics of the object are linked over the network. It normally looks pretty awful. It normally doesn't look like, you'll have noticed it when you played games. I mean, you notice it in iRacing all the time, but you try to think of like Battlefield when you have a physics object go flying off, or like the old thing would be in like first-person shooters, you know, when you would stand on like a vehicle and then you would be like juddering and lagging behind it and all that kind of stuff. Well, they've kind of fixed that now in new first-person shooters, but yeah, it's pretty amazing when it does. Like Rocket League, as I say, is really clever. Do I have a business email? Just gamermusclejames@gmail.com. That's the normal. It's on the YouTube channel, I think, as an email. Right. Let's sign up to the next race. That was good fun, though. I'm happy. One last look at the Dan Suzuki move. Sponsored by Dan Suzuki. Well, one last look at this. Absolute legendary moves. Try doing that in a G. There we go. This is what I meant about GT3 cars. That would, the end of this race, this would not be possible in a GT3 car, in the sense that this guy wouldn't even need, there would be no opportunity to draw him out because it would take too long for both cars to move over. The car, a GT3 car, is too wide and too slow into the braking. No risk of him locking up. This car on the right wouldn't be able to move to the left this quickly within the time frame of the braking zone to be able to move up the inside. The understeer, after making the move into the corner, would make it impossible to get the move in. The size of the car wouldn't allow it to fit through this gap. Like, this whole situation of being able to actually race and do a move is impossible in iRacing GT3. You might be able to do it in AC GT3, but that is precisely what I mean about GT3 cars not allowing for racecraft, and that's why they're crap. And argument closed. In iRacing, you see that kind of stuff can happen in real GT3. Like ABS on a race car, like, dear. Traction control, I think, is fine. Oh, to be fair, ABS in real life isn't binary, and it's not. It's much more granular, and then it depends on the actual car. Like, some cars have good ABS. The same with traction control. Some cars have shit traction control, but then real life is more forgiving in many ways. So that LMP3 car is a good example. The real life, this is what Moritz Lerner said, so I'm just repeating what he said, so I'm assuming he's correct. I think someone else said it as well. Can't remember who, but the traction control, the electronics on that car are shit. So but it's controllable and very easy to drive. So they don't put traction control on it. You don't need it on the car. You just drive carefully. So but then you have like certain GT3 cars where they have really good traction control and ABS, really granular, can be really dialed in, and they work really, really well. So the TC doesn't necessarily, like, it just saves the tyres, makes the car more progressive to drive. So it's not a case of, like, with most sims, the traction control, like AC, for example, AC1, TC is pretty much always just slower. You pretty much, in AC1, I think you're all pretty much always better having TC off. I don't know in iRacing, I don't know how good it is. Maybe you guys that are fans of iRacing know how good the TC is in it, but I don't know. Then you can't push the tyres over the limit, so it kind of probably makes it irrelevant. New prediction: 20 or more iRating. 10 minutes. I need a cup of tea. Woo! Tim Corder as well. We need to add him to the list here. Thank you very much for supporting us, guys. Really do appreciate it. If you donated $5 or whatever, you can choose a GIF or a message to put on the grinder meter.
The pace car is out of control.
Will go 45. Welcome, thanks for the follow. Yeah, I'm just gonna grab a cup of tea. So I suggest you guys get a cup of tea as well. This is the new Gamer Muscle. It's called the GM VP. What we've done is we've designed augmented reality headset with pass through. It's really good. Yeah, we're grinding iRating. This is how you play iRacing. We're just playing it for iRating. That's how you do it. It's about the crashes and the tears and the voice chat. It's not about variety. That's what Assetto's for. Come on. Right, back in a minute, guys.
Dude, get out the fucking way.
answers.
Oh, my voice is going. Stockholm syndrome. This is London syndrome. He's losing it already. What? Someone said something. Niels, I disagree with Gamer Muscle on the force feedback side. I think good physics plus physics-based force feedback gives all the info you need. Fight. Well, look. Okay, look, Niels. The problem is, it depends on the car, doesn't it? So, if a car has power steering, you're not going to be able to feel what the car is generally enough to be able to drive the car properly with certain cars that have power steering. And if you're driving a car with like that happens to have like certain caster settings or whatever, yeah, well there you go. It's not, so then it's not realistic, is it? There you go. So you've already and like go-karts, some rental karts in real life, literally you can't feel anything through the steering. But yeah, like if a simulator, in theory, any like rotation of the vehicle or front slip should affect the steering column in a way where the driver will be able to perceive either a lightness on the steering or a force on the steering that correlates to the rotation of the rear, or the wheels getting light. But the problem is, you need to be able to feel. You have to feel the. So you need a way of feeling the load. You'd have to feel it before it works on the steering column, because you need a way of being able to feel what the car's doing before it actually acts on the steering column. So with that's the thing with G-forces. In a car with the steering wheel totally straight, if there's you say you're going through a corner and the whole car is neutrally like the car's sliding as a whole, so the front sliding exactly the same as the rear, so from the perspective of the vehicle nothing has changed from the steering rack, but in that scenario a driver would still feel that the grip has decreased on the front and the rear, and to what extent they would be able to feel through their body to know that the car's totally balanced in that slide, and they would know how far through the slide they are and at what point the grip's starting to return, at what point it goes, without having any information through the steering column because they're feeling it through the body. So you would need, for a sim to be realistic, you would need to abstract it in some way. And then the crucial thing as well is that in real life, when the car starts to rotate and move, you're going to feel that. The most immediate thing you're going to feel it in is in your body, which will be before the stuff is visually moving, or before anything's like obviously coming through the whole steering geometry and system and everything else. And when you consider the latency of USB displays and everything else, and also I'd imagine in terms of human perception, I think there probably is, I don't know for sure, I don't know what the science is, there's probably less delay when it comes to proprioception and changes in like G loading, and well, I'd almost guarantee it that your inner ear is closer to your brain, so it's probably going to be less delay, input delay. It might be negligible, but like I would imagine that loads and forces are something that your body can do very quickly. I mean, you could argue that eyes and eyesight is probably the fastest response that a human's got, because your eyes are part of your central nervous system. But then that would require actual physical movement, and the stuff you feel in the vehicle happens before it visually moves. Yeah, I don't know. This is the thing. I'm not sure, Niels. But yeah, so I mean, if AC just does it, from my understanding is maybe in AC they generate the force feedback from the contact patch directly as opposed to later in the steering column. Maybe they do just do it through the steering column. But then also, I think actually the reason why the force feedback's really good in AC, I think it's actually I think it's an accident. So I think part of it is to do with the suspension loading up and the suspension simulation actually being worse and not very good. But the suspension, the way the suspension compression operates in AC, coincidentally happens to line up with the point at where the tyres start. I hope I'm wrong, but this is just my guess. And this is why I think when they updated AC, like 2 years into it with better suspension, it made it worse for feeling what the car was doing. And also why ACC, which has better suspension simulation, but I don't know, with ACC it might just be because of Unreal Engine and weird shit with that. But yeah, I mean, in theory, I mean, so for example, the force feedback felt pretty good in the last garages, in that last garage game, but then the one thing after thinking about it and doing more driving, it did seem to me like the last garage had the same physics issue that R-Factor 1 has, where you don't seem to be able to drift completely naturally. It goes, it's like a short power side and then the grip returns, a power side and grip returns. It's very controllable. It's way better than iRacing, and the force feedback was really nice, but it did have that, I think it did still have that R-Factor 1, the crux of the tyre model, or the you know, it didn't have that balance in the slide to the degree that I think Live for Speed and AC does. But then I think the reason the AC's got that balance in the slide is because they've actually it's fake. I don't think it matters, but I think there's a variable in there that like forcibly balances the vehicle to allow for drifting to occur, like it's do you know what I mean? Like it's a separate, which I think maybe that's what you need, because for some reason R-Factor 1, iRacing, loads of simulators don't seem to have that inherent natural balance that real cars have. Yeah, but it's an unrealistic stabilisation, but the end result is more realistic because real cars tend to, whatever it is, maybe it's to do with tyres taking over in terms of load or diff simulation or God knows what. I mean, I don't know. But what do Vogon? I don't know what you're saying. No, but something can be more or less realistic, can't it? It's never going to be real, but you can still, the end result can be more or less realistic. Otherwise, like, what? I don't know what you're saying. You're just shutting down conversation.
Green, green, green.
We're not. You're just shutting down the conversation.
Okay, here comes your first time lap.
I just, the AC thing, from my perspective, is pretty subject. Well, no, it is if you don't define it. Look, you have to. That's why in conversation you just define. You have to define the thing you're saying. So the word good and bad, for example, are utterly meaningless unless you define a contextual framework for good or bad. So we're making pancakes today. The objective is to make pancakes that are crispy and sweet. Therefore, within that context, a pancake that is crispy and sweet is a good pancake. A pancake that's flaccid and bitter is a bad pancake. But that the terms good and bad only make sense if you define what the conditions for good and bad are. I don't know why this seems to be something that people struggle with. You didn't mean to. You were mentioning your point about physical feelings, pressure in your body. Yeah, I don't know. That's probably a separate thing. Pancakes are good. I love pancakes. No, the point about the physical feelings in your body are to do with, so when you drive a real car, the crux of driving, well, you can break it down in different driving styles. There'll be different things. So you can get up to Formula 1 driver pace by approaching driver in a purely methodical method. But I would argue through history, and in many cases, that the crux of driving also comes down to feeling the car through your body, like feeling the rotation. So given that you can't feel that in a sim, you then arguably, if that's a really important thing, it's certainly important for making you understand what's going on whilst you're learning how to drive and you're not that good at driving, then you could make an argument that you need some approximation of that. Now, you might be able to say it could be the case that just having the steering rack that's simulated really well with detail force feedback would actually give you that, and then you just need realistic physics, which is entirely possible. And I don't, you know, that's entirely possible. Yeah, I think you were using the force feedback with the dynamic damper on, and then for some reason. Shader patch and content manager has like really shitty damper stuff on it, which so like when you were driving it, I'm not saying this to defend AC, but like because this has been a problem. I know multiple people that play it that have had the dynamic. I mean, it's happened to me. The dampers come on and you've just then thought, oh, I'm playing a shit mod, or oh, it's messed, like whatever, and you just play anyway because it's still quite drivable. And then you realise, oh, I've had the damper on, and then you drive and you're like, oh, is this so much better? I can feel exactly what's going on. Like, I like AMS1, to be honest. You know. Yeah, AC will follow the car as well. It's the same as AMS1 and R Factor 1 and R Factor 2. In the... If anything, the default force feedback will be overactive. So with a DD wheel, you'd have to put a bit of damper on it to calm it down. Yeah, it's normally that you would have to add a bit of damper because it's the same as AMS1. The force feedback's completely in line with with what the cars are doing. The thing that can throw people off though is that you do so the load, so because you have that G load type thing, I don't know what it's coming from, that variation for some people they then interpret that as something else, and then that then puts them off, and it will depend on how strong the force feedback is as to how much that would affect the steering. So if someone was running like really high force feedback with not the right damper or something, then I could see how that could really throw them off, you know. I think the big thing with AC, I think it's largely, it's not that I mean, I think the force feedback is fine, but I think it could be so much better. I think the big thing is it's just the tyres work generally like real tyres. I think that's the crux of it. I think the more realistic the tyres are in a simulator, the better the force feedback ends up being. That's like same with AMS1, Race Room, R Factor 1, like, because the force feedback can only reflect really what the physics are doing. I mean, even iRacing, the force feedback reflects what the physics are doing. Unfortunately, its tyres getting stuck in sloppy slides. But it's pretty direct. The self-aligning is pretty much there. You know, when you're going through a corner at speed, you can feel the grip fall off. It's just that the tyres are a bit weird.
To the good, Alfie.
Sorry, mate. Are you karting this weekend? Yes, mate.
Oh, here we go. It's time to die. Is Love 46 a DD girl? Oh, maybe.
Green, green, green.
No, she's not my type of DD girl. She's nice. She's really friendly. I chat with her quite a bit.
We're on the right, 3 wide.
Oh my god.
Car on your left, 2 wide.
She doesn't have servo motor legs.
Still there, hold your line.
She's good at driving though. She did like she did real world F3 driving. Oh, we got a little car in here. It's Thomas Schmidt.
Where you karting at, Kieran?
Still there, left side.
Kim Bolton, it's like...
And
it's
Willows.
about like Cambridge, kind of.
Clear on the left.
Great start there, great start.
Wasn't it flooded? Or something like that?
Mute that.
There's an incident ahead. You got a slow car on the right. Car right. Clear on the
pace
right.
car is out of control.
You got a slow car on the right. Go left. The car behind has gone off.
It's all happening. Thanks for following. I could not read that name. Why last? I don't know. I was too busy chatting to Niels rather than qualifying. That's what he does. Puts you off. He's trying to make the grind even longer. That's how he gets you. Psychological. Steals your waffles. Fruit pastel there. Oh, this looks like a crash waiting to happen.
Left side. Stay on the right. Still there. Clear on the left.
Ah, why are you doing that? Oh my god. Oh. Jesus Christ. He goes. Oh, you cock. He's on the right. And then he brakes like 4 meters too early, 5 meters too early. I can't avoid it. Ah, what a dick. Also, what a cock. Hopefully it's not too damaged. There was nothing I could do. I was doing like I was on the right to make it as easy as possible for him to be on the inside, and then he moved to the, oh fucking hell. What an absolute chicken nugget. Yeah. I don't know why we got that, like, oh well. This is what it is. Now we'll get the high speed, low performance. No, we've had some good results. We had an epic final overtake in the last race. Good fun. Oh, now these the right-handers are going to be a right slug. Let's try and get back in there. Give it a bit more rear brake bias. This is for like last place, and they're all over the bloody shop.
Car on your left. You're in the middle, 3 wide. Clear on the right, 2 wide. Still there, hold your line. Clear on the left. Car right. Keep to the left. Still there, hold your line. Still there, hold your line.
Ah, my car's buggered.
Still there. Clear on the right.
Unbelievable. Why is the front wing damage like a binary value?
There's an incident ahead.
iRacing. Why are you torturing me? We've been absolutely tortured in this.
You got a slow car on the right. There's an incident ahead. Go left.
I need the
Left side.
draft of cars in front to.
On the right.
What are these guys doing?
Right.
This is not going to work.
Car on your left. 2 wide. Car on your left. 2 wide. Clear on the left. Right side.
My car's knackered.
On the left.
No bite. Nothing I can do. Ah. Wow, we're going to make the most out of it. We're going to do what we. We're trying. There we go. We're having a better race than them. At least we're not him. I don't think you're supposed to do a forward flip in an F4 car, but apparently you can. There we go. We've moved the brake bias back and we'll just tilt the car in. Then hope that the tyres last.
The car in P2. Just set the fastest lap. 1.538. New fastest lap for you.
Do you think? I don't know what will give you that impression. Oh my god, we need to. We have to finish in the top 15, otherwise we're like, this is a big loss. Oh, the under.
The pace car is out of control.
I think the wing is stopping the front from. Oh, I don't know. I can't believe you've done this. Normally our pace is 202s. Barely doing 205s. The pit's would take too long. We might as well just stick at this and then really hope for a big crash in some places. Definitely need to do some more rituals, yeah.
Just set your fastest lap of the session.
Yeah, well, this car is definitely the austerity mobile when it comes to lap performance. I just need to brake sooner. This is all because of like car in front doing a stupid brake and then the iRacing's ridiculous damage that is like a baked binary. Oh, if you've had this X damage to the front, we're now going to slow your car down. It's not like simulated damage, it's like, there you go. Is a car that's instantly uncompetitive. I'll just keep taking 1Xs for every lap here. I can't. It's not even sticking at high speed, which doesn't make any sense. Like, we only have a little bit of damage to the wing. It wouldn't completely kill the front downforce entirely. So this car does not have like monster. It doesn't have like crazy sophisticated aero.
Clear on the left. You got a slow car on the left.
And that's in Formula One. You often see like the front wing damage, really like bad damage, and the cars perform exactly the same. It's really weird how. I mean, I'm sure it would slow them down for absolute optimal, you know, theoretical optical, but optimal. Yeah, but they might drive slightly different, but they're not. Damage is really weird in real life, where sometimes small damage has massive effects and sometimes huge damage does almost nothing, but then it's like really, really variable.
Right side. Clear.
At least we still got cars to race against. Well, I think it might be in iRacing, it might be again the tyres. Anything that adds slip to tyres causes pace loss. So any damage causes the tyres to warm up, which causes you to lose grip, which then causes a you know, basically what it should be more is you have a bit of damage, so you then have to steer. You've got less front downforce, so you then have to steer more to make up for the fact that you've got less front downforce, which then means you end up wearing the tyres out more, and you do lose a little bit of performance, and maybe you lose, you know, oh my Jesus Christ. So, but yeah, it should be more with very small damage. It should be more a case of
Still there. The leader is running 1.749.
you got where.
Still there.
Oh, this guy's going to wreck us.
Clear.
What are you doing?
Clear on the right.
You moron. What is he doing? What are you doing? Like you... Oh, Jesus Christ. Almost flipped us. I can tell you 100% you can tell this guy will wreck us. Like you just know.
Right side. Still there. Hold your line. Clear on the right.
He's got the same wing damage as me. Oh, you just know.
Left side. Still there. Clear.
He's driven into me 3 times now. This is going to end in us flipped over. You just know. This is the F4 that we know. And he's not even close to our... there's people that race you really hard when they're really slow. That is true, it's Bentley. Where it's renowned for being one of the cleanest series.
You're pulling away from the car behind. The gap is 1.1 seconds. Car 1 is now leading.
Yeah, that's it. People leave the egos behind, don't they? And they focus on having good fun racing. which is what it's all about. I could really do with a big pile up. I've got a fresh cup of tea. Focus on the tea. See, he goes in the top split to make it the best.
The leader's pitting now.
Oh. Well, the great thing is I have no ego. I wouldn't need to do like I wouldn't need to be validated by doing live streaming and have a YouTube channel with view metrics tracked and people clicking like buttons, because that would be a bit weird, wouldn't it? that would be a bit strange. Fortunately, I'm not someone that needs that. Now this is all about IR. this is yeah. I mean, yeah. The IR bar at the bottom is merely an illusion. I think it's important. It's important not to fixate on extrinsic qualities. I think a big mistake that a lot of iRacers make is that they focus on iRating, which I would never do. I would never reduce iRacing into a game of grinding a number. That would be ridiculous. And I certainly wouldn't do that once every year to an absurd level. The dancing hot dog, that's, yeah. Every $5 donation gets to choose a GIF to put on there, or a message. You know, it could be anything you want. And they sponsor the grinder meter. About now would be nice for a big pile up. Because we're on minus 52 I rating. Through no fault of my own. I guess I could have qualified higher up. That was my fault. You really do need to qualify in the top 5 if you want to have a good race in F4. How is this race being so calm compared to the other ones? The one race where we need people to crash.
Car 2 has taken the lead. Last lap.
Let's go. BeamNG's better. BeamNG's pretty interesting. It's weird with BeamNG that it doesn't. So it has a really interesting, like, everything has physics, but it's interesting that the result of that is that the specifics of how the tyres grip onto a flat road end up being worse than like a basic, or the most sort of basic physics for tyres. Like, it's like it's all behaving correctly, but everything's operating at the wrong amounts, and speeds and. It's like the cars move like cars and do what cars do, but it's as if they have like the weirdest real world tyres or something. Do you know what I mean? It's really weird. Imagine if you could have, imagine if the BeamNG method of doing physics actually produced the best, the most sort of convincing like race car tyres. So the default would be, oh well, we need to do BeamNG, you know, everything needs to have physics because it works, so why not? And then it'd be amazing. All like the damage and everything would work all properly. The tracks would all be like damaged properly. It'd be fantastic. Oh, what a disaster this was, guys. What an absolute disaster.
Car on the right. Car stops on the right. Go left. Alright, there's the checkered flag. Better schedule some testing. We'll get them next time.
Minus 32. I guess it's not too bad. My God, this game's terrible. What happened to you? Let's have a look at what happened to me here. Like, we... Right. Just boring. That's not the grinding attitude, Thomas. That is not a very rounded view. Yeah, you've been playing AC. It's a bit of a shock. Wait, Thomas, wait until you get a Quest 3 and you play AC in VR and then play in 2D. Then, here we go, look. He's on the left. We come into the braking zone. He then brakes. Look, everyone's pulling away. Why? Oh, you idiot. Look, like, you can tell that he's totally broken the wrong place because everybody else... Look at how much he slows down compared to everyone else. So obviously... There you go. Thank you, mate. My race ruined. Fucking Christ. And then the damage... That's it. Car ruined. That would not completely ruin this vehicle through the corners. iRacing. It's not about his move being last minute. He broke. He broke in the wrong place by... Look. Watch the cars in front. Look where he slams his brakes on. Look. He's braking like... It doesn't make any sense. The brake point is like here. Oh, stupid. Thomas's car. Look at that. Look at this. Why your physics? Oh, it is what it is. That's part of the excitement. Oh, oh yeah. Spit Netco he got Nyan catted. This makes sense. Look at this. Spooky. The magic of Nyan Cat. Oh boy. Oh, I've got biscuits. I forgot. Let's have a biscuit. I'm going to do one more, I think, for today. I'm a bit tired, a bit exhausted. We did 13 hours yesterday, and we've done 8 hours today, and I'm too old for this.
The pace car is out of control.
I'm too old. I kind of want to dick around with VR for a bit, but what's the time? Set 5. So I probably try and go to bed for like... I'm sure I opened this. meat or something, maybe. I don't know. Too human. Dark chocolate digestives, guys. You can't get these in Germany. The milk chocolate digestives with milk are really nice. They've made it right. This is a scam. They've made these biscuits thinner and thinner, which is bullshit. Because I'd rather pay more and have a thicker biscuit. You can't just make the biscuit thinner. It's like you've fundamentally changed the biscuit. So either put less biscuits in the packet or change the price. You can't just make the biscuit. It's like, in like 300 years' time, do we just not have a biscuit? Like, what's the point? It's moronic. Shrinkflation is the most BS thing. Like, because you change the product, so it's not the same product. So it's not like, oh, we sneakily... You're not going to look at a box of biscuits and go, right, so first of all, biscuits aren't that expensive in the first place. It's like 30p for enough biscuits to make you morbidly obese. So you're not going to go, oh, no, the biscuits cost 20p more this year, so I'm not going to buy the biscuits. People love biscuits. They're going to buy biscuits. They're going to go, yeah, well, it's more expensive. My shopping's gone up. But they're not going to go, I'm not going to buy the biscuits because they're 20p more expensive. Oh, yeah, maybe that's what, yeah. Like, the stuff that's, what does happen is when the washing up liquid brands get so expensive that then people will go to a totally different brand. But with biscuits, they're already so low cost, relatively speaking to everything else, and it's already an entertainment product. So you're not buying a biscuit for a purely utilitarian motivation. You're buying a specific brand of biscuit or tea bag or whatever because you like the flavour and what they offer. So the one thing of a biscuit you don't want to change is the reason for buying the biscuit, which is you like that product. So if they change, it's like with chocolate, when they change the ingredients or they change the thickness, that is you've changed the product. So people will then go to other brands because you've so stupid. Someone's not thinking about these things. Well, I'm probably going to go back to McVitie's, to be honest, because I think they've stayed more the same. So, and McVitie's are literally 5 times the price. So I'd rather spend 5 times the price, and also I'd rather get less biscuits because I'm fat. Now these are Towergate, they're Lidl's knockoff ones, but it's because they don't always sell dark chocolate McVitie's digestives. Oh dear. But the thing is, McVitie's, the one thing I don't like about them is they're a bit salty, whereas the Towergate ones seem to have less salt in them, or they taste less salty. I was watching a short recently about putting salt in coffee. Apparently it makes it less bitter, so I need to try that. Well, I know a Kimbo Slice and all the American women are like, oh wow, are you from England? No, love, I'm from Australia. Why they totally dicked Cadbury's up, for sure. Because, so American chocolates, Hershey's the worst. It tastes like vomit. They put something in it that tastes like vomit. And for some reason, Americans are like, have some Hershey's chocolate drops. They taste so good. They taste like shit. That's what they taste like. Americans and chocolate. Americans, they can do like beef, like grills, anything that they've stolen from Mexico and Africa and whatever. Like they can do that fantastic. Like the Brits can do curries and stuff, but like they do not understand chocolate at all. Like their chocolate, Hershey's especially, tastes like such shit. You can't even. It's undebatable. Like you have different chocolates in Europe, like the Milka bars and Belgian chocolates and whatever, but they all taste fine. They taste very different, but they all taste fine. Well, I'm just saying, Don Brixoto, maybe America could do with stealing good chocolate instead of dicking it up. Yeah, Hershey. There's something. It's an ingredient. Hang on. Hershey's chocolate vomit. Why Hershey's tastes like vomit? That's why American chocolate tastes so terrible. At least to Europeans, American chocolate, long-standing reputation of inferiority. Hershey's. Here we go. It's not just me. This is a scientifically proven fact that Americans don't know and don't understand chocolate. Butyric acid in Hershey's chocolate. Butyric acid also found in rancid butter, Parmesan cheese, and vomit. Yeah. Americans ruin everything. Bloody Americans. Like, oval racing's awesome. They're good with their, like, TV shows and, like, action films and guns. They're good with their conspiracies. They're good at, they're good at all that kind of stuff. Air displays, cheerleaders, freedom, bombing people with brown skin. They're good at all that kind of stuff, but they're not good at chocolate. I'm sorry. That's an absolute failure. If hopefully within the next 40 years that's something America can work on. They're up to the gills in it. They're good at burgers in America as well, to be fair. What is America good at? Grilled food. But no, there's shit at pizzas. What is, like, Chicago deep pan pizza pot? Fried chicken is really good. Like burgers, fast food stuff. Like crawfish, all that kind of stuff. All that southern food is probably, like, awesome. We just don't have that here at all. No, they stole that off the Germans. That was a German invention. No, I don't know. Was the nuclear bomb? Where was what's his face from? European. It's European at least. It's not German. I'm not American. We're good at making healthcare expensive, yeah. Oh, that was a disaster. Let me do the points here. Choose outcome. Nished. We're gonna do a new prediction. 20 iRating. We have 20 minutes. Get in there. I think Americans are good at capitalism. What if you live in America? What are the things that you'd... Oh, they have nice big houses, but they're made out of cardboard. Oh, they have like... they're big department store things. And like ride-on lawnmowers. Trucks, pickup trucks. What have we got any Yanks in chat? Can you let us know what is a really good American thing that as an idiot Brit I wouldn't know? Oh, tornado, storm chasing. Don't really have that here. I'm thinking of Southern America in the 90s. Yeah, pretty much. I'm thinking of Home Improvements. Oh, Tim. That's my view of America. Is Tim Allen? Oh, guns. You can go. You've got guns. Oh, countryside, bear attacks, hiking. There you go. That's good. You've got an amazing countryside. Yeah, guns and countryside. That's awesome. Freeways. Now, we got them in the UK. They're not the same, but... Drag racing. Not really a big thing in the UK. Oval racing. It's pretty cool. We don't have that in the UK. Americans are really seem to have a lot of like pride in being American, like a lot of more nationalism. Like they genuinely just seem more proud about being American. Whereas I think Brits in general, not all of them, but like on average, I think Brits kind of are. There's more people that there are like hyper nationalist Brits, but I think there's a lot more Brits that are sort of embarrassed or ambivalent about being British. Same in Europe as well. I think there's a general cultural undertone in America of people being proud that they're American. Mega churches. There you go. You got yeah. Mega churches. Oh, we don't really have. We do have them in the UK, but they're not like they're not really made out. They're not a big promoted thing in the culture. That's actually really crazy that you have in America those. Sega Mega Church. Crazy evangelist sex. That's what you want. That's where it's at. Why not Quest 3 and iRacing? Because it's a bit intense for live streaming for 8 hours straight. It's harder to argue with chat in virtual reality. Americans also don't seem to shit talk their own country as much as Brits. Some do, yeah, on average. Yeah, Belgians, Swedes, French, always shit talking the country. Like Americans, to be fair, at like sporting events, Brits will do like the national anthem and like sing "God Save the Queen" and stand up and put the hand on the heart, like despite the country absolutely screwing them over. It's like, yeah, Woo! It's like, guys, God save some a specific example of nepotism. Let's celebrate the royal family. What a fine symbol of democracy. A German family that's for some reason revered and given massive diplomatic status. Yes. Whoa, God save the king. We have multiplexes in the UK. I get the impression that Americans generally, so this is just the impression I have, it might not be the case, so people seem to be quite passionately defensive of what, like, they politically, they pick a side and then they're quite passionate for that side, much more so than in the UK. So I think if you were to ask your average person on the streets in the UK, if they were generally a Conservative, Labour, Lib Dem or whatever, they would not be particularly passionate about that specific party. They would be like, reluctantly, whatever. They wouldn't be like, yeah, let's go. Whereas I think Americans, when they make a decision to do something, like, they're like, oh, I'm a Democrat or I'm a Republican or whatever. You know, they're like, yeah. I think Americans have a... there's definitely the divisive stuff and there's no nuance, but I think outside of politics, it's like the team supporting thing, or like just the work environment. So you know when you have like the pep talk in like Walmart or something, where they're like, we're a team. That sort of thing doesn't really work in the UK. If you have Morrison's and they're like, okay, let's have a meeting at the start of the day. Come on, team, sing a song together. If you do that in the UK, people are going to be like, what is this shit? I think they tried it in Asda when Asda first came to the UK, or like when it was Walmart and it was Asda. It didn't work. You see those, those sort of team spirit thing. Yeah, I don't think that works in the UK. Like the really... People seem to go along with that more in America. I still think they think it's bollocks. I still think most Americans think it's crap and bollocks, but I think they still go along with it. So I think there's like the Pledge of Allegiance thing in schools and the team sports and the team spirit. There's more of that kind of let's just be arbitrarily positive and work together. That's really not a thing in the UK at all. Yeah, no, there still is. Don't get me wrong, there are football teams in the UK. And there are people that are mental about football teams. I'm just saying, on average, across the culture, I get the impression that Americans have a more peppy, positive way of approaching stuff. Yeah, it's bullshit. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I think people know it's bullshit, but they go along with it. Whereas in the UK, I think it's a lot harder for companies to get away with it in this to the same degree. They do it more subtly in the UK. They still do the bullshit thing of, we're having a drink. It's a £50 bar tab. Have a pizza. Team building. They still do the bollocks, so they just have to do it more subtly. Yeah, it's subtlety. I think Americans are less subtle than Brits. And I'm not saying that's like a negative thing. Like it's a slightly different cultural thing. And I think Brits are less subtle than like the Dutch, for example. Yeah. In any country, your average person is more rounded. There will be a small percentage of people. There'll be like 20 to 30% of completely mental people in every country. Which is where it's the same in iRacing. Most of the grid are trying their best. They make a few mistakes, but they're not dickheads. But out of 25 cars, there will be like 2 or 3 dickheads. You know, people that are just absolutely selfish, don't even try, or you know. You think Americans have a very... Yeah. Oh, I read that twice. Who's watching... What's this about? Sausage in mouth. How do you know I watch videos with a sausage in my mouth? How do you know that's my hobby? Who told you that? Pete Jaron, the only streamer that watches VR with a sausage in his mouth. You know, you gotta do what you gotta do to make it good. I like to. What you do is you attach the sausage to a DD wheel, and then you. You gotta do what you gotta do. Yeah, I was saying that that's something that people should try because it's interesting. It's not normally you get the opportunity to see something from someone else's perspective in a completely safe way. Daddy, would you like some sausages? Absolute sausage madness. Oh, here we go. Here we go. This is it. This is it, Michael Jackson. It was it. It was literally it. Little did Michael Jackson know that this is it was it. Is that what he called it? This is it. Yeah, that's it. That's what he... This is it. He wasn't aiming for it to be so literal. He didn't even do a single performance though, did he? HD trailer. Oh. It's like he announced his death. Exactly. He was like, oh, this is it. Oh, that video. Chew me, link me the video. Link me the lean video. Send me the lean. There must be a GIF. Make a GIF of the lean. Show me. Get that video and turn it into a GIF. Oh my god, I need to see that. I need to see that. Right, there's a... Guys, there's a... It was, I don't know if it was This Is It or like something else. And then they're doing like the lean in a show. You know, the Moonwalker lean. And one of them, you know, they hook their shoes into a hook on the stage and then they lean over using the hooks. One of the dancers couldn't get his foot in the hook, so he tries to do like a fake lean and it just looks really stupid. Send it to me, send it to me. Make a GIF out of it. It's so good. So good. That's one of the best things that Michael Jackson ever did. Yeah, he was playing sim racer. He was doing a final tour, and he came to the UK, announced it, and then died, which is not uncommon, to be honest. Most people don't survive very long after visiting the UK. They come to the UK. They're like, oh dear God, just like a few hours in central London. That's all it takes. Even the most upbeat person. He chose the better option. Yeah, he was like, oh God, I'm going to have to stay in London for more than a few days. Right, let's not have a discussion with Niels Housingveld, the load cell man, about bloody force feedback in qualifying. God, Niels cost us 30i rating. Typical guy. Typical Housingveld manoeuvre there. That's the Dutch are sneaky like that. They've been doing the long con. They've been pretending that their country's underwater, but actually it's on top of a mountain. But they've been going along with it for so many years that everyone's like, no need to worry about the Dutch army. We'll just blow the dikes up and they'll all drown. But in reality, they're totally safe. The tricky Dutch. That's what eating waffles every day for breakfast. Waffles and tulips makes you immortal. That's why the Dutch are so tall. They're actually all like 300-400 years old. Just keep growing. Like one of those redwood trees. It's not because they're born tall. Johnny Walker. Here we go.
Green flag, green flag. Okay, here comes your first time.
Here comes your first time lap. Oh, it was a great first time understeer. Nailed it, guys, nailed it. You see what happened there is we didn't push the brake. We were about half a gram off. That's all it takes to lose all your time. Half a gram. Do all those Fanatec videos that just dropped? Oh yeah, they sent out the PlayStation DD. I think the other day they got the license. Someone at Sony was like, "Oh, hang on a minute. Yeah, we probably should process that, given that we've worked with them before." Given that they're a hardware partner, and given that we know that they're the only people making those DD wheels for that, yeah, and given that the eSport uses the equipment, maybe we should maybe it would make sense for us to get the licensing done. Good old Sony. Someone at Sony was like, "Oh yeah, actually, we look like we're actually pretty bad here." It's almost like people buying expensive equipment to play with the console. I mean, in fairness, I don't think they should, like, with a pre-ordering something, you shouldn't necessarily have a pre-order date, like, from Fanatec's perspective, but, you know. But anyone that's ever dealt with Japanese companies will know they work in mysterious ways.
You have about 1 lap of
Johnny Walker. Well, the trains are good, yeah. But they also have death penalty in Japan. So, also, there's the issue of the sea suddenly taking over the land. That's a problem.
There's the flag. It's over.
I would love to go to Japan though. You know, I think there's interesting things. There's good, there's bad. They do Harry Carey if they're late. No, they do all that pointing stuff. Have you seen that on the local Japanese trains? You have like a driver and a conductor, and they have to point at the signal and then say what they're doing as part of the procedure. It's quite interesting. There's a really cool Japanese train simulator arcade game called Daiichi to Go. Came out for the PS2. I think there's a PS1 version, and then there's a standalone version which comes with a train controller and everything. I think there's an arcade version as well, which uses like video. Look at that roof on the Silverstone building. It's pretty crazy. No, it doesn't. No, the game's just a basic. Well, it's like an arcade game. It's actually a pretty cool arcade game, but what the real people do is a different thing. Here we go. Starting in the pain zone.
The estimated strength of field is 3,351.
Good strength of field though. That's a field that's
it's competitive out there.
It's like
Head
a
down,
good
stay sharp.
a good hops crop. Yeah, look at the Silverstone wing building. I wonder how much that cost to build. They're like, let's make the roof wonky because that's architecture. We can't just have a straight roof. What we need is a wonky roof. Architecture, mate.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Yeah, that's loud. Thanks,
Can
famous.
I still request a launch of a rocket?
I don't know if we. Oh. Appreciate that. That was a nice shaft launch. The architects are like, if they designed a building that was like just nice looking, no one would like it, because the expectation is to build something that looks a bit shit, because if it didn't, they'd be like, oh, it's boring. So you have to get the balance just right between it looking shit enough for it to look different. There's so many architects out there that design really nice buildings, but they don't look shit enough, so they never get commissioned. Woo! Oh, I'm ready. You're ready for this? You're ready for this?
Okay, let's go.
Green flag, green flag. Clear. Left side. Clear on the left.
Oh, there's a bit of door knobbling going on here.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following.
Car on your left.
Where's he
Clear.
going? Goodbye. And he's gone. Why no triples? Because a single screen's more comfortable. Yeah, we got this. So we just got to not get damaged. That's the crucial thing. I was going to get a track cut there. That would have been a disaster. El disastoro. Bit of net coat there.
Left side. Clear. Right side. Still there, hold your line. Clear on the right.
Nice. Moving on up. Nothing can stop it. Well, I'll probably get wrecked in a bit, but let's keep going.
Slow car ahead.
Oh dear, this guy's a bit loose.
Car right. Stay on the left. Clear.
Oh, yellow's behind us. Moving up, guys. One at a time, one at a time. Bit by bit. Strong and stable. Oh, that's a wreck.
Go left.
There it is. It was so obvious what he was gonna do. You could see that coming from other side of the pitch. Oh, sexy wheat field time, that's what I'm talking about. Frolicking in the wheat field. Theresa May waving her. The dream. Theresa May bosom in a wheat field. With the power of AI, you could generate that image. That's why I like AI. I've got the version that lets me do that. Amazing. Finally, everyone's dreams can be realised. Whoa! How do you crash on the straight?
Go left.
How do you do? Thank you for using your brakes. That's nice. How do you crash there? Of all the places to crash, there's not a likely one.
The car in P2, just set the fastest lap. 1.839. You're in the top 10.
Hang on. Why do we do so much better? I guess his setup's more oversteery. And then...
There's an infinite behind.
No, we seem to do a lot better in the open setup than the fixed setup. Maybe I need to just turn the force feedback up. My force feedback's a bit low in the open fixed setup one. I have 5 VR headsets and I wear them all at the same time, and a VR headset has 2 screens, so you know. Good day, Craig Ricketts. What damper settings to make the road details not so violent on the DD1? Well, in iRacing, turn the put the FEI on like, is it 2, and then the other thing on 70. Inton 2, FEI on 70. Ah, well, that ACC just turned it down. You can turn the road details down in the game settings. Or they say the same thing would apply though. Road vibrations are high frequency force feedback, so anything that filters high frequency will make it less aggressive.
Car 1 is now leading. You've got a slow car on the right. Car stop on the right.
Oh, look at his rear left. Hang on. How is he driving? His rear left's not rotating. Nice stance. Surely when he brakes. What is going on there? Hey, how is that working? How is that working? What kind of caster setting is that? What? What? His wheel's pointing left and his car's going right.
Car on your left.
Oh, what are you doing, matey?
Keep to the right.
Oh, there he
Keep to the
goes.
right. The next car's the leader.
What's this car behind me doing?
Clear on the left.
Oh, he's gone. X-Files. What? 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 I don't know what happened there.
Left side. Still there. Stay sharp. Still there. Hold your line. Clear on the left.
I don't know what that was about. What on earth? Maybe he got a DQ maybe after contact. All kind of the wall there. This is all very strange. I don't really want to be battling this guy because I don't want to crash. We're catching the cars in front. Oh, there's a gaggle of cars behind us though. Ah, this is annoying. This guy seems like he's a bit of a wrecker.
Go left. There's an incident behind. Right side.
This guy, as I say, seems like he's a bit of a wrecker.
Right side.
I'm pretty sure I'm psychic. I'm pretty sure. How many times has that happened now? Oh, for Christ's sake. Now we're well far behind the cars in front. Why did he bother battling us? Why did his car just lose it? Does that make any sense? Oh well, hopefully these guys are not too slow. Well, we're lucky that they fixed the grass in iRacing because that would have been race over for us before. Simcade now, it's too easy. You actually stand a chance to avoid someone that's spinning from the tyres braking. Oh, that's true. You're right. I often forget about that. Oh, he's back behind us. Christ, he's not done yet.
The car in C1 just set the fastest lap. 1.5.
He's not finished ruining our race yet.
You're in the top 10.
Is that not him? Oh, okay. Fair enough. We need to get past this car. Try and get a bit of a run here. See if he opens up the inside. Try and draw him to the left.
Car on your left. Still there.
There we
Here
go.
on the left.
Surprised that worked out as well as it did. We drew him over and we had the draft.
The car in C5 just set the fastest
We
lap.
wongled and he wingled.
1.365. You have about 5 laps of fuel left.
Let's go. stuff from these guys. 10 out of 10. People seem to be struggling on that corner, the exit of that, and we were gaining a lot of time through there. DD, well, it's not as strong, no, but it delivers peak torque more efficiently, so the end feeling of it is basically the same. So like at like 12 Newton meters, it delivers the wheel rotation and the torque very quickly, so you end up with like the punchiness that you would normally get from a sort of 16 Newton meter. Oh no, actually the DD Plus actually I think goes up to 20 Newton meters. So yeah, basically, but even the 12 Newton meter one, to be honest, feels really quite punchy. Oh, the bloody red car. I don't really want to be battling in whilst we've got 2 laps. We've got these 2 cars in front.
19, just set the fastest lap. 0.853. Car right. Still there. Clear.
I really want to be on the tail of these 2 guys in front, so we're gaining a place, not losing one. I have a Fanatec affiliate link if you're buying Fanatec stuff, so you can, if you use it, it helps support me. Or if you like Random Call Sign or Boosted Media or Dan Suzuki, or you know, use their links. Hello, Ian May. How's it going?
Car on your left. Clear on the left. Right side. Still there. Hold your line. You just got the white flag. That means one more lap to go. Keep to the left.
Why is he battling me now when he has the chance to battle those other 2 cars?
Still there. Clear on the right.
Oh well. I mean, it was a good overtake, to be fair. Fair play to him. It was a nice overtake around the outside.
Just set the fastest lap. 0.759.
Oh, here we go. Cars in front battling. I mean, who knows, maybe we'll get 3 places. Could be an interesting final corner. It's a GM Vision Pro on my head. Are you ready, guys? This is going to be a spicy final corner. Oh dear.
You're on the left, 3 wide. Right side, 2 wide.
He
On the
moved.
right.
He moved in the. He moved across. But we were fine there. He moved across.
Car behind is closing on you. The gap is
We were in. We
1.9
weren't understeering. He just turned in as if nothing's happening.
There's the flag. It's over.
No, we're in. We're that's fine.
Yeah, good job, mate. Good job.
It's fine. He's focused on the car in front of him.
Maybe you are superior, you have a superior talent, but you
You have a
probably have a damaged car.
This is totally fine. No, this is totally fine. He's driven into the car in front of him. That's why it's closed it off. He's crashed into this car. He crashed into the car in front. No, look, he's driven into that car. He's way further back. He's further back than I am on him, on the car in front of him. I'm fine.
You don't know how to race. You don't know how to race. You don't know how to race.
His last 2 corners.
You don't know how to race.
He can't do anything.
I'm gonna report you, man.
Play Tetris.
I'm gonna report
Not
you,
that
man.
late of a set. It's fine. We're not understeering, but he can't go anywhere anyway.
I'm gonna report you, man. Go home and play Tetris.
It's not way too late. This was less late than the move we did before.
I'm gonna report you, man. Go home and play Tetris. I'm gonna report you, man.
I am making that corner.
I'm gonna report
We know
you, man.
we've done like
If you
12
don't know how
races
to
today.
race, please go home and play Tetris.
We've done 12 races today on this track. They were all going into it really slow. But yeah, he was hitting into that car anyway, so he couldn't go anywhere anyway, so no, I am. We've literally done like this corner. Did you not see our amazing overtake earlier? He's hit into the red car already. Look, Aaron, you hit the red car. I'm not before the contact. I mean, he had nowhere to go. It's before the contact. There's going to be contact with the red car regardless. Yeah, I could have stayed back, and then the red car probably would have hit you, and then we would have maybe got an extra place. Yeah, look how slow we are going into this corner. We're not understeered. Like we're not. He had nowhere to go. He couldn't do anything. There's not enough space. I wasn't aware of the red car blocking his position. He couldn't. Aaron couldn't do anything at all. Look, the red car's going over his nose cone. I didn't see the red car for me to know that he couldn't do anything. But like, if the red car wasn't there, it would have been fine. You didn't lose any positions though, did you? It tossed me. I think that would just be a racing incident. I wasn't blaming anyone. I was just saying it wasn't. Oh yeah, at first I didn't realise the red car was there. I thought you just turned in.
Report for sure.
But yeah, now I can see the red car. It wasn't a dive bomb though. It was just at the point. So where's the? It's a pretty standard position to put your car on the inside, but obviously he can't do anything because there's a red car in the way. So he can't, even if he holds the exact same line, he can't hold his own same line because there's a car there. So it's like, no, what's going to, you know. Yeah, because if he's holding that, if he's doing, by the time I'm here, the trajectory that both our cars are going, both of us are making it through this corner because of the follow through the corner. Because he once a car is here, this car can't keep turning to the left. It's the last two corners. It's pretty standard driving. Do you want to see the replay of our Dan Suzuki move? In that case, we literally didn't make the corner at all, but it's fine. This is totally standard in F4. Of the final two corners. Oh, you want to see the Dan Suzuki legendary move? Where is it? It's the final two corners. That's what you expect in an F4 car. It's the final two corners. You're going to do the descent. And the only reason... Oh, shit. The only reason that we go flying is because... Oh, what's going on here? No, it would have been fine without the red car there. It would have just been a little tap. It's fine. I've done more races than you. I know this track. I know that corner. It's all good. Oh, it's a gentle. It's a tickle. Oh, it's a little tap. Hang on my screen, you hit the red car before I hit you. Yeah, on my screen, Aaron drives into the red car before there's contact with me. So, you know, we're all doing the same thing. It's just normal racing. It gives you no damage. Yeah, it was really weird. That's it. So there's no harm done. Like, he didn't lose any positions. If I'm him, I'm expecting the car behind to go for a move up the inside. If I'm this car, I would have stopped my car right on the left because I know the car behind is probably going to go for even if it's a silly move. It's the last two corners. I would 100% expect the car on the inside to do that. Yeah, it's normal driving. I get it. I know some of you guys are like a bit newbie iRacers, so you don't understand racing. It's fine. I understand it. Do you want to see? You need to see our Dan Suzuki move. It's genius. Yeah, they don't. You're obviously a noob. It's fine. I know you've been brainwashed by iRacing. You're not from the school of Assetto Corsa. It's all right. Where's this? Where am I saving these files to? I'll show you the Dan Suzuki sponsored move. It's a really standard last two. Yeah, a bunch of noobs. It's a really standard last two corners, but like it's normal. I'd do that in real life. I'd be like F4 car. I'd be rich because I'm driving in F4, and I'd be like, oh, this is for the points. Go. Last two corners. You've got to get the move done. For 9th place. It's fine. Yeah, maybe. Hang on, why is this not... Oh, no! Did it not save the Dan Suzuki move? Oh, no, here we go. Yeah, I saved it. I just couldn't find the file. Are you ready for this? But you can't. Once you've seen this Dan Suzuki, the Dan Suzuki sponsored overtake, you simply can't question my racecraft ability. I'm afraid. Hang on. I've gone bloody find it. But that's... Guys, I know it's hard for you to understand, but my racecraft is on another level. First, we consistently start last and consistently finish in the points. Nobody else goes from like 1k iRating to 5k iRating whilst qualifying consistently last. How would they do that unless they had racecraft? Come on, give me an answer. Like, the fact is, all I have is racecraft. It's hard for... I know it's difficult. I know it's difficult for you to admit. But, like, explain how else a person can qualify last and, on average, gain iRating. What component... if they don't have raw track pace and they qualify last, and on average they're gaining iRating and safety rating, tell me what do they need to do that? Let's hang on. Let's go through it. On average, they can't be crashing because they're gaining safety rating. They're finishing races in the top positions on average because they're gaining iRating. They're not fast in qualifying and they don't have raw pace. How are they gaining positions? Is it racecraft? I think it might be. I'm sorry, but like, well, come on. Let me find the Dan Suzuki sponsored overtake. I know it's hard to. I know it's difficult for you guys. Here we go. You ready? Final. This overtake's gonna be sponsored by Dan Suzuki. Oh, here we go. The Dan Suzuki special. Let me get it on the screen here. Oh boy. The Dan Suzuki special. Like, if you're gonna question my racecraft, you're gonna have to question the Dan Suzuki special. This is a legendary. Here we go. You ready? Final. This overtake's gonna be. I even called it, guys. I even called it. Here we go. You ready? I even called it. You ready? Look at this. Final. This overtake's gonna be sponsored by Dan Suzuki and his followers. So if we actually end up wrecking this car in front, it's their fault, not mine. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? It's coming. It's coming. Fasten your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen. Might be a bit of turbulence. Oh, car behind almost wrecked us. Here we go. Let's fake him to the right. Are you ready? You ready? Watch this surprise.
Right side.
Magic! Magic! What a move! Dan Suzuki! Woo! Sponsored by Dan Suzuki. The move of the decade. It worked! Yes! Yeah, is that not racecraft? Is that not racecraft? We didn't call it, we didn't drag the car out to the right. We didn't trick the guy to come to the right and leave the inside open. Yeah, we're not comparing this to the other move. That these are two different things. The point was racecraft in general. The point wasn't this move compared to the other one. You're missing the point. I'm not using that to go, oh yeah, that's the same as that. They're two completely different situations, because in one of them we're entering the corner at a high speed because that guy's got no one in front of him, and in this one, all three of these cars are battling, so they're really slow. And also, this guy's driven into this car as well, so you know, even before we have our contact with him, there's already been or maybe just been netcode. Oh no, it was just netcode. Like, it thinks we hit his rear wheel when we hit him in the side. But I think there was lagging as well, because look at this. But then his car reacts as if he's hit the car in front. So maybe from his perspective, our knock into him causes him to hit the car in front, which then causes this car to then react like that. And then yeah, look. But then his car's totally fine. I go flying over the top. But, like, you know, you've got to. It's the last 2 corners. It's the most important race ever. You've got to make the most of it. So, you know. Yeah, no, I know, because what I'm saying is, that's what I'm just pointing out, is that it looks, from my client, it looks like you hit the car in front, but what it is, it's my car hitting you, and then your car hitting the car in front for me hitting you, and then that being delayed and coming back to me on my client, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's a move up the inside. I don't think it's no. Why would I say sorry? I think this is a good. I think this is a racing incident, and you didn't lose any positions. If you lost positions, I'd say sorry. Yeah, because obviously I don't intend to. I don't want to like ruin your race. Like if you couldn't finish, then sure. But like nothing was lost, so I think it was a. I'd do exactly the same thing again for sure. 100%. I would always do this move on the last 2 corners. Why wouldn't you? I would entirely expect the car behind me. Yeah, no. If I was this car, and this was like another F4 knobhead, because F4 racing, I would literally park my car on the left so that they don't try and do a stupid move up the inside. That's what I would always do. In that. Because F4's on the final 2 corners, you don't want to have any potential invitation for the car behind to go for a bit of a lunge. So that's what I would do. I would have my car. Even here, I would have my car on the left. You know what I mean? Because even though my move is too late, and even though I do drive into you, I would do the same move every single time on the last 2 corners. Ideally, I'd slow down more and not hit you, but I would always do this same move. If this was go-karting, I would always try and do this move. Ideally, I would slow down a little bit more, so it from my perspective, like, it always makes sense. No, but even if this was F4, I'd say if this was F4 and I'm a rich F4 kid, and I'm rich enough that it doesn't matter if I damage my car for the rest of the season, and this was for like the championship, and we're racing, like for position, I would always do this move every single time. Ideally, I wouldn't miss it and drive into you, but I would always go for it. And as I say, that my miscalculation was that I didn't notice the red car. Which is why you're moving to the left more than I thought you would. I mean, obviously you did nothing wrong. You're just driving normally. But that's why I miscalculated it. Is because the red car that's there. So I said, no, I'm just being honest. I would totally expect a car behind to that to me. As well in F4 in this, I would always expect it. Yeah, well, I mean, it was going into a disappearing gap. I'm not saying it's a good move. I'm not saying it's a good attempt. But I'm saying I would attempt that in the future, even though it's a stupid move, and even like the difference would be is if this exact same situation occurred now, and there's another car in front of you, I would keep it in my mind's eye that there's that car there and not forget about them like I did this time. And I would also brake sooner. So I would I would do like the annoying get your nose in that's really annoying and not productive, because it's the final 2 corners. So it makes sense. It is. No, I know it is. I said it's annoying. It's stupid. Yeah, I'm not defending it as a move. I think it's terrible. It's the final 2 corners, and yeah. And also, I didn't. If I took him out, so he lost points, I'd be like, oh, I would apologise. But it's a pure bandit move, yeah. Well, no, the reason why it works in iRacing is because if this car wasn't here, this car is like, oh shit, it's a noob, which it is, So I'm gonna have to unwind out of the corner so they don't hit me, because I'm worried about iRacing netcode. I don't know where this car actually is. I don't know what's going on. So this car in iRacing would normally, if this car wasn't there, as I say, I didn't notice the red car was there. This is my miscalculation. That's what made it wrong. If this car wasn't there, this guy would normally unwind their car because I've forced myself in like a knob. So, and on average in iRacing, because the way the netcode is, this will, from his perspective, this will look even worse to him based off netcode than what's actually happening from what you can see in this video. You're seeing my client. From his perspective, I am absolutely like, it's even worse. So, no, I'm explaining how iRacing works. Do I think... No, I don't have the fitness to go pro at iRacing, and I'm not rich. Why would you think... Why would you... Why would you... Right, yeah. Oh, yeah. Because I'm explaining how a video game works. Yeah, obviously I think that I would... I could... Yeah, that's obviously the direction I'm coming from. Right, how stupid would you have to be to, like, watch my channel... and then go like, oh yeah, of course he thinks that he thinks that he'd do pro and that he'd be so good and he's whatever. It's like, have you actually ever watched this channel? I'm wearing bloody vintage goggles on my head. I've got a pigeon over my shoulder. Do I look like someone that would really consider myself? Love 46. Love 46. Love 46. She likes to eat her Weetabix. Thank you. Thanks for the raid. We're just chilling out now. We're upsetting people. We're upsetting people with me being completely honest. Right, this is what like blows people's minds. I'm being completely honest in saying that this move, 100% honest, this move is stupid. It's very likely to cause a contact. It only really works if the car in front is going to panic a bit and try and move out of the way because they're shitting themselves from you driving into them. Yeah, I'm being totally honest, but I'm also saying it's the last two corners and I would do it again, as would most people in F4. And I know that's what most people in F4 would do. Does it excuse it? Does it make it good? No. Is it, on average, the best way to do F4? Yes. And how do you mitigate it as the car in front? You have to park your car on the left-hand side, which is what I would do if I was the car in front, because that's the only way to, in the last two corners, to avoid the knobhead F4 driver. What I don't get what the problem is, guys. I am explaining how F4 works in iRacing. You've got a problem with that. You've got a problem with F4. I'm willing to be the knobhead. Thanks for the raid, Love 46.
The pace car is out of control.
This driving only makes sense if you know nothing. Take care, Love 46. Thanks for the raid. Welcome along, 46ers. Yeah, even, like, the thing is, it's very obvious that I misjudged the braking. I should have been a bit slower and just had my nose in, which is really annoying, and it's crap, and it's the stupidest thing a driver can do, and it's still the driver's fault from behind, but then it would have made it so that the car in front was the one turning into me, so you'd be like, oh, well, you know, it's arguably their fault, racing incident. Obviously, I'm not actually trying to wreck the cars in front. I'm just doing an aggressive move. So from iRacing's perspective, because I'm not trying to wreck and this is just an aggressive move, this is not punishable within the context of iRacing and the video game of iRacing. And then the end result of it, because I didn't actually affect this guy's actual result, I have no feeling of remorse or concern or care. If I'd ruined... like he got a DQ from the contact, or his Bentley. If he'd lost a position or he'd been DQ'd, then I would feel bad and I'd be like, oh yeah, you know, I mean, I do feel bad that I've impacted his safety rating, but no, outside of that, like, no, I don't feel like in the same way. No, I don't feel any. I do feel depression. I don't know why that's hard for someone to understand as well. Oh, you got 0. Oh, there you go. So I don't feel bad at all. Why should I? If the like, why is this like difficult for people to grasp? Like, if you've done something stupid, but the end result, like, yeah, it's a stupid move, but it's all within the context of the game. It makes sense within the context of the game. What is the win-loss scenario of playing through this? It's a loss-loss scenario because of this red car, so that's my big mistake. So put that to one side. That's the big failure of me, is that I didn't realise there was a red car that close to him. Take the red car out of the equation, and imagine you've just got 2 cars here. Like, imagine it was a separate situation. The benefit to loss scenario is for the car behind. It's like you're probably not going to wreck your car. You're probably not going to wreck the other car because it's, you know, you're not going in fast enough. You're probably just going to get a light contact. The car on the outside is probably going to move away. You're probably going to get the position. So what's if you go through it all? It makes sense within the context of the murder. Yeah, but he didn't die. Okay, right. In a murder so someone was doing something to get a better position, but they didn't murder the person. It doesn't work because there's no murder taking place here. If a murder took place, then it'd be a problem. Yeah. It's still dumb. No, you're... Hang on. Now that I know that you honestly don't affect his outcome with his SR, it's still dumb move, but to be honest, things are like this are why I don't race F4. He got lucky. Anytime this happens to me, the car's done. Yeah, it depends how... but it's the final 2 corners, and as I say, the way you avoid it, the way you would make sure this doesn't happen when you've got a knobhead behind you... First of all, iRacing should moderate more aggressively, but they never will do. But secondly, the car in front needs to be really annoyingly on the left, like way more on the left, which is what I would do because I know there's knobheads in F4. So that's just how you have to drive F4. You can want other people to do different stuff. That's fine, but they never will do. So all through this race, we had to do weird shit because we know what other people are like. So I'm just like giving up positions. Or there's a whole bunch of stuff we're doing. Yeah, I'm not doing the next race. This was the last one for this evening because we're dead. Wait, you have a... Yeah, you listen to all that, there's not another race. Hang on. And what I find funny as well, given how shit the general racing is in F4, this isn't a justification for one person doing something dumb, but you have to look at the global context of the quality of racing in F4 and how much of a shit show it is from the start. If someone is consistently finishing races despite being last and avoiding all the carnage... you have to think, oh, hang on a minute. Are we just focusing on one specific incident, maybe? That could be possible, couldn't it? Crash hunting. Do you need any more evidence? Okay, we haven't gone into the court with the strongest of cases, with that being the thumbnail, I'll be honest. I'll be honest. Maybe we could have been a bit more subtle with the thumbnail. But... oh, wow, but you would think that because I don't know. Well, you can't after the Dan Suzuki move. Hang on, East Bentley, what's your I rating? What's your I rating? Hang on, you're giving us a lecture on. Oh wow, hang on, what am I on? What am I on at the moment? 2.8. But have you ever been 5k? Have you ever had 5k I rating? Because if you haven't, I mean, okay, like you can only really go on by the current I rating. But if you've never been 5k I rating, you can't talk. As a former 5k I rater, I don't think you can really comment. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I've gained, I think 2,500 in one day is the most I rating I've ever gained. So that doesn't mean anything. You're throwing numbers at me as if it's impressive. You don't know who do you know who you're talking to? I'd probably hold the record for the most I rating grinded in a month, to be honest. I wouldn't be surprised in the entire world. And probably within a day as well. Because I did Donington for 23 hours in a row once. So, you know. Also, Racecraft Poor. Let's just, hang on. 9 hours we've been racing today. How many people's Racecraft is supreme when they've been talking and driving for 9 hours? Also, how good is your Racecraft when you're live streaming, talking and driving? Let's put that into the equation as well. Oh, it looks like when we look at all the evidence, maybe the Racecraft isn't that bad. Maybe I'm actually handicapping myself. And, you know, I'm just presenting the evidence. Goalpost. We're not even moved the goalpost. I've erected I've put some jumpers down. This will be content for the next 2 hours. Streamer excuses. Well, that's why I live stream. It's genius. All I heard was handicap. Look. The fact is, we're gaining I rating today. Look at the grinder meter. Look at the animated GIFs. Look at the dog with a hot dog. Now that I was having I'm done for racing today. It's been. Should we have one more view? Should we have one more look at the Dan Suzuki special that demonstrates our Racecraft? Hang on a minute. Right, let's quit this. One last look at the classic for you guys that for the doubters out there. The Dan Suzuki special. One last look, guys. I mean, look at this. This is a YouTube short. This is what you do. You record videos. You do lots of races, and then you only upload. You only upload the videos of you doing the good moves. What you do is you then just upload all those. You do guide videos, going, "Oh, this is what happened in the race. This is how you do this," and you just regurgitate textbook Racecraft, which is some of the dumbest shit on earth compared to like tennis, football, chess, poker. Like, racing and Racecraft is so fucking stupid compared to other activities. It's actually absurd. It's not stupid in the context of being precise, the tiredness of a driver, the dynamics of the physics and everything. But in and of itself, in terms of what is the correct thing to do, it's really fucking dumb. You know, drivers are not the brightest people on earth. So what you do is you regurgitate that stuff. And that's it. The image is that the YouTuber is a driver coach. Then what you do is you put together a bunch of stuff as a tutorial. What you do, I wonder if anyone's ever done this. Maybe you do coaching with another actual driver coach that maybe does real world coaching. And maybe you do one of their courses. And then maybe you model your stuff on what you learnt from their course. I wonder if anyone's ever done that. No, that never happens. And it's so stupid. It's so dumb. But you know, it's okay. It's okay. Well, I'm spitting fire, Novotny. We're spitting fire. I'm offending everyone by being honest. Right, that was good fun. I enjoyed the racing, and we gained rating. Here we go. Results and stats. Clip everything. Next time we're gonna do that move, and we're gonna notice the car on the right. We'll do it in real life. I don't think I'd have the fitness to even do like half an F4 race in real life. I think I'd manage about around Silverstone if it's cold, 5 laps, and I'll be dead. We're on 2,900. I wanted to be on 2,300. We got 28 though, so let's do the poll here. 20 or more. Well done to the believers. How much is an F4 test? I think you could do it for like £4,000. You would need a license, like a what's it called? Like, I know there might. No, you probably would need. Oh, nice one, Shimmy. You probably need a track. What's it called? Like the race license thing. So that's like what, about £800 to get that. What's it called? I mean, you can do it. Sometimes, you know, the track day experiences, they don't set the car up right. So what you'd need like a proper. You need to do it on a test day where the car's actually set up in race trim. Yeah. So in order to do those test days, like unless the tracks are closed off track. Yeah, that's what I think you're talking about 4K, 4 or 5K. Because the problem, yeah, you could probably drive an F4 car that's been set up in a newbie way, and probably under like the, you know, everything's, you know, where they market those whole Formula 1 experience, and it's not. It's really not, because the cars are like, look, you know, you're not even driving a Formula 1 car. Let's have a look. Cost to drive an F4 car. I mean, F4 costs like 300,000 a year, I think. There we go. Yeah, I know it's good fun. Explainedly, I'm looking. Do racing tomorrow, and I'll drive into you again. More punts will be coming your way. Don't worry. Just be glad that you weren't Damon Hill in that other race. We completely destroyed that guy. Absolutely wrecked him. I mean, what? Do you remember that? Do you remember that the F1 car? The F1 car around the go-kart video. Yeah, is that what you're talking about? Yeah. He's like, F1. There's a YouTube video, guys, where the guy's like, it's like, it's guys, I got to drive an F1 car. It was like a 90s F1 car or something, I don't know. But basically, what it was like a shitty knockoff 90s cockpit with what probably was like a road car engine in it, or I don't know, something that wasn't crazy, maybe a motorbike, I don't know. And then he's driving around a go-kart track at like 60 miles an hour, man, like first and second gear, and then he's changing gear in like the lowest of RPMs just for the sake of changing gear. There's no point. You might as well just say in first gear, and then all the comments are like, oh wow, so good that you got to drive an F1 car. And it's like, like, okay, that's better than looking at a car, but it's not an F1 car. He's not really driving an F1 car. It's insane, and he paid. It would have paid like, I think he said the price was like $1,000, and it's like, just doing rental karting would have been better. Would have been closer to driving an F1 car, which you can do for £50, or Palmer Sport or something for $1,000, and he would have got to have driven a whole bunch of cars and actually have driven a Formula car on a full size track and actually experienced some G forces, and he would have got closer to the experience of driving a Formula 1 car by far. But there's a whole market for that. There's a huge, well, not a huge industry, but it's quite a big industry. The legit one is at what's the track in France, guys? The Paul Ricard. But even then, I think that's like £7,000. Was it more than that? And you get 2 laps. Hang on, drive F1 car experience. 1,400. That's not it. What's it called?
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following. What's the Paul Ricard? Who is it that runs it? Here we go. Winfield. Be a Formula 1 driver for 1 day with Winfield Racing School. Thanks to a partnership with Alpine F1 team, Winfield Racing School. Here we go. Where's the prices? You know it's expensive because they don't even put the price there. The price is not on there. Driver experiences. Oh, hang on. F1 driving experience, €11,950. F4. Oh, here we go. F4 driving experience, €4,950. So there you go. Perfect. $5,000 is what it costs to drive an F4 car for an experience. Here we go. 4 sessions of 20 minutes. That's good. There you go. If you do the F1 experience, you get 3 sessions of 20 minutes in the F4 car. And then you get 3 laps in an F1 car for €11,000. Well, €12,000. €12,000 for 3 laps in an F1 car. I mean, 3 laps isn't enough to even get vaguely familiar with the vehicle. Unless you're like already a shit hot driver, you're not. It would take at least an hour to really get a general feel for like the brake pedal, the accelerator, the sort of general nature of the car, the downforce, that vehicle on a track you don't know. There's no point. There's no point in doing 3 laps. Because you're not even going to be vaguely driving it like an actual Formula 1 car, are you? You're going to be trundling around the corners. You'll be like, oh, well, it's fast and it's got lots of grip. But you're not going to... There's no way... Like, even in a sim, if someone said, okay, you have 3 laps with like, you jump on someone's random sim rig with them set up with a DD wheel you never used and pedal setup that you've never used before, you wouldn't be able to judge the simulator from 3 laps, would you? Like, you'd be like, I don't know. You wouldn't know what the limit was. You wouldn't have a feel for it. So it's completely pointless. It is you can buy more. You can buy more laps. The F4 though works. 3 sessions of 20 minutes. There you go. So like an hour and a half. That's enough time to. Oh, thanks, Race Sim Run Band. Appreciate that. Who doesn't? Who wouldn't like to do that? That's a service we offer, but it's more expensive than driving an F1 car. So most people don't get to do it, unfortunately. For the F4 car, yeah, yeah. I'd say like for 4 sessions of 20 minutes for €5,000, and there's a coach there, and it's all set up and everything. So yeah, it's not. I mean, it's a lot of money, but at least I think that would be enough time in an F4 car to have a reasonable idea of what an F4 car's like to drive. So. Shumi, like when you've driven, how long would you say it would take you like to have a reasonable idea of a car? Like, let's say three or 4 laps to like get a bit of a feel. Which is, so what's that, like 10 minutes? Well, 5 minutes. No, 10 minutes. Then you'd also want then you'd have like accommodation time to that, probably another 5 minutes. Then you'd want to park and think about it. So probably like half an hour minimum for someone that's actually a really good driver. And obviously I'm shit and don't drive, so I would need like 3 hours to have a reasonable. I would be absolute dog shit. So I think it would take me 2 hours to feel like I could have the confidence to drive a vehicle, still drive it badly, but be like, oh, I kind of understand what it can probably do. I think it would take me 2 hours. Well, like an hour of actual track time with gaps between. El Gato con Pippa, F4 car IRL felt natural. Yeah, but yeah. But like, if you're a shit driver, like, so I would say I would put myself in the category of someone would be happy like counter steering and driving. I wouldn't be like one of those people that turns up and just doesn't do anything. But I would be in the sort of, conceptually I understand driving, but I'm complete shit. do you know what I mean? So yeah, that's what I reckon. Like a decent driver would be someone that's probably already done the equivalent of like 4 or 5 track days, bit of go-karting. I mean, I have no experience really, so. Mind you, if I had like insurance on it, if it was like someone was like, you literally have full comp insurance, the car doesn't matter, or I was rich enough or whatever, and it was like, doesn't matter, like you can wreck the car, do whatever you want with it, tires don't matter, we can just swap them over. If you wreck the car, there's still another car, you can keep driving, whatever, whatever. Then in that scenario, I'd be like, right, let's go on a centrifugal circuit. Let's do some drifting in an F4 car. Do you know what I mean? And then I'd be like totally happy. The limitation is that you'd be like, you can't afford to break anything. So it means that you then aren't free to do anything. You have to be super, super careful. Let's have a look at this. The F4 driving experience sounds awesome though. It'd be really good fun. Yeah. That would be my biggest worry with all these things. Like, so a lot of this is a real. Oh, that's a good myth. That's a good stupid thing that sim racers say. Here we go. That's not. They say real driving's scary. Oh, what is it? Drivers are scared to hurt themselves, so that changes how they drive. It's like what do they say? But they like honestly think that Formula 1 drivers, professional F4 drivers, competitive go-kart drivers, like top drivers, are being careful because they're worried about their health. Not like they think that they're like sandbagging their performance for safety. Like, it's mental. It's like, can you imagine like anyone in any sport doing that? Yeah, you have no self-preservation. No self-preservation in a sim like real life. Like, in fairness, it's not completely stupid. For a lot of series, it's the cost. It's the cost component. But for anything where someone's rich and they're doing like, they're not driving for a team and they're driving for themselves, they are not thinking about their health. They're thinking about winning. Oh yeah, I think it varies, doesn't it? There are certain drivers in certain series where they do care. So it's not, obviously that will apply to some drivers, but if you watch anyone that does like junior karting, the MX5 racing, lots of the GT racing, touring car, most Formula Series, they ain't. It's like, if people did that, they would not do sports like skiing, which is way more insane than any motorsport. And all the stuff that happens in motorsport that tends to like injure people or kill people or have serious injuries is normally like really weird shit. It's not oh I'm being careful to avoid a crash. It's like, a tyre has come loose or a car's spun off and then spun into the track in a blind part of the track. Yeah, it's exactly. It's cost. But then people that are fully sponsored drivers or actual sport drivers, which is what most people are comparing it to, are not. Cost isn't a thing. Well, it is a thing, but you know what I'm saying. Oh man, this F4 experience looks great. I mean, you'd be in France as well. Bonus. I wonder if they do anything similar in the UK. I know Brands Hatch has a driver experience. I mean, the only one in the UK is Palmer Sport, I think. Right. Reaction walls. I think this is a scam. In the you know the reaction walls where you have to beep the buttons that light up. I think it's a good fitness tool, and it is something to be active, and it does get you to move into different positions, right? I don't see how there's a causal scientific link to a reaction wall and anything to do with reaction. Like, it will be like any other activity where you do an activity, you will learn how to do that activity over time better because you've got better at that activity. You're not, if you think about it, everything in life would train reaction times. Like, you would never not be training reaction times. Yeah, it's good. So it's just weird that it's called a reaction wall, and then whenever I've been introduced to it, it's been framed as training reactions. I don't like if it was framed as training explosive muscle movement, that would be fine. Like, hang on, reaction walls. I'm pretty sure it's bollocks, right? I'm getting Myers-Briggs vibes. I can't find any studies on it. What's this? F4 single seater 89. Oh, that'd be bollocks. For £89, that'd be a load of bollocks. 3 miles driving. Oh, £119. Yeah, this would be bollocks. It won't be an actual F4 car. If it is, it'll be on road tyres with. Yeah, this is a BS one. They really want a lot of them. So a lot of them, they'll want you to just potter around the track as well, because obviously that puts less wear on the equipment, so it means that they get more profit, which is fine. You know, it makes sense. But that's the thing where multiple people have told me about Palmer Sport, where they actually genuinely encourage people to drive and actually experience what it's like to be like to push a car at the limit. And they genuinely encourage it. They really don't. Whereas a lot of the driver experiences and things you have in the UK for general public are basically a fake. It's a fake. It is. It's oh yeah, you're driving a Formula car. Totally worth it. Right. Anyway, it was a great stream. It was good fun. We had some nice big raids. We had some new followers. We've had Dan Suzuki. We've had everything. It's all happened. And now we are sending you...
Goodbye to the people who hated on me. Goodbye to the people who loved me. Goodbye to the people who trusted me. Goodbye to everybody.
Now we're sending you to another legend, so go give him some. But thanks. I might stream soon. Depends how the brain's doing. It's good fun though. iRating has been gained. We are moving up, and the racecraft is the best. I'm glad everyone agrees. Right, see you in a bit. Thanks for watching. Take care, guys. Click the like button on YouTube if you haven't. If everyone on Twitch goes to YouTube, clicks the like button, it probably doesn't do anything. That's it. Back to long COVID. Here we go. Off to this legend. Everyone type teabags in his chat. Everybody type teabags. Just spam teabags. Everyone just keep spamming teabags. Bye.